Chapter 131, Owning a Mysterious Flame. Shortly after Shifeng published the post, many players replied to it. No way. Such a high bounty. It would be great if I had chosen to start at Red Leaf Town. 1 silver coin, just for the regular members. That's already an entire day's worth of my earnings. If I strive hard an entire day, I could kill at least 7 or 8 of them, which would be 700 or 800 credits. If I continued hunting for an entire month, the amount I can earn would be several times higher than my normal salary. Could it be a scam? Wasn't that Yifeng an expert in dire straits? Where did he get so much money? The commenter above is right. This is definitely a scam. This Yifeng is just trying to make a name for himself, and win the pity of the masses, tricking us into opposing martial union. There were many players who voiced out their own varying opinions. Some supported Shifeng, while some felt disgusted with him. A large number of players cursed at Shifeng, and an even greater number refused to believe that Shifeng possessed that much money. After all, making a rough calculation, just killing all the members of Martial Union in Red Leaf Town once would cost a lot, not to mention killing them several times. Even a normal tycoon would not dare carry out such an action, much less a poor expert in dire straits. I am stabbing Heart of Assassin's Alliance. I am in full support of Brother Yifeng, and I can guarantee that everything Brother Yifeng has said is the truth. If you aren't able to cash in your bounties from him, you can collect them from me instead. Just when everyone determined Shifeng was a scammer, Stabbing Heart's abrupt reply sent a tremor through the forums once more. Although Yifeng was famous, when compared to a large guild, his prestige was still sorely lacking. On the other hand, the words Stabbing Heart from the Assassin's Alliance had written were wholly different. Ignoring the fact that the Assassin's Alliance was a second-rate guild, possessing a member count in the tens of thousands, just the dozen years or so fame they had accumulated from other virtual reality games was strongly persuasive. Wow! The Assassin's Alliance's Stabbing Heart has appeared. Please let me join the Assassin's Alliance. Even Stabbing Heart has already shown himself, so the bounty must be real. This time, the players of Red Leaf Town are going to make a fortune. Not long after Stabbing Heart's appearance, another reply appeared which instantly caused the number of views on Shifeng's post to multiply by tens. Yifeng is my friend. I can guarantee his credibility. If there are any problems, you can find me to deal with them. The reply indeed belonged to the snow goddess, Gentle Snow herself. Moreover, she was willing to make assurances for Shifeng. Those who cursed at Shifeng previously immediately shut up after her reply, because if they did not, the snow goddess fans might pummel them into meat paste. Yifeng, you are my idol. Please take me in as your disciple. I'm willing to do anything you ask. I guarantee it. Big brother Yifeng, do you have a girlfriend? Little sister is 18 years old, has a beautiful appearance, a sexy body, and wishes to become Big Brother's girlfriend. I can give birth to a bunch of little monkeys for Big Brother. Looking at Gentle Snow's reply, everyone immediately thought Shifeng was just too awesome. He had received the support of Stabbing Heart of Assassin's Alliance and the Snow Goddess of Ouroboros. This was not a treatment any ordinary expert would receive. Now that God's domain was so popular, Shifeng's future would be limitless. Slum Area, the Enchanted Bar. Boss Ironsword, this is not good. Yifeng placed a bounty on our heads. An assassin suddenly rushed into the private room. Currently, Ironsword Lion happily drank away, his face flushed red. He did not think the alcohol in a virtual world could get a person get drunk. The alcohol had such a rich and mellow taste, compared to the alcohol available in the real world. What he drank right now was much better. It was no wonder those players that tread on the path of darkness all loved to hang around in this place. At this moment, the person who rushed into the room shouting had immediately interrupting Ironsword Lion from enjoying his drink. Annoyed, he said, "Why are you shouting? It's not like the sky is falling. Which son of a bitch was it that placed a bounty on me? Let's see if I don't hack him into pieces." "Boss, I heard it was that Yifeng who placed the bounty on us," Drifting Blood said in a daze. "Yifeng? With him alone, he wants to place a bounty on us, Martial Union? Who would even believe his words?" Ironsword Lion laughed in contempt, swallowing another mouthful of Old Tom gin. Boss Ironsword, it's true. If you don't believe it, take a look at Yifeng's post. Right now, views on it have exceeded 1 million already, the assassin helplessly said. Originally, he did not believe that an independent player would dare place a bounty on a large guild, either. Anyone who dared would just be digging their own graves. Without great enmity against a guild, no one would not carry out such an action. Such an action was a major threat to the reputation of a guild, and they would definitely not let off any players who dared provoke them. If they did not kill the player until he quit the game, they would not let the matter rest. However, reality told him otherwise, as such an incident had truly occurred. Ironsword Lion still did not believe his subordinate's words. To place a bounty on the members of Martial Union, was this Yifeng seeking death? Hence, Ironsword Lion checked out the official forums. Immediately, Ironsword Lion was dumbfounded. Yifeng actually dared place a bounty on all of Martial Union. He really intended to fight until one side was gone. However, Ironsword Lion had forgotten that he was the one who first placed a bounty on Yifeng. He had already forgotten his own declaration to fight, until one of them was obliterated. After taking a closer look at the contents of the post, Ironsword Lion was truly shocked. Those who originally called Yifeng a scammer had all shut their mouths now, and they all itched to slaughter the members of Martial Union. It was like they discussed competing over vegetables on the forum. When Ironsword Lion saw the price tag of his own bounty, he nearly exploded with anger. He had spent 1 million credits to hire Absolute Heaven to assassinate Yifeng, and the bounty of 10,000 credits, he publicly declared, was just for entertainment. He was not hoping that someone would kill Yifeng at all. His main goal was to kill Yifeng's teammates. Now, however, Shifeng had tagged him with a bounty of 5,000 credits. In doing so, wasn't Yifeng stating that he was far from being his equal? The most unbelievable thing was that Stabbing Heart and Gentle Snow had also stood out to show their support for Yifeng. Ironsword Lion simply could not understand this situation. The bounty he placed was only on Yifeng. Yet, why did these fellows mind other people's business? Gentle Snow was one thing, but why had Stabbing Heart appeared as well? He and the Assassin's Alliance had always minded their own business, and he had never provoked the Assassin's Alliance before. So why was Stabbing Heart showing his support to Yifeng? Good, 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 Ironsword Lion repeatedly said. His anger jerked him out of his drunken stupor, his expression turning extremely sinister as he coldly said, "Since he wants to play, then I'll play. Immediately place a bounty on anyone with the guts to kill any of our members. Also, increase the bounty on Shifeng's teammates to 2,000 credits per person. I want to see just who can tempt these players. Tell the ones below to be careful of their actions and form parties when they go out leveling." Yes. After Ironsword Lion finished giving out his instructions, the assassin turned and left. Following which, Ironsword Lion initiated contact with Absolute Heaven. He wanted Absolute Heaven to take action a little sooner, killing Yifeng to absolve him of this anger. Elsewhere, Shifeng had rented an intermediate forging room in the Forging Association. Now that the Ice Blue Devil Flame was in his hands, Shifeng was prepared to use this time to train his forging, placing all his effort into making the Silver Dawn and other equipment. Shifeng walked to the furnace, canceling the Tier 1 mysterious flame provided by the intermediate forging room. He then took out a dark blue flame from his bag. This dark blue flame was just like a flame sprite, joyfully jumping about in Shifeng's palm. Furthermore, the flame gave off a scorching heat, causing the temperature in the room to rise quickly. System: do you wish to bind the Ice Blue Devil Flame as your personal mysterious flame? Bind? Don't tell me that I can only use it after it's bound? Shifeng did not know why, but although he held the Ice Blue Devil Flame in his hand, he was unable to glean any information about it. Even a Tier 1 mysterious flame was extremely rare throughout God's domain. In his previous life, he had never come into contact with a mysterious flame, and this was his first time learning that the flame needed to be bound before use. He recalled that the mysterious flame could be placed in the forging room of the guild. That way, All guild members were able to use it while not being able to take it away. So just why was this mysterious flame a bound item? Shifeng stopped caring about the details. He immediately chose to bind the ice blue devil flame, intending to learn its effects. Chapter 132, Evolution Crisis. After Shifeng chose to bind the ice blue devil flame, suddenly, the ice blue devil flame started transforming. The small flame within Shifeng's palm momentarily burned fiercely, wrapping Shifeng's entire palm. Shifeng immediately felt a scorching heat surrounding his hand, as if he had just dipped it into boiling water. Previously, he was unable to feel the high temperature of the ice blue devil flame, and only now did he truly experience its heat. Although he tried to store the flame back into his bag, no matter what he tried, there was no reaction from the ice blue devil flame. Instead, a binding loading bar appeared, slowly increasing. Successfully fused 3%. 4%. 5%. Isn't it a binding? Why did it turn into a fusion? Looking at the green-colored fusion bar, Shifeng felt a sense of unease. He could barely endure just the pain he currently felt. However, the temperature of the flame constantly rose, while the fusion rate of the flame was extremely slow. If this situation were to continue, Shifeng would, sooner or later, die from the pain alone. Just when Shifeng had called out the pain perception system's interface, intending to turn off all his senses of pain, his flaming hand no longer felt hot. Instead, he felt a cooling feeling on his palm, as if it submerged in ice-cold water. Is the fusion complete? Shifeng took another look at the fusion bar. It showed 8%, still very far from reaching 100%. However, since it was no longer hot, Shifeng gave up the notion of turning off the pain perception system. However, another moment later, his flaming hand grew colder and colder, as if it were inside an ice cube. Shifeng could not help but shiver at the chilling temperature. Just when he was unable to endure the cold any longer, the flame surrounding his hand turned hot once more. In such a way, the flame constantly alternated between hot and cold. Shifeng was also able to understand the reason for this phenomena. Just like its name, the ice blue devil flame possessed both ice and fire attributes. However, Shifeng no longer wished to endure torture by the ice blue devil flame, so he chose to turn off the pain perception system. During the fusion process of the ice blue devil flame, if pain perception falls below 20%, fusion will fail and cause a fixed amount of damage to the player. Are you sure you want to turn off the pain system? Crap! Shifeng could not help but curse at the despicable system. The system was clearly trying to toy with him. Moreover, it did not mention what sort of damage the fixed damage was. The fusion progress was already at 30%, so he couldn't just give up halfway. Helpless about the situation, Shifeng could only tune down his pain perception from the original 40% to 20%. That way he could more or less bear through the suffering. However, things were far from over. After the fusion bar reached 50%, the ice blue devil flame started spreading throughout Shifeng's entire body, turning Shifeng into a flaming man. Shifeng's entire body burned with a deep blue flame, just like the Ghost Rider. Compared to the Ghost Rider's flame, however, the flame burning Shifeng's body was much more pure and dazzling. Even the ground below his feet started showing signs of melting. The floor of the forging room had undergone special strengthening techniques, specifically to resist high temperatures. The floors of the forging room were much stronger than even a secret silver weapon. However, this floor could still not withstand the flame surrounding Shifeng's body. One could just imagine the frightening temperature that was emitted by the flame. Right now, if someone were to attack Shifeng using a bronze weapon, the scorching flame would, most likely, melt the weapon before it could even come near Shifeng. Fortunately, Shifeng had long since familiarized himself with pain. He had also adjusted his pain perception down to 20%. Otherwise, he really could not endure the ever-changing temperatures of the ice blue devil flame. After enduring the same process for 20 minutes, the fusion of the ice blue devil flame finally completed. The ice blue devil flame has been bound as player Yifeng's personal belonging. Fusion of the ice blue devil flame completed. After undergoing the tempering of the ice blue devil flame, player's physique has improved. Strength plus 10, endurance plus 10, agility plus 10, ice resistance plus 20, fire resistance plus 20, able to fully control the ice blue devil flame. Even this is possible? Shifeng was shocked. Ignoring how valuable the ice blue devil flame was to forgers, Shifeng did not think that it could even improve a player's physique after fusion. Shifeng had effortlessly obtained 30 attribute points and 20 points in both ice resistance and fire resistance. Resistance was extremely hard to obtain in God's domain, and a single point increase would have a large effect, not to mention an increase of 20 points. Such an increase was enough to instill despair in many mage classes. If fire magic could originally deal 100 damage to Shifeng, right now, it would be good if could even deal him 30 damage. Shifeng then chanted a name in his mind, a deep blue flame appearing in the middle of his palm. This was indeed the ice blue devil flame. Following Shifeng's thoughts, the flame freely moved about, growing and shrinking. Ice blue devil flame, tier 2 mysterious flame, can be used in battle to increase damage by 20%, and an additional 40% damage to ice or fire attributed skills. Simultaneously, it increases the success rate for potion making, forging, and cooking by 10%. These attributes had completely surpassed Shifeng's imagination. In his previous life, he had never received any information regarding mysterious flames being capable of increasing a player's battle prowess. It was also impossible for the mysterious flames to only increase a player's battle prowess in this life. Hence, the only possibility was that the players who obtained mysterious flames did not leak a single word about it, silently enjoying the fortune. Just the mysterious flame's ability to increase the success rate of forging and potion making was sufficient to send all the major powers in God's domain into an uproar. If the information about it being capable of increasing a player's battle prowess leaked, the competition over mysterious flames would become much more intense. Forgers and potion makers would have no chance to obtain a mysterious flame for themselves at all. Mysterious flames were always said to give the greatest benefits to potion making and forging, but in Shifeng's view, elementalists who learned potion making were the ones who gained the greatest benefits. Originally, an elementalist's damage was very frightening. They were like human cannons. If they were to receive an upgrade to their ice and fire attributed skills, it would leave others speechless. In addition, the ice blue devil flame originally increased its user's damage by 20%, which meant that an elementalist who had the ice blue devil flame would have their damage output increased by 60%. The elementalist possessing the ice blue devil flame could easily kill an MT of the same level, with the same quality of equipment, in just 2 or 3 moves. Although Shifeng was not an elementalist, the ice blue devil flame still provided a relatively large increase to his battle strength. With the ice blue devil flame, Shifeng felt that the future development of his skills should be more directed towards the fire or ice attributes. That way, he could reap the greatest benefits from using the ice blue devil flame. Following which, Shifeng took out a pile of hard stones and started making advanced whetstones, increasing his forging proficiency. The success rate for making an advanced whetstone was 60%, with the possibility of increasing proficiency by 1 point with each success. Although the increase was not as much as when he made bronze equipment, the time needed to make an advanced whetstone was much shorter. Shifeng only needed to burn the hard stones in the ice blue devil flame for a short while, followed by a couple of knocks from his hammer. Then he would have completed an advanced whetstone. If Shifeng were to make glimmer chest plates, he would not be able to sell them for a lot of money. After all, there were various guilds currently selling that item. On the other hand, making the high-level bronze equipment and mysterious iron equipment from the forging designs he bought from Stonehammer Town was not very efficient. It would be much better for him to just upgrade to an intermediate forging apprentice, increasing his success rate a little earlier. At that time, it would not be too late for him to start using those forging designs. Meanwhile, while Shifeng made the advanced whetstones, tension rose throughout the entire Red Leaf town. However, it was not only due to the matter of Shifeng and martial union, placing a bounty on each other. There was also the crisis after God's domain's evolution. Due to the difficulty of the monsters in the wild increasing, the large influx of newcomers, and Shifeng's stock clearance of the auction house, the prices of items rapidly increased. Within a short 2 hours, the prices of items had already doubled, causing many players to voice out their complaints. Originally, the money they earned within a day was small. They also needed to buy many items they needed in the wild, such as food and beverages, return scrolls, and such items. There were also the regeneration potions and mana recovery potions. However, the prices for all these items had suddenly skyrocketed. Amongst the items with inflated prices, the highest was equipment. Previously, 20 copper coins was sufficient for a player to purchase a piece of level 2 common equipment. Right now they would need 40 copper coins to do so. As for bronze equipment and higher, the increase in their prices was even greater. However, without good equipment, how could they hunt monsters? Hence, the majority of the players right now all held the thought that they had to obtain a good piece of equipment, no matter what, even at the cost of saving up the money meant for potions. With good equipment, they could easily look for a party to join. Their efficiency of killing monsters would also rise as a result, and it was only a matter of time before they earned back their money. As a result, the prices of equipment constantly rose. Similarly, this phenomenon caused plenty of players, who were wealthy in real life, to purchase coins using credits for purchasing equipment, causing the price of coins to skyrocket too. Looking at this situation, the players in Red Leaf Town became even more attentive towards the bounty put out by both Shifeng and Martial Union. The players, who were previously uninterested in participating, started to take action. There were many experts who began searching for Shifeng and his teammates, and there were some who set their sights on Martial Union. Forming a party to hunt Yifeng's party must be level 6 or above, with a complete suit of bronze equipment. Those who fulfill the conditions, please gather at my location. Forming a party to hunt members of Martial Union must be level 5 or above. Those who wish to make a quick buck, don't miss this chance. Meanwhile, there were plenty of players shouting out party recruitments in the plaza of Red Leaf Town. However, their grinding targets were no longer monsters but players. Suddenly, Shifeng and Martial Union's game of hunting lured the players throughout all of Red Leaf Town. Chapter 133, Fire Dance. Inside the Red Leaf Forest, where the green grass was plush like a cushion, a party of level 5 players currently surrounded a group of 3 level 5 forest wolves. The players advanced and retreated in battle familiarly, steadily pushing the 3 forest wolves towards defeat. In a short moment, one of the forest wolves died from the large fireball that flew at it, while the remaining 2 forest wolves only had a small amount of HP remaining. Leader, we're already level 5. We're tired of constantly killing the same forest wolves. Let's just kill the level 6 grassland lion cubs. I hear the loot is quite good. Moreover, everyone can obtain a larger share of experience there, the bold and powerful shield warrior said, as he blocked a forest wolf's attack. Forget it. In these troubled times, you forget that everyone from our Martial Union has a bounty on their heads. Each one of us is worth 1 silver coin, and there are plenty of people looking for this transaction. The party leader, an elementalist, shook his head. He felt that the shield warrior's suggestion was too risky. Leader, since when have you become such a coward? A berserker with waxy skin curled his lips, asking disdainfully. Before, when we snatched elite monsters and equipment, and even killed the other players, I've never seen you reluctant before. Regardless of what other people say, Martial Union is a famous large guild in Red Leaf Town. I don't believe that those people would be so foolish daring to kill us. Even if they come, we can kill them off and make a quick buck. The Elementalist party leader nodded, thinking that his subordinate's words sounded logical. In Red Leaf Town, only Martial Union bullied others. Whoever dared provoke them was only seeking death. The Elementalist party leader then said, "All right, after we kill these 2 forest wolves, we'll go kill the grassland lion cubs." Oh yeah, the shield warrior grinned, using his shield to send one of the forest wolves flying. He then followed up with a heroic strike on the other forest wolf, taking away its remaining HP. Immediately after the party from Martial Union killed the final forest wolf, they suddenly discovered that they were surrounded by a team of over 20 players. Moreover, every one of these players was red-named, and clearly, they had already killed a lot of players. Brothers, our luck is good this time. They are all from Martial Union. A red-named female assassin with a provocative body revealed herself from stealth. She wore a smile as she looked at the players from Martial Union. The members of Martial Union immediately felt chills through their bodies. This female assassin was clearly the scout for this entire team. Although she should have been hiding near their party this entire time, they did not detect her presence at all. "What are you all trying to do?" the Elementalist party leader asked in a cold tone, his eyes observing his surroundings. "What are we doing?" The female assassin gleefully smiled at the party leader from Martial Union, saying with a laugh, "Of course, we are here to do some happy things with you. Sister Fire Dance, why are you wasting your breath on them? Let's just kill them and be done with it," one of the rangers standing in the encirclement said, feeling restless. His bow was already knocked and aimed at Martial Union's cleric. The shield warrior from Martial Union knew that they were not a match for these group of players. Hence he intimidated, "You guys better think through this. You will not have a good ending if you become Martial Union's enemies. By the time we take care of that Yifeng, we will take revenge on those who dared attack the members of our guild. You guys best consider your actions properly. Don't make a mistake." "Is Martial Union really that amazing?" The female assassin named Fire Dance played with the dagger in her hand. Curling up her lips slightly, she said, "Why have I heard that you guys suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of my idol Yifeng? Moreover, since you guys dared make trouble with my idol, it's no different than seeking for trouble with me. You should all just die, right here. Brothers, take action. Don't let any of them escape." Hearing Fire Dance's command, the 20-plus players surrounding Martial Union rushed forward. Meanwhile, the female assassin named Fire Dance suddenly appeared behind the party leader from Martial Union. She immediately knocked the elementalist unconscious, her icy cold dagger slashing across his neck. She then followed up with a backstab and eviscerate, instantly taking the party leader's life, her techniques both quick and efficient. The other members of Martial Union were extremely shocked by this scene. Their hearts stopped beating completely. Immediately, they turned and ran. However, would it be that easy to run away? Immediately, the ice walls of elementalists blocked their escape, followed by ice spheres reducing their movement speeds. Several berserkers separately used charge on their targets, followed by breaks, greatly reducing the movement speeds of the members of Martial Union once more. With their fleeing speed slower than even a tortoise, the members of Martial Union died within moments. "Tidy up the loot quickly. We'll be looking for our next target," Fire Dance issued her command. "These fellows sure are fat. They have contributed 3 pieces of bronze equipment to our inventory. It really makes you wonder just how fat Yifeng's party, which is much more powerful, is," a lean berserker said as he collected the dropped items. He couldn't help but drool when he gazed at the bronze equipment the members of Martial Union left behind. Water Buffalo, are you having ideas about my idol's teammates?" Fire Dance looked at the berserker, smiling faintly as she asked. Immediately, the berserker called Water Buffalo quivered, hurriedly laughing as he replied, "How would I even dare? I was only fantasizing in my mind a little. If I really did look for trouble with them, I would only be there to die at their hands." "Humph. At least you know your limits," Fire Dance snorted. She then turned, departing in search of her next target. Red Leaf Town slum area, the Enchanted Bar. Pung. Ironsword Lion angrily smashed the alcohol bottle in his hand after seeing the report from his subordinates. "Who can tell me what is going on exactly? Why is it only our members are dying, while not even a shadow of Yifeng's teammates can be found?" According to the report from his subordinates, within a short 2 hours, of all the members of Martial Union stationed in Red Leaf Town, 58 of them had already died once. Amongst those who died, 9 of them were even the top echelons or elites of their guild. Not only had they lost a level as a result of dying, They even dropped some of their equipment. This was a huge loss for Martial Union's Red Leaf Town branch. Moreover, Ironsword Lion was required to compensate them for their losses. Besides that, the large number of deaths had largely impacted the loyalty of the members of Martial Union. Many started to think of leaving the guild, as they did not wish to be dragged into this game of hunting. If this matter did not quickly resolve, the Martial Union branch at Red Leaf Town would, sooner or later, break up. Boss Ironsword, could they be hiding? Why don't we increase the bounty on them? That might tempt the true experts, Drifting Blood suggested. Fine, increase the bounty immediately. I don't believe that we can't find them. Ironsword Lion nodded his head. He then continued saying, remember, as long as you receive any information, immediately contact Absolute Heaven. Leave it to me, boss. I'll relay the information immediately. Inside an intermediate forging room, Sherfong repeated the same task over and over. Sherfong took out a hard stone, immediately using the ice blue devil flame to burn it. He then used the runic hammer to tap at it a few times, very quickly forming a high-quality advanced whetstone. System: Advanced whetstone has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 1 point. Obtain 200 EXP. Advanced whetstone consumable. When used on a level 20 weapon or below, recovers the durability by 8 to 12 points. Simultaneously, it increases the damage of the weapon by 3% for a duration of 30 minutes. Number of usage remaining 3. In the later stages of the game, the value of this item would become greater and greater. The reason was that the damage to a weapon increased as monsters' prowess increased. It was especially true for monsters that were level 7 and above, as some of them possessed skills that could greatly reduce the durability of a weapon. Hence, whetstones became one of the necessities when grinding and battling in God's Domain's wilds. Compared to a normal whetstone, not only could the advanced whetstone recover a weapon's durability, but it could also increase the weapon's sharpness, increasing the weapon's damage by 3%. This effect could even compare to a buff, and it would greatly benefit melee players. There would be plenty of melee classes scrambling over this item, and they would still be willing to buy more after buying the first. No player would willingly reduce their damage when fighting monsters, even if it were just a 3% reduction. Right after Sherfong finished the advanced whetstone. System: Congratulations! You are the first player to be promoted to an intermediate forging apprentice. Obtain 50,000 EXP, rewarding 10 runic steel. Chapter 134: Silver Lake. After seeing the system notification, a faint smile appeared on Sherfang's face. He finally received the promotion to intermediate forging apprentice after making over 400 advanced whetstones. However, to obtain the promotion to advanced forging apprentice, he needed 3,000 proficiency points. He could not achieve such an amount in a short period. Sherfong looked at his experience bar. It was currently at 94% of level 9, only 6% away from the level 10 threshold. As long as he strived a little further, he would break through that threshold. In God's Domain, there was a huge boost in attributes every 10 levels. When players obtained their first 10 levels, it was an indication that they could enter a city. In a city, players could enjoy various benefits. Not only could they purchase resources not sold in towns, but they could also obtain plenty of high-leveled quests. Players could even purchase bronze equipment at a low price, though that depended on the player's luck. It would also be much easier for players to make money once they reached a city. Furthermore, players could use the teleportation gates available in the city to transfer to high-level monster areas. They would not need to waste a huge amount of time on travel, quickly arriving at level 10 or higher monster areas. Moreover, the game of God's Domain only truly began after entering a city. When that time came, the players from tens or hundreds of towns would gather in a city. A single city would have, at the very least, over 100,000 players. Moreover, White River City was one of the 5 largest cities located in Starmoon Kingdom. The number of players that would gather there would exceed 1 million. At that time, the various guilds could centralize their influence completely, displaying the true strength of a guild. This would also increase the competition between guilds. It would be a lot less peaceful when the various guilds competed over the limited resources available. This was the case with all virtual reality games. The resources available were limited, and the best resources and leveling spots would only number so many within a city's region. However, with the huge amount of players, if one wanted to level up and upgrade themselves quickly, they needed to compete over said resources. As a result, those without strength would be eliminated and left behind. Not to mention an independent player. Even a small guild would have absolutely no chance of surviving inside a city. The large guilds would all monopolize the various high-level resources and valuable leveling areas, while the small guilds and independent players could only hold themselves up in locations with inferior resources. Hence, if one could set foot in the city even a moment earlier, the competition they would face would greatly lessen. However, that did not necessarily mean that one would be safe just by entering the city ahead of others. Instead, the more advantages a person possessed before entering the city, the better off one would become afterward. Take Blackwing City for example. If an average player were to enter the city, they would only be there to gain some knowledge and experience, a purely time-wasting endeavor. However, if it were one of the upper echelons of a large guild, things would be quite different. Aside from being able to form a relationship of mutual exchange with guilds from other countries, they could purchase items unique to Blackwing City in bulk. Such benefits would lead to huge improvements of a guild. Right now, Shifeng's level was ranked number 1 in White River City, and the others would need at least 2 or 3 days before they could catch up. During this time, Shifeng wanted to increase the gap further. Only then could he carve out a place for the Zero Wing Guild he wanted to establish in White River City. So this is runic steel. As expected, this is a treasure. Shifeng took out a piece of blue steel, filled with magic, from his bag, joy filling his entire being. In Shifeng's previous life, many forgers competed madly for just a piece of runic steel. Even if they managed to buy one, they would treat it like their baby. They would not use it lightly. Meanwhile, Shifeng possessed 10 pieces of runic steel right now. Runic steel, fine gold rank consumable. When used to forge level 50 fine gold equipment or below, increases success rate by 10%. There is a fixed chance to increase the forged equipment's rank by 1, up to a maximum of fine gold rank. No matter how one looked at it, runic steel was significantly better than the 100 refinement steel. Moreover, it could even increase an equipment's rank. With this runic steel, my success rate for forging the Silver Dawn will be even greater now. Shifeng had purchased all the materials required to forge the Silver Dawn at the auction house. In addition to the materials he had purchased before, he could forge a total of 16 Silver Dawns. Just the cost alone for a single Silver Dawn was over 37 silver coins. Even an elite party needed to raid a hard mode party dungeon half a dozen times before collecting such an amount. Hence, Shifeng only chose to forge the Silver Dawn after he was promoted to intermediate forging apprentice. Shifeng took out the forging design for the Silver Dawn, clicking to learn it. He began the process of forging his first Silver Dawn. Previously, before he had obtained the Ice Blue Devil Flame, his success rate for forging the Silver Dawn was only 32%. After the addition of the Ice Blue Devil Flame, the success rate increased to 42%. If Shifeng used the runic steel, he could further increase it to 52%. A mere intermediate forging apprentice's chance of successfully forging a secret silver weapon was just over 50%. Even a master forger would be flabbergasted at this success rate. The reason was that a basic master forger only possessed a 30% success rate when forging a secret silver equipment, and only a grandmaster forger had a 50% success rate. Shifeng carefully read through the process of making the Silver Dawn before refining the materials. Shifeng first used the Philosopher's Stone to obtain a high-purity refinement of the materials. He then placed the materials into the Ice Blue Devil Flame, waiting for them to merge. Shifeng possessed 100% control over the Ice Blue Devil Flame, so he could merge the materials together to an exceptional degree. However, Shifeng chose not to include the incomparably precious runic steel in the forging process this time. The first attempt was only for Shifeng to familiarize himself with the forging process of the Silver Dawn. Moreover, he only possessed 10 pieces of runic steel, and each one of them was worth at least 1 gold coin. The runic steel was extremely hard to obtain, and using it now would just be a waste. If other forgers knew that Shifeng intended to use the runic steel to forge the Silver Dawn, they would curse at Shifeng in anger. The Silver Dawn was only a level 10 secret silver weapon, yet Shifeng actually thought of using the runic steel to forge it. Such an action was simply maddening. 10 minutes later, the refinement process was complete. Shifeng looked at the product of his refinement with satisfaction. He then placed the piece of metal on the anvil, using the runic hammer to pound at it. Sparks flew about as the sounds of the hammer striking the metal resounded throughout the forging room. Shifeng was extremely careful with every strike, afraid that a single misstep would affect the final shape of the Silver Dawn. After striking at the metal hundreds of times, sweat drenched Shifeng. Satisfied, he clicked the generate button. Following which, the red-hot metal began to take shape, transforming into a silver-colored longsword. He investigated the weapon's information. After a full 5 seconds, system, forging of the Silver Dawn has failed. Shifeng looked at the weapon's attributes, discovering that it was only a level 10 mysterious iron weapon. Indeed, the forging failed. However, Shifeng was not overly disappointed at the results. Although the success rate stated was 42% on the surface, due to it being Shifeng's first time forging the Silver Dawn, the actual success rate was much lower. Success was impossible, no matter how one looked at it. If he succeeded, it would be a true miracle. With a failure in hand, Shifeng summarized his experience into a lesson for himself. The reason Shifeng could lead a third-rate guild like Shadow to become one of the top second-rate guilds was not due to any inborn talent of his. Instead, it was because Shifeng always summarized and learned from his experiences. If others gained experiences from success, Shifeng gained experiences from failure. After reviewing for over 10 minutes, Shifeng started forging a second time. However, after 20 minutes or so, it was another failure. The weapon he forged was still mysterious iron ranked, though with a slight improvement. The attributes of the weapon were slightly better. Shifeng continued forging and failing for a total of 6 tries, taking a loss of over 2 gold coins. Feeling that he was mostly familiar with the forging procedures, Shifeng started his 7th attempt of forging the Silver Dawn. He even used a runic steel this time. Soon after, Shifeng refined, hammered, and shaped the lump of metal. Clicking generate. Suddenly, an exquisite-looking light blue-colored longsword formed. There were even mysterious runes carved on the blade of the sword, the runes possessing faint traces of magic circulating within. With a glance, one could immediately tell that it was no ordinary weapon. Shifeng immediately grew excited. He knew that he lucked out this time, and it was not as simple as a mere success. I wonder what the attributes are. Shifeng clicked to check the weapon's attributes. He had to wait a total of 10 seconds before the system could give him a conclusion. System, runic steel's effect triggered, rank increased by 1. System, black steel insignia effect triggered, attributes increased. System, Silver Lake has been successfully forged. Forgery proficiency increased by 3 points. Obtain 10,000 EXP. Chapter 135, Personal Exclusive. The series of system notifications startled Shifeng slightly. He had only made some slight adjustments to the Silver Dawn based on his habits and battle styles. He did not think his luck would be so heaven-defying. Even out of 100 tries, both effects definitely won't trigger together again. One could just imagine how greatly enhanced the Silver Lake's attributes are. To what extent of an increase, however, nobody knew. The runic steel could upgrade an item's quality by 1 rank. That meant that secret silver rank could be upgraded to fine gold rank. As for black steel's insignia, it could increase the attribute values of a piece of equipment, and the increase would normally be between 5% to 25%. If the weapon's attributes rose by 20%, It would be the equivalent of having upgraded the weapon's quality by an entire rank. If both effects stacked with each other, the refined light blue longsword would, at the very least, be a top-tier fine gold weapon, with the possibility of even being a dark gold weapon. A level 10 dark gold weapon. At this stage of the game, aside from magic weapons, it was the most powerful weapon available, period. Immediately, Shifeng held up the silver lake that gave off a blue glow, checking its attributes. Silver lake, fine gold rank one-handed sword. Level 10. Equipment requirement. Strength 45, agility 80. Attack power plus 78. Strength plus 18, agility plus 22. Attack speed plus 1. Durability 70/70ths. Additional passive skill. Flowing shadow. Creates an afterimage effect while attacking. Simultaneously, the faster the attack speed is, the greater the damage caused. Damage can be increased up to a maximum of 50%. These attributes completely surpassed that of a top-tier fine gold weapon. With the additional skill, flowing shadow, the silver lake was absolutely comparable to a dark gold weapon. The attributes combine both speed and strength. As expected, it is as I thought. The more he looked at the silver lake, the greater his love for it became. In God's domain, the equipment forged generally had better attributes than the equipment dropped by the bosses from dungeons. Moreover, the forged ones were more suitable for specific classes. Hence, many experts preferred to hire master forgers to craft them custom weapons and equipment personally. Hence, master forgers were extremely welcomed and respected in God's domain. The experts of God's domain, especially, loved to make friends with master forgers. Master forgers also held great influence within a guild. Within God's domain, nobody would rashly offend a master forger. Who knew which expert a master forger had forged a weapon for before? If one carelessly provoked a master forger, they might end up assassinated or hunted by a large number of experts. After all, these experts all wished to earn a favor from a master forger, calling it in for custom equipment. Only suitable equipment would be the best equipment. Although these personalized weapons and equipment were only slightly better than equipment dropped from dungeons, the battle prowess a player could display while using the equipment would increase many-fold. Regarding these sorts of weapons and equipment, they were all referred to as exclusive equipment. They were only suited to a single individual, or a certain type of individual. The Silver Lake was a personal exclusive weapon that Shifeng created for himself. If other swordsmen used the Silver Lake, it would only display the power of a normal fine gold weapon. However, in Shifeng's hands, it could display the prowess of a dark gold weapon. Previously, Shifeng had lost the Crimson Blade in battle, and he just happened to be in need of a new weapon. This Silver Lake would suffice for Shifeng's use for a very long time, and he would not need a new weapon anytime soon. Now that he had crafted his first personal exclusive weapon, Shifeng felt much more assured. He then continued forging more silver dawns. After successfully forging the fine gold-ranked Silver Lake, it became much easier for Shifeng to forge the Silver Dawn. 2 days quickly passed. During the day, Shifeng would move some items to his new house, decorating his new home with some furniture. He then trained his body as usual. At night, after he entered God's domain, he forged equipment without stopping. In such a way, his time was fully occupied. After training his body for a time, in addition to the constant aid of the nutrient fluids, Shifeng could feel a clear improvement in his body's physique. Also, his mind felt much more clear. Currently, his physique had only caught up with the average standard of the athletes in his university. As long as he persevered for another fortnight, he might be able to reach the standard of the Fighting and Martial Arts Society's members. At that time, his body could absorb nutrient fluids more efficiently, allowing his mind to become much more active. Meanwhile, during the nights in God's domain, aside from occasionally visiting the auction house to purchase materials and appreciation items, Shifeng had conducted a large transaction with Stabbing Heart. Shifeng sold the level 5 to level 7 bronze equipment he possessed in bulk, earning himself over 2 gold coins and over 200,000 credits. Other than that, Shifeng spent the remainder of his time cooped up in the intermediate forging room. Not only did he forge silver dawns, but he also forged plenty of equipment using the bronze and mysterious iron forging designs he obtained from Blackbeard. After he spent all his money on forging equipment, he continued making advanced whetstones. In a period of 2 days, Shifeng had forged a total of 31 silver dawns, over 200 pieces of level 8 bronze equipment, over 100 pieces of level 9 bronze equipment, over 100 pieces of level 10 bronze equipment, over 60 mysterious iron weapons, over 70 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, and over 2,000 advanced whetstones. If other forgers saw at these numbers, they might faint from shock. Shifeng's forging speed was simply outrageous. However, the main reason Shifeng could create so many items was his low rate of failure. After forging so much equipment, Shifeng's level had long since reached level 10, and he was not that far from level 11. As long as Shifeng desired, he could go to White River City at any time. However, he did not plan to make that journey yet. At the very least, he wanted to make a trip to Blackwing City first, before going to White River City. According to Shifeng's understanding, the average players were mostly at level 6, the pro players at level 7, while only those leveling madmen who played the game 24 hours a day might be level 9. Hence, Shifeng was not in a hurry. Going from level 9 to level 10, the EXP needed was not a small amount. At the very least, it would take over a day to obtain it. Just as Shifeng prepared to go to the auction house and sell a few more glimmer chestplate forging designs, Shifeng suddenly discovered an interesting matter. The members of Martial Union, whom he could previously see on the streets, were nowhere to be found. Could Martial Union have disbanded already? Shifeng was slightly puzzled. He then called out the bounty system governed by the main god system, checking just how many members of Martial Union have died during this period. The collection of bounties in God's domain could be done through the main god system. As long as a player completed a bounty and submitted the appropriate information, the main god system would verify the information. After verification, the bounty previously registered and stored by the employer would be handed over to the player. There was absolutely no need for the employer to personally verify all information submitted, wasting a lot of time in the process. Previously, Shifeng stored 5 gold coins and 1,000,000 credits in the main god system, enough to burn Martial Union for a month or two. However, now that Shifeng took a look, he was immediately dumbfounded. The 5 gold coins he placed were no more, while there was still around 800,000 remaining of the 1,000,000 credits. The bounty on a normal member of Martial Union was only 1 silver coin, or 100 credits. 5 gold coins meant 500 kills. If it were an elite member of the guild, the bounty was 10 silver coins or 1,000 credits, and 5 gold coins was the equivalent of 50 kills. Such a number was sufficient to send all the elites of Martial Union in Red Leaf Town back to level 0. Furthermore, there was still more than 100,000 credits used up. It had only been slightly more than 2 days since Shifeng announced the bounty, and yet, so much was gone already. With this, nearly all members of Martial Union stationed within Red Leaf Town had died, several times to boot. This was a devastating and irrecoverable strike to Martial Union in Red Leaf Town. It was no wonder there were no players from Martial Union on the streets. After looking at the numbers and video evidence, Shifeng only had one word in his heart. Awesome. Having suffered to such a degree, had definitely crippled Martial Union. Among all the kill counts, a female assassin held the record for the most kills. She slaughtered over 50 members of Martial Union, and none were repetitive. This attracted Shifeng's attention. After watching the recordings of the female assassin in action, Shifeng was incomparably shocked. The girl's techniques were extremely skilled, and in battle, her usage of skills was simply perfect. She was absolutely one of the rare expert assassins. Fire Dance. Shifeng looked at the name displayed at the number 1 spot, his mouth softly reciting it. According to his memories, there didn't seem to be an expert female assassin called Fire Dance. At this moment, a call request suddenly came from Blackie. What happened, Blackie? Shifeng knew that Blackie would not randomly call without a purpose. The only possibility was that something had happened. Brother Feng, I don't know what happened, but those bastards from Martial Union found us. They also sent many of their elite players to surround us. Among them, there were also a few experts from Martial Union that I have never seen before. We went all out to break out of the encirclement, but because of my inability, Kola sacrificed himself and stayed behind to cover for us. The others also died as they tried to open a path. Right now Lonely Snow and I are the only ones left alive. Brother Feng, you need to be careful. You definitely mustn't allow them to discover you. If they do, you won't even have the time to use a return scroll, Blackie said with an extremely hurried tone. Both rage and resistance filled his voice. Ever since he started grinding for levels with Kola and the others, adventuring and going through life and death together, they had long since formed a very deep bond. Now, however, to secure his escape, Kola and the others took the initiative to stay behind and stall the enemies, while he could only run away. Thinking up to this point, even more anger filled Blackie over his own inadequacy. If he could become slightly stronger, he might not have to watch his teammates die, one after another. Where are you? I'll come immediately. Hearing Blackie's report, Shifeng burned with rage. However, he remained calm as he spoke. Brother Feng, you mustn't come here. There are too many players from Martial Union right now. Moreover, there are several experts here as well. I'll try to think of a way to escape with Lonely Snow, Blackie advised. The only reason he contacted Shifeng was that he worried Shifeng might accidentally encounter the players from Martial Union. It was not that he did not believe in Shifeng's strength, but the players from Martial Union simply numbered too many. There were also many experts among them. Shifeng would have no chance against them. Tell me where you two are now. Shifeng said each word coldly, an icy glint flashing in his eyes. Hearing Shifeng's grave tone, Blackie knew that Shifeng was serious. Moreover, Shifeng was very angry. Helpless, Blackie said. We're in Gale Valley. All right, I'll be there immediately. Be careful not to get surrounded, Shifeng said. Lonely Snow and I have escaped into the inner regions of the Gale Valley. Shrubs and fog fill this place, so they should not easily discover us. Blackie felt that he should not have contacted Shifeng. That way, he wouldn't have dragged Shifeng into this mess as well. Good then. Since you can't use return scrolls, someone might be using some special skill to stop you. However, you too can still use isolation scrolls. That way, it will be much harder for them to discover you. Find a good place to hide. I'll arrive soon. Shifeng disconnected the call. Although Shifeng did not know how Martial Union managed to find another group of players, even with experts leading them, they were gravely mistaken if they thought they could easily bully him. Shifeng dashed towards Gale Valley. Chapter 136 Resonant Sword. Gale Valley was quite far from Red Leaf Town. For the sake of speed, Shifeng used a speed scroll without hesitation. Instantly, Shifeng's speed soared, his body leaving behind afterimages as he ran. Crap! Who's that? How can he be so quick? Is he hacking? How could that be? This is God's domain. However, that is truly fast. Before I could get a clear look at him, he was already gone. That person must be an assassin who went full agility, with all his speed increasing skills activated. The players who saw Shifeng running were all shocked by his wind-like speed. He was no slower than a sports car. Ever since Shifeng reached level 10 and equipped his new weapon, the Silver Lake, his battle prowess was at least double that of at level 9. Moreover, after players reached level 10, all attributes increased by 10 points and HP by 100 points. Due to this increase, there was a large gap between level 9 and level 10 players. However, compared to the average level 10 player, Shifeng's attributes were much higher. The Ice Blue Devil Flame alone had greatly increased Shifeng's attributes, not to mention the magic weapon, Abyssal Blade, and the fine gold weapon Silver Lake. Furthermore, Shifeng possessed the complete Silvermoon set equipment, coupled with a few independent pieces of secret silver equipment. He also had the title Might of 1,000 currently equipped. Shifeng's strength alone reached 93 points. It was absolutely an unreachable amount to the average player. Moreover, Shifeng's agility had broken through the 100-point threshold, activating the intermediate agility hidden passive skill. Like the wind, it was renowned as a godly skill for battling in the open. With this new passive skill, players' movement speed increased by 15%, attack speed increased by 5%, and the shrubs and brambles of roads and forests would no longer affect him. Simultaneously, consumption of stamina had slightly reduced, greatly improving a player's survivability and ability in battle. Originally, Shifeng needed to travel for about 2 hours to reach Gale Valley. However, with this new passive skill, it took Shifeng less than an hour to arrive. The outer region of Gale Valley was a level 8 area, while its inner regions were level 9. Not only was there a large number of monsters in Gale Valley, but the monsters here also traveled in groups. Without a certain amount of strength, one could only seek death by coming to this place. Right now, only a small minority of players dared come here to level up. The Gale Valley was long and narrow. If over 500 players were present, they could perform an inch-by-inch search as they advanced. However, based on the information Blackie provided, Martial Union had only sent around 200 players. It was not enough to create a perfect encirclement of the area, and it would not be easy for them to locate Blackie and Lonely Snow. Moreover, if these 200 or so players wished to locate Blackie, they would have to spread out and form search parties. In regards to jungle battles such as this, Shifeng had experienced plenty in the past. In his previous life, he had done battle with many second-rate guilds, and even first-rate guilds in forested areas. Although the players involved numbered in the tens of thousands, he still bloodily massacred his enemies. It could be said that Shifeng was most familiar with these types of battles. For the players who had only recently experienced the evolution of God's domain, however, their experiences of such warfare was nil. As expected, there is a sentry here. Before arriving at the entrance of Gale Valley, Shifeng had altered his appearance. After entering Gale Valley, with his extraordinary 5 senses, Shifeng immediately discovered the 4 level 6 assassins hidden around the valley's entrance. These assassins were all scouts of Martial Union specialized in investigation. They were currently tasked to report back all the players who entered the Gale Valley, determining whether or not said players were here as the enemy's backup. With this information, they could allow their members to prepare beforehand and set up an ambush. Unfortunately, Shifeng had long since guessed this, hence his alteration of his appearance before entering the Gale Valley. Even if the experts of Martial Union knew that someone had entered the Gale Valley, they would not know it was Shifeng. They would only see him as an independent player, here to level up, and they would not be wary of him. Shifeng paid no heed to these assassins. Instead, he went deeper into the Gale Valley. Based on Shifeng's strength alone, it would be extremely easy for Shifeng to kill these 4 level 6 assassins. However, he would not. Doing so would only alert the enemy of his presence. If he caused the members of Martial Union to become vigilant, he could not achieve the greatest effect when he ambushed them later on. Boss unstable. There's a player entering the Gale Valley. However, he's not the target, Yifeng. One of the assassins on guard at the valley's entrance reported. Got it, you guys stay on guard there. As long as Yifeng enters the Gale Valley, immediately report it to me. Also, remember to tail him, and do not let him discover any of you. As long as you all do a good job, you will be members of the guild's elite team in the future. The player called Unstable commanded seriously. Yes. After finishing his report, the assassin grew extremely excited. He became much more serious as he silently awaited by the entrance for Yifeng. However, he did not know that the person he mentioned had long since entered the Gale Valley. After Shifeng entered the Gale Valley, he constantly advanced through the treetops. He utilized his heightened vision to observe the surrounding situation, making accurate decisions. And someone's here. Very quickly, Shifeng detected sounds of battle from the forest a short distance ahead. Moreover, it did not seem like a small battle. Immediately, Shifeng stealthily closed in on the origin of the sounds, intending to discover more about the situation. If it were only a battle between players and monsters, there would not be so much movement. Moreover, the closer Shifeng was, the clearer the sounds of metal clashing against metal, and the ear-piercing screech of blades, and swords interweaving with each other. Could they have discovered Blackie? Shifeng shook his head, feeling that the possibility was extremely low. Previously, when Blackie contacted him, Blackie stayed in the level 9 inner regions of Gale Valley. Meanwhile, this was the level 8 area of Gale Valley, and there was no way Martial Union had encountered Blackie. When Shifeng leaped up to one of the trees closest to the scene of the battle, he discovered that it was indeed a conflict between players. Moreover, the battle was very intense. The weaker of the two parties only had 6 players remaining, and they did not even have a healer. Meanwhile, the players bearing the guild emblem of Martial Union were still considerably strong. They had a total of 18 players remaining, with 3 of which were healers. Amongst the healers, 2 were level 7 clerics, while 1 was a level 8 druid. They all wore matching bronze set equipment mixed with a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. The rest of the players also had relatively good equipment, and the lowest leveled among them was a level 7 player possessing a complete set of bronze equipment. These 18 players were elite members of Martial Union. If they were not elites, they would not possess such levels and equipment. They looked even stronger than the elites Shifeng had faced off with before. Since when did Martial Union possess so many elites? Shifeng was slightly puzzled. Logically, Martial Union should have long since been crippled after dying so many times. So, how did so many elites suddenly appear? Moreover, every one of them possessed good equipment, and compared to Martial Union at its peak, they were much stronger. In Red Leaf Town, their power could rival that of a third-rate guild. It was truly an unfathomable situation. Little girl, don't even think of escaping this time. Just obediently wait for your deaths. The commanding team leader from Martial Union sneered as he looked at the female assassin possessing a sexy body. Looking at the hot female assassin, she had an attractive oval face, slender eyebrows, and eyes as clear as water. The girl was very beautiful, like a dazzling pearl or fluorescent jade, and beneath her appearance, she hid a faint lovely tenderness. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourselves? You want me to stay put and let you kill me? Dream on. Even if I die, I'll take you guys with me. The provocative-looking girl glanced at the swordsman team leader, the corners of her lips curling up slightly, as she said disdainfully, Sister Fire Dance, you should leave. Let us hold them off for you. If we continue dragging this on, none of us will get away. Don't forget, we are now red players, and the death penalty is extremely severe. At the very least, we would lose 2 levels and 3 or 4 pieces of equipment. The berserker beside the girl softly suggested. Although the berserker spoke in a very soft tone, Shifeng, who possessed extraordinary 5 senses, managed to hear him clearly. Fire Dance. It was no wonder Shifeng thought that the female assassin looked familiar. It turned out that she was Fire Dance, the female assassin who ranked at number 1 for killing the members of Martial Union. It seems that I have to lend some help this time. Shifeng faintly smiled as he stood on the branch. Even if he were not familiar with Fire Dance, he would still lend her some help. The reason he came here was to kill everyone from Martial Union, creating rivers of blood. He wanted to teach the players from Martial Union what the rage of an independent player truly meant. At this moment, the swordsman team leader laughed loudly, saying, "Do you think you can still escape? The moment we discovered you, we called for all our comrades to hurry over. We have long since surrounded this place. If you can still manage to escape, I'll eat this greatsword of mine." Chapter 137 Monster. It seems they will bury us here. Our only choice is to carve out a trail of blood, Fire Dance said. After hearing the swordsman team leader from Martial Union speak, Fire Dance's expression turned grim, gritting her teeth slightly. Originally, she intended to come here to kill the members of Martial Union. She did not think that she would fall into Martial Union's trap instead. After killing their way out of the encirclement with much difficulty, these players once more surrounded them. Their chances of escaping were already scant, and if another 20 or so enemies arrived, even that tiny hope of escape would vanish. If she and her teammates died now, with the previous crime value they had accumulated, at the very least, her teammates would each lose 2 levels, while she would lose at least 3 levels and all of her equipment. Such a loss would devastate them, and their team would very likely disband, never to rise again. Ha ha ha. It's too late to fear now. Originally, we prepared this ambush for that Yifeng. But I never thought you guys would send yourselves to death. From now on, the fine equipment that you guys use will belong to us. Brothers, go! Leave that little girl for me to deal with. The swordsman team leader licked his lips as he spoke, his eyes revealing an undisguised greed as he gazed at Fire Dance's sexy body. Naturally, Sherfeng, who was hiding in the forest, heard the entire conversation. Although he knew Martial Union definitely had some hidden plot, it turned out that they planned to set a trap for him all along. Previously, he had stayed inside the forging room, creating equipment. Moreover, he had also altered his outward appearance, making it impossible for Martial Union to find him. Hence, they chose to take action against Blackie and the others, using them to lure him out. At the same time, they would set up a trap and surround him. Unfortunately, although they had prepared for a variety of situations, they missed out on 2 important points. First, Sherfeng possessed the demon mask that allowed him to disguise his character's appearance and information easily. Second, they gravely underestimated Sherfeng's current strength. Brothers, follow me and let's kill our way out. At this moment, Fire Dance chose to take the initiative and launched an attack. In the blink of an eye, she rushed towards the spot where the encirclement had the least amount of players. Before the berserker standing there could react, Fire Dance's dagger had already pierced the back of his head, forcing him into a fainted state. Fire Dance immediately followed up with a backstab, assassinate, and eviscerate, instantly removing half of the berserker's HP. The other members of Fire Dance's team also rushed forward with her, breaking through the encirclement. However, just as the several level 7 players fell to critical health, a dazzling white light surrounded their bodies, recovering over half of their total HP. Moreover, those players were not just weaklings. They stubbornly held back the members of Fire Dance's team, not backing down in the slightest. Mages, go all out. Clerics, cast your shields. Rangers, mark the assassins. Do not let them get away. I don't want to become a laughingstock for the players in Blue Water Town. The swordsman from Martial Union commanded, as he similarly charged at Fire Dance. Including herself, Fire Dance's team only had 6 players remaining. Each of them faced off against 2 or 3 enemies. Their enemies also had healers constantly replenishing their health. They had no chance for victory at all. Moreover, with the constant bombardment from the backline mages of Martial Union, Fire Dance lost another 2 of her teammates in the blink of an eye. Is this really it for us? Fire Dance watched her comrades fall in front of her eyes, her heart bleeding at the sight. However, Fire Dance had no time for anger, as she faced off against 3 enemies at once. One of the 3 was also the team leader from Martial Union. However, in addition to being outnumbered, she also had to deal with the constant attacks from the mages. As a result, her HP reduced continuously, while a majority of her skills were on cooldown. She could only dodge the incoming attacks to reduce as much damage as possible. Ha ha ha. Little girl, if you wish to blame someone, then blame that Yifeng of yours for standing out. All who go against Martial Union will earn a fatal ending. However, you can be relieved. That Yifeng fellow will sooner or later accompany you as well. Just when the swordsman thought that victory was in his grasp, a black figure silently appeared behind Martial Union's healers. Nobody had even discovered the appearance of this person. Without anybody noticing, 2 sword lights pierced through one of the level 7 clerics, causing damages of -397 and -542, instantly killing him. Only when the cleric died did the second cleric and druid notice an enemy right beside them. Moreover, this new enemy instantly killed one of their comrades. Inmai, the other cleric attempted to yell out in fright, yet he suddenly discovered that he was unable to yell out. He did not know when it started, but at this moment, Both his abdomen and neck spurted out fresh blood. Moreover, when he turned to look at the druid beside him, he noticed that the druid was in a similar situation. However, neither of them noticed that, in actuality, they had been attacked at the same time as the first cleric. Only, their reactions were slightly delayed, failing to notice their own HPs had already to 0. Staring at each other, they both fell forward, their visions turning a dull gray. "That's 3 down." Shifeng's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He then shifted his cold gaze to the mages nearby. Based on Shifeng's current attack power, even if he did not depend on the Ice Blue Devil Flame's damage increase, and did not use any of his skills, he could still kill any cloth armor classes of the same level, with only 2 strikes from his swords. 2 swords, 6 images. With Shifeng's current attributes, it was an easy feat, and there were burdens when doing so. Moreover, the faster Shifeng's sword slashes were, the greater the damage the Silver Lake could cause. If Shifeng's speed reached its pinnacle, it might even be possible for him to instant kill a cloth armor class with just a single sword strike. In an open battlefield like this, Shifeng was just like a harvester, reaping players' lives. With Shifeng's current attack speed, if other players did not activate their extraordinary state, they could not block Shifeng's attacks at all. Without a doubt, they would instantly die. Meanwhile, the current players able to activate the extraordinary state were usually melee classes, such as the swordsman team leader. Only with it could they possibly have a chance to react and retaliate against Shifeng. However, even then it was only a possibility. Shifeng then activated Wind Blade, rushing towards the nearest elementalist of Martial Union. "Are you healers dead or what? Don't you even know how to heal?" A low HP assassin of Martial Union cursed. However, the assassin's curses received no replies. Seizing the opportunity, Fire Dance, with her accumulated 3-star energy, used Eviscerate to finish off this assassin. The backline mages witnessing this scene all turned to look at the healers behind them, intending to find out what had happened. However, the moment one turned, he immediately discovered a dark shadow sliding across his neck, with another blue shadow piercing through his chest. His HP bar displayed before him rapidly decreased. Soon after, his vision darkened, and his life extinguished. After killing the elementalist, Shifeng turned towards the other mage classes. "Leader, there's a monster ambushing us," a summoner at a distance shouted in fright after witnessing this scene. However, before he could even get a clear look at this ambusher, the level 7 elementalist was already dead. Such a scene caused this summoner to have shivers all down his body. "Can't you see that I'm busy here? If it's just a monster ambush, don't you know how to deal with it yourselves?" The swordsman retorted angrily. At this moment, he still exchanged moves with Fire Dance, and he could not afford a distraction. "It's just a monster. Where's the need to report even that? Are you an idiot or what?" Hearing no reply from the summoner, the swordsman thought his subordinate turned to deal with the monster. Hence, he focused more on his battle against Fire Dance. In reality, however, the summoner already lay beneath Shifeng's feet. The 3 mages nearby who attempted to escape were dead as well. Meanwhile, Shifeng's name turned a crimson red, as if it would bleed at any time. Currently, only 3 players remained on Fire Dance's team, and all 3 of their HPs were almost gone. Meanwhile, Martial Union still had 9 melee players whose HPs were above 50%. "Leader, something's not right. I'm already at half health, but the healers haven't healed me yet," a berserker shouted. "Crap, what are you healers doing? Do you not want to play anymore?" The swordsman bellowed after discovering the problem as well. However, just after he finished his bellow, he suddenly felt a chill down his back. He hurriedly rolled to a side, dodging. Immediately after, 3 sword images pierced through the space he stood before. The 2 other players in front of him were not as lucky. Both of Shifeng's swords pierced through their backs. Without even knowing the cause of their deaths, both of their bodies fell lifelessly to the ground, their eyes wide open. As the leader, the swordsman was the strongest among the entire team. However, when he saw this scene play out before him, he suddenly felt cold throughout his body. Being able to kill both of his comrades instantly, And without using any skills to boot. Just how heaven-defying was this person's attack power? Who are you? Why are you acting against us? The team leader gathered up his courage, angrily shouting. Do you know who we are? We are members of Martial Union. If you don't wish to die, leave this place immediately. I can still let you off the hook. However, he suddenly heard the reply whispered from behind him. The ones I'm here to kill are precisely you from Martial Union. The swordsman team leader turned his head, his complexion turning pale instantly. Previously, the mysterious player standing in front of him had, in the blink of an eye, arrived at his back, giving him a cold smile. Before the swordsman team leader could even scream, Shifeng sent a chop at him. The pitch-black abyssal blade pierced through his chest, causing over -700 damage, instantly dropping his HP to 0. Pairing up silent steps and chop, Shifeng had killed off the level 8 swordsman team leader. Meanwhile, Fire Dance, witnessing this scene from a distance, was utterly dumbfounded. This mysterious player had instantly killed the swordsman team leader, whom she had difficulty dealing with. Is this mysterious player truly a player? He can't be a ghost of God's domain, right? After the team leader of Martial Union died, the other members were all fear-stricken. After witnessing Shifeng's extraordinary speed and frightening damage, they all felt unprecedented fear. Is this even a player? He can't be a monster, right? This way of thinking reverberated in the minds of these players, causing them to tremble with fear. Although Fire Dance had good technique, at this moment, she did not dare to make any careless movements. She could only watch in silence, and unknowingly, a streak of sweat rolled down from her forehead. When faced with this mysterious player before her, Fire Dance's instincts were telling her that, if this mysterious player wanted to deal with her, death would be the only outcome for her. Chapter 138, Hidden Expert. Fire Dance's eyes flickered when she saw Shifeng's figure. Aside from the immense pressure that she felt from him, she could also smell the stench of death on him. From the moment Shifeng appeared, she was aware of Shifeng's existence. However, Shifeng's movements and battle techniques were just too quick, to the point where she even questioned her own senses. Only when the team leader died was she shocked out of her daze. From the death of the first cleric to the death of the swordsman, only a short 5 seconds had passed. Every time Shifeng revealed himself, another player fell to the ground, blood spurting from their bodies. Shifeng was like the Grim Reaper, harvesting the lives of Martial Union's members. One could only describe Shifeng's movements as erratic. Shifeng also wore a pitch-black hooded cape that hid his face. In addition, the demon mask hid his name, level, and other information. Aside from his HP bar, there was nothing else to see. It would not be strange even if he received the same treatment as a monster. The only reason Fire Dance knew Shifeng was not a monster was that she had overheard Shifeng speaking to the swordsman team leader in a low tone. However, the fact that Shifeng was not a monster, but instead a player, shocked Fire Dance even more. Just how high were Shifeng's attributes for him to be so strong? Meanwhile, Shifeng felt nothing unexpected about the feats he had just accomplished. The attributes of these players was not even half of his own. Virtual reality games were just that cruel. Although the gap of attributes between each level was small, when accumulated to a certain degree, the gap in total strength would be massive. Quick escape. That's a monster. I'm not fighting anymore. That monster is just too scary. Although they knew that this was just a virtual reality, the remaining 5 players from Martial Union were still utterly afraid, their hearts beating madly. Their team leader, the strongest amongst them, died in an instant. He wasn't even able to retaliate in the slightest. This was no longer a monster that players could handle. Immediately, every one of them fled, intending to meet up with the others hurrying over. Only then could they have peace of mind. It's too late to escape now. Shifeng activated Windwalk, and like an arrow, his body shot forth, instantly catching up to the first assassin. In a fright, that assassin attempted to turn his body to block Shifeng's attack. Unfortunately for him, Shifeng's attack speed was just too fast. With a wave of the abyssal blade, 3 sword images landed upon the assassin's vital points. Without even managing to block a single sword image, the assassin died. When the several other escaping players saw that an assassin, a class widely known for their agility, fell without even being able to defend, immense fear permeated their minds. They poured more into their effort to escape. However, it was futile as the distance between them and Shifeng only grew shorter and shorter. Meanwhile, the abyssal blade was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper already placed around their necks. Shifeng needed only a slight tug, and their lives would be forfeit, right then and there. Within a moment, with an absolute difference of speed, Shifeng very quickly killed the 5 escaping players. He then started tidying up the loot. These Martial Union players all wore pretty nice armor. A majority of them were all fully equipped with bronze equipment, and some even had a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. However, the equipment was all just level 4 or level 5 equipment. Meanwhile, they each dropped at least one piece of equipment after death. 18 players meant 18 pieces of level 4 to level 5 bronze equipment. If Shifeng sold it all, he could make a small fortune. While Shifeng picked up the drops, Fire Dance, standing at a distance, held her delicate hand over her madly beating heart. Slightly calming her emotions, she picked up the courage to walk towards Shifeng, saying in gratitude, "I am called Fire Dance. Thank you for saving us." Originally, Fire Dance despaired, having prepared for her death. Only, she never imagined that someone would suddenly appear. Moreover, that someone massacred the players from Martial Union. Everything that happened was like a dream. Although Fire Dance also worried that the mysterious man before her would suddenly go berserk, killing her and her teammates as well to steal their equipment. Based on the man's previous actions, Fire Dance knew that the mysterious man before her did not mean them any harm. Otherwise, he would have already taken their lives along with the swordsmen of Martial Union. "You don't have to thank me. To begin with, these people originally set up this trap for me. You guys should hurry and leave. This place is very dangerous right now, and the other members of Martial Union should be arriving very soon," Shifeng softly said as he picked up the dropped equipment. He had only saved Fire Dance and her companions in passing. He could also take the chance to thank Fire Dance for working so hard, killing the members of Martial Union. Fire Dance suddenly blinked at Shifeng's words, staring at him with her big watery eyes. Her heartbeat accelerated further, feeling like it was too good to be true. You're Yifeng?" Fire Dance asked in disbelief. The reason she came to the Gale Valley was that she had heard that Martial Union intended to deal with Yifeng's teammates. Hence, she thought of coming to lend some help, and just maybe, she might even get to meet Yifeng himself. It was truly unbelievable how fate could toy with a person's life. Originally, she thought of offering Yifeng aid, yet in the end, Yifeng had saved her. Was this fate? Thinking up to this point, a faint blush added to Fire Dance's snow-white cheeks. She felt that she was overthinking, and she was unclear as to why she would have such a thought. "That's right. I am Yifeng. How did you know who I am?" Shifeng looked at the excited Fire Dance, puzzled. He was sure he was not acquainted with this beauty standing in front of him. However, seeing Fire Dance's expression, it would seem that she was somehow familiar with him. Meanwhile, the berserker Water Buffalo was tongue-tied after hearing Shifeng admit that he was indeed Fire Dance's idol, Yifeng. An incomparable fanaticism appeared in his eyes. Previously, he felt Shifeng was not all that powerful, and that he was only an expert over-exaggerated by others. Now he was utterly convinced. Sure enough, there was nothing false about Shifeng's famous reputation. Shifeng could solo the elite team from Martial Union that even they could not deal with. In the past, even if others hyped it all over the place, he would still have not believed any of it. Now, however, aside from shock, admiration for Yifeng filled his being. It was no wonder why Yifeng was Fire Dance's idol. "Big brother Yifeng, you don't know this, but in reality, Sister Fire Dance is your..." Before Water Buffalo could finish speaking, he received a kick from Fire Dance. He grimaced from the pain, but when he looked at the expression in Fire Dance's eyes that seemed able to eat a person whole, he immediately chose to cover his mouth, not uttering a single word. "Is my what?" Shifeng was puzzled, It's nothing. Water Buffalo is just having an epileptic fit. Big brother Yifeng, won't you leave with us? Fire Dance slightly shook her head. She then worriedly said, this time, Martial Union has sent over 200 men here. They have long since surrounded this entire area. There are also several powerful level 9 experts, and all of them are wearing sets of mysterious iron equipment. They killed many of our teammates. If they surround us, we will have no chance of escaping at all. Big brother Yifeng, it is not too late to escape. If we wait any longer, we'll lose the chance. If it weren't for those experts, her team would not have incurred such huge losses. Level 9 experts, is it? Sherfeng was slightly shocked. The current level 9 players in Red Leaf Town were experts at the pinnacle. Now, however, several level 9 hidden experts suddenly appeared here. Moreover, they were all Martial Union's men. However, so what if they were level 9 experts? Since they wished to deal with him, he would receive every one of them. It just so happened that he could use them to test his sword. You guys should hurry up and leave. I'll stay here and take a look at these experts. Chapter 139, Unstable Devastation. After he finished speaking, Sherfeng snuck into the forest. Sister Fire Dance, what do we do now? Do we leave? Water Buffalo asked. Fire Dance rolled her eyes at Water Buffalo. She looked towards the direction Sherfeng departed, saying, Brother Yifeng is the one who saved our lives. Of course, we have to help. Although Fire Dance believed in Yifeng's strength, she had personally witnessed how powerful those other players were. If they surrounded Yifeng, he might end up in a very dangerous situation. If something occurred, a little help from her might allow Sherfeng to escape. Immediately, the two snuck into the forest as well, following Yifeng. In the deeper regions of the dense forest, among the overgrown shrubs, level 8 shadow leopards hid in the shadows. At this moment, a 50-man team from Martial Union currently cleared away the shadow leopards in their path while they pushed forward. Brother Unstable, won't we waste time if we go after that little girl called Fire Dance, instead of continuing our search for Yifeng's teammates? Ironsword Lion asked, disgruntled. His eyebrows scrunched up tightly as he looked towards the center of the team, at the handsome youth humming a song with overflowing interest. The humming youth was around the age of 27 or 28, and he was indeed the brother Unstable, who Ironsword Lion called out to. He was also the vice leader of Martial Union, Unstable Devastation. Be it status or strength, Unstable Devastation far surpasses Ironsword Lion, and even Ironsword Lion had to refer to him as brother respectfully. Ironsword, you are still such a simple person. It is no wonder that brat Yifeng toyed with you. You even entangled the guild in this huge mess. Thanks to you, Martial Union's reputation has suffered utterly tarnished. Do you understand that? Unstable Devastation suddenly halted his steps. He looked towards Ironsword Lion, growling angrily. If I had not discovered this so soon, Martial Union might have had no place in Red Leaf Town by now. Ironsword Lion lowered his head in silence. Your poor management has already destroyed Red Leaf Town's Martial Union. Right now, in order to help clean up this mess of yours, I have no choice but to transfer all of the elites from the other 3 towns to Red Leaf Town to redeem our reputation. Yet, you still have the gall to speak up? Unstable Devastation reprimanded Ironsword Lion in front of everyone else, not leaving Ironsword Lion any face. Ironsword Lion flushed red with anger. However, he did not dare reply, only enduring in silence. The other leaders from the 3 towns sneered at this sight. Every time Martial Union switched to a new game, the guild's hierarchy also reshuffled. In the past, Ironsword Lion was always able to go wild, but not this time. Currently, Ironsword Lion was only level 8, while they were all level 9. Moreover, the guild's development in their respective towns progressed fairly well, and they managed to recruit many newcomers with valuable potential. Compared to the current state of the guild branch in Red Leaf Town, with only a few weaklings remaining, their branches were stronger by leaps and bounds. Ironsword, do you truly think that, after I have spent so much effort cornering Yifeng's teammates, I would let 2 of them escape? You should know that Yifeng is our main target. His teammates are simply lures. If all his teammates died here, Do you think he will still show? We have already confined his teammates within Gale Valley, so we have achieved our initial goal. Right now, what we ought to do is to take revenge and show the players in the town what the consequences are for challenging martial union. Meanwhile, that little girl is the best option as an example. She has killed so many of our people. Many players are bound to pay attention to her. As long as we kill her back to level 0, martial union's reputation will definitely recover to its peak. If we manage to kill Yifeng, then martial union can also use this chance to leap through the threshold of a third-rate guild. Unstable Devastation had long since possessed a plan of his own. Ironsword Lion had always been one of the guild leader's most trusted aides. Many of the elders in the guild also supported the guild leader. If Unstable wished to become guild leader, he needed to increase both his influence and fame. Meanwhile, Yifeng was a player with a certain amount of fame within White River City. He was a publicly acknowledged swordsman expert, and his fame even far exceeded that of the guild leader, Nameless Pride. Hence, Yifeng was his best choice. As long as he could kill Yifeng and upload the recording, he would instantly become an apex expert, famous throughout White River City. Moreover, it would allow the guild branch in Red Leaf Town to rise back up to prominence. When that time came, the elders in the guild would side with him, and the day he became the guild leader of Martial Union would only be around the corner. Yifeng, you will become my stepping stone, Unstable Devastation proudly said with a laugh. He did not believe that an independent player could survive once surrounded by so many. Only even until now, Shifeng had yet to show himself, annoying Unstable. Just as Martial Union slowly advanced, Shifeng, traversing through the treetops, discovered Unstable Devastation and the others. After some silent observation, he discovered that these players were all elites. The lowest amongst them was level 7, and a majority of them were level 8. There were also 4 players who had reached level 9. They all wore mysterious iron equipment, and the weakest of their weapons was also mysterious iron rank. Meanwhile, the handsome youth leading these players wore a secret silver-ranked longbow across his back. Isn't that Unstable Devastation? Shifeng immediately recognized the bow-carrying youth. In Shifeng's previous life, he had clashed many times with Unstable Devastation. Unstable Devastation was a cunning and cruel individual. His battle prowess ranked within the top 5 throughout all of Martial Union. Compared to Ironsword Lion, he was much stronger. Shifeng was also familiar with the other 3 level 9 players. They were all experts comparable to Ironsword Lion, and they were all branch leaders in other towns. No wonder Martial Union suddenly has so many players. It turns out that they've called over the elites from 3 of the towns nearby. Shifeng came to a realization. These 3 level 9 branch leaders were very strong. Only, in Shifeng's previous life, Ironsword Lion had managed to obtain the pass to Blackwing City, allowing him a lead against the others. He then gradually widened the gap, finally becoming the guild leader of Mini Martial Union. However, the tracks of history had already changed. In this life, not only had Shifeng killed Ironsword Lion twice, but he also obtained the Blackwing City pass that Ironsword Lion possessed. Ironsword Lion's life was fated to end in a tragedy, and he naturally was much weaker than the other 3 branch leaders. If it were during the previous life, if Shifeng met any one of these leaders, he would have had to proceed with extreme caution. If he met 2 of them together, he would definitely need to avoid them. Now, however, although all 5 of them were together, Shifeng had no intentions of leaving. The situation was different this time. Not only did Shifeng possess a magic weapon, but he had also obtained the Ice Blue Devil Flame and many other pieces of equipment that were top tier at this stage of the game. He also had the advantage of levels, so he naturally possessed the confidence to battle. Even if he couldn't win against them, he could still escape them. At this moment, Unstable Devastation had yet to learn that one of his elite teams had been wiped out. That was because players needed to wait 10 minutes before reviving at the graveyard. Within 30 minutes of revival, players could not transmit any information or communication. Hence, Unstable Devastation, and the others did not know that Shifeng had arrived. They were not cautious in the least, and it was a perfect chance for Shifeng to launch and ambush them. Hence, Shifeng continued to follow his target's unhurried advancement. While they traveled, the team maintained impressive positioning. Their healers stayed in the middle, while Unstable Devastation and the other experts walked beside them. Moreover, the players in the center of the formation only watched the players at the front battle, with no intentions of killing the monsters themselves. This way, it would be difficult for even a top-tier assassin to attack the healers. Meanwhile, the players in the outer layer would not move further than 15 yards from the center. If something unexpected occurred, they could immediately lend aid. Shifeng did not seek a frontal confrontation. Instead, he would take advantage of his speed to slowly chip at the outer layer of this team. Soon after, Shifeng silently closed in on them. Within a short moment, the players of Martial Union met with a group of Shadow Leopards. An extremely ferocious level 8 chieftain-ranked Shadow Leopard King led the small leap of Shadow Leopards. Shifeng felt that this was his chance. He crept closer to the team, hiding in a bush and waiting. Time passed bit by bit. The guards around the Shadow Leopard King were all dead, and the king was the only one left. The players of Martial Union grew very excited. Seeing as good equipment was about to drop, they all became much more serious and focused on the battle. They remained completely unaware of Shifeng, already positioned on the tree above their heads. MT, make sure to dodge its skills. Don't let its claws land on you. As for everyone else, hold off as many strikes as you can. Healers, go all out with your heals. Unstable Devastation was also excited. Immediately, the speed at which the arrows fired from his bow accelerated. Unstable Devastation did not think that his luck would be so good as to allow him to meet a level 8 chieftain. This kind of field chieftain would not just drop a single piece of equipment, but would normally drop several. Based on the Shadow Leopard King's level, at the very least, it would drop level 7 or level 8 secret silver equipment, and possibly fine gold equipment. Mysterious iron equipment was considered high quality at this stage of the game. In the entire Martial Union, the total amount of secret silver equipment they possessed was no more than 10 pieces. It was obvious just how precious they were. Meanwhile, the Shadow Leopard King before them had the possibility of dropping fine gold equipment. Compared to secret silver equipment, it was much rarer, and its attributes were much higher. Currently, not a single person in Martial Union possessed a piece of fine gold equipment. Not to mention Martial Union, even those third-rate guilds did not possess a single piece of fine gold equipment. Only second-rate guilds or higher possibly owned such an item. However, only the guild leader or vice leader would have access, while elite members could only look at it. It would be impossible for them to obtain it, as it would be the symbol of a guild status. If they could obtain 1 or 2 pieces of fine gold equipment, killing Shifeng would be a small matter. As the Shadow Leopard King was a chieftain-ranked monster, the other branch leaders and Ironsword Lion also participated in the battle, both sides engaging in intense combat. Shadow Leopard King Chieftain Rank Level 8 HP 40, 000/40, 000. A casual pouncing attack from the Shadow Leopard King could easily end a player's life, while a single swipe of its tail could obliterate more than half the HP of a group of players. When it struck with its sharp claws, if an MT did not defend properly, they would instantly die. If the Shadow Leopard King roared, it could force back the enemies within an 8-yard radius, forcing them into a fainted state for 3 seconds. In addition, the Shadow Leopard King was quite nimble and had extremely high defense. As a result, the casualties and fatalities on Martial Union's side were relatively high. Meanwhile, the damage Martial Union inflicted was limited. The strongest player among them, Unstable Devastation, could only cause -40 to -50 damage to it, while the others could only manage slightly over -10 damage. Fortunately, there were plenty of players on Martial Union's side. With a total of 50 players surrounding the Shadow Leopard King, they managed to shave off a lot of the monster's HP. The Shadow Leopard King's HP steadily fell, and when its HP was about to reach 50%, Shifeng immediately used Phantom Kill. Controlling his doppelganger to circle the group, Shifeng prepared his doppelganger to ambush the mage classes and healers. Chapter 140, Shadow Leopard King. The Shadow Leopard King was a level 8 chieftain-ranked monster. As long as its HP fell below 50%, it would enter a berserk state. Both its attack power and attack speed would then increase by 20%, and even an MT geared with a full set of level 5 set equipment could hold it off. Guardian Knights, pay attention to cast Protection Blessing on the Shield Warriors. Shield Warriors, prepare to activate Shield Wall at any time. As long as we can endure its berserk period, we will be victorious. Unstable Devastation knew about the berserk state. Hence, he hurriedly gave commands as he saw the Shadow Leopard King's HP reaching 50%. Protection Blessing could reduce the damage an ally received by 50%. A Shield Warrior's Shield Wall could also reduce damage by 50%. With both effects stacked, the Shield Warrior would only receive 25% of the total damage. Even if the Shadow Leopard King went berserk, the Shield Warrior could hold it off completely. Finally, the Shadow Leopard King's HP dropped below the 50% threshold. "Aolo!" the Shadow Leopard King bellowed, its body abruptly expanding. Everything was within Unstable Devastation's grasp. Just as he was about to reveal a victorious smile, the situation suddenly changed. At this moment, the Shadow Leopard King summoned 2 more level 8 elite-ranked Shadow Leopards, each of them possessing 3,000 HP. The 2 new arrivals roared as they abruptly pounced, arriving behind the healers on the backline. Before any of these healers could react, the 2 Shadow Leopards pinned them to the ground. Shift focus. Get rid of these 2 elite Shadow Leopards first. Unstable Devastation's expression turned grim. Just after he finished speaking, the elite Shadow Leopards annihilated 2 of their healers. However, the level 9 branch leaders were not to be trifled with. Just after the 2 elite Shadow Leopards killed the healers, they moved into position to fend off the attacks of these 2 monsters, preventing the damage from extending any further. However, with the loss of 2 healers, the pressure the core MT faced greatly increased. Even with Protection Blessing and Shield Wall, every attack he received from the Shadow Leopard King exceeded over -300 points. On the other hand, his own HP did not even exceed 1,200 points. Moreover, the attack speed of the Shadow Leopard King was very quick. If it were not for him constantly dodging its attacks, he might have long since died already. Just with the Shadow Leopard King going berserk, Martial Union had lost over 5 players in the blink of an eye. The Shadow Leopard King's tail swipe took out 3 melee players. All 3 were instantly thrown and died while in midair. Hold on for a little longer. Its berserk period will be over soon. Watching his team members die, one after another, Unstable Devastation became very depressed and annoyed. The players he had brought with him were all elites, and every death was a huge loss to Martial Union. Fortunately, they could revive these players, greatly reducing the lost EXP. However, as long as they could kill the Shadow Leopard King, all of the losses would be worth it. Just when everyone from Martial Union thought the situation had stabilized, Shifeng's doppelganger used Wind Blade, arriving behind a Cursemancer. The Cursemancer had completely concentrated on the Shadow Leopard King, chanting incantations. He paid no attention to the surrounding situation at all. Due to all of Gale Valley falling under Martial Union's control, the risk of an ambush was non-existent. Hence, the Cursemancer was very much at ease. However, such a way of thinking was a big mistake. After the doppelganger's sword pierced through the Cursemancer's back, it then followed up with a chop to the Cursemancer's head. The doppelganger followed up with another normal attack. Although the doppelganger only possessed 50% of the original body's attributes, just 50% of Shifeng's attributes was terrifying. It could compare to a level 10 swordsman geared with a complete set of level 10 bronze set equipment. Moreover, the doppelganger's target Cursemancer was only level 7, wearing only level 4 and 5 bronze equipment. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, 3 damages of -189, -468, and -266 appeared above the Cursmancer's head. Shifeng's doppelganger instantly killed the Cursmancer, whose HP was less than 700 points. The Cursmancer's death quickly alerted the other mage classes. "Someone's kill-stealing," an elementalist shouted, startled. The surrounding mages all felt a heavy pressure weighing down on them. This intruder finished off a level 7 Cursmancer in just 3 moves. If this mysterious swordsman closed in on them, only death awaited. Without delay, Shifeng's doppelganger used Thundering Flash. 3 streaks of lightning arced towards the nearest 4 mages, immediately sending all 4 of them into a fright. Among them, 2 elementalists instantly reacted, using Blink to dodge the lightning. Meanwhile, the Cursmancer, who did not possess Blink, threw himself to the ground, barely avoiding the attack. However, the last of the 4 mages, the summoner, was not as fortunate. As he was closest to the attack, even though he too attempted to dodge, he was late by a breath. Without a hint of suspense, the level 5 Thunder Flash instantly fried him to a crisp. Although the doppelganger only managed to kill a summoner, a smile appeared on its face. The goal of this Thundering Flash was not to kill someone, but to open a path. At this moment, there were no obstructions between Shifeng's doppelganger and Martial Union's healers. The doppelganger activated Windwalk, dashing over. As long as it killed 1 or 2 more healers, Martial Union's entire team would fall into a huge predicament. Don't even think about killing the healers. At this moment, Ironsword Lion used Windblade and rushed to block the doppelganger. The swords from both parties collided, and as they attacked, they maintained their extraordinary states, battling with 4 sword images each. The doppelganger could not help but halt its momentum, forced to block the attacks. After exchanging several moves, Ironsword Lion was incomparably shocked. He felt that the swordsman, whose information displayed as unknown, facing him was a powerhouse. This mysterious swordsman actually blocked all of his attacks. Moreover, every time their swords collided, Ironsword Lion could feel an immense weight bearing down on him, causing both his arms to go numb. Occasionally, there were even few sudden stabs aimed at his vitals, forcing him to activate Defensive Blade to block. Ironsword, it seems that you have truly fallen. You can't even get rid of an average player trying to kill steal. A level 9 berserker geared in silver-gray battle armor snidely remarked. Crap. 5 rats, you come try, if you have the ability. Originally, he was already greatly aggrieved due to the constant pressure from Shifeng's doppelganger, and his HP constantly fell. Now that he received jeers on top of it, he immediately enraged. Since you want me to join, then I'll join. The level 9 berserker, 5 rats, used charge at Shifeng's doppelganger. Charge carried with it a fainted effect. Moreover, the surrounding mages were already in the midst of chanting incantations for their spells, sending fireballs and frost arrows at the doppelganger. The doppelganger activated Defensive Blade. It dodged the incoming magical attacks while it gradually closed in on Martial Union's healers. The level 2 Defensive Blade aided the doppelganger in mitigating the damage from the attacks it received. However, 5 rats followed up his charge with a break, greatly reducing the doppelganger's speed. You 3, get rid of him. Unstable devastation commanded the 3 assassins, pointing. He did not have the time to think about an idiot who was attempting to kill stealing a team with around 40 players remaining. After receiving the command, their assassins immediately rushed at Shifeng's doppelganger. Receiving the focused fire of over a dozen players, although the doppelganger managed to dodge a majority of the attacks, it still received a relatively significant amount of damage. The doppelganger's HP continuously fell, and within a moment, only 30% remained. Ha ha ha. I didn't think that it would be a fat fish with brain problems. Judging on the exchanges made and damage caused, 5 rats determined that this mysterious swordsman's equipment was exceptional. As long as he could kill the swordsman, he would definitely drop a lot of good equipment. The reason 5 rats thought so was that a single normal attack from the mysterious swordsman dealt him around -100 damage. Meanwhile, his normal attacks also chipped away 100 of the swordsman's HP. However, The problem lay in the fact that the mysterious swordsman used a one-handed sword, while he used a two-handed sword. In God's domain, a two-handed weapon's attack power was much higher than that of a one-handed weapon, and the damage a two-handed weapon caused was normally around twice that of a one-handed weapon. Due to the strong power stored within a two-handed weapon, every attack from the weapon could cause a devastating amount of damage. Meanwhile, the damage a one-handed weapon could cause was much less. However, its attack speed was much quicker. As a result, the average amount of damage dealt by both weapons, in the long run, was about the same. However, 5 rats had only managed to deal -100 damage to the mysterious swordsman. It showed just how good the mysterious swordsman's equipment was. Unfortunately, it is still too little. It would be great if they could send more people over. In the distance, hidden within a bush, Shifeng was slightly depressed as he saw that a dozen or so players attacked his doppelganger. He bitterly thought, forget it. I shouldn't be too greedy. I should reel in the net now. Abruptly, Shifeng's doppelganger burst with power. It suddenly leaped into the air. The abyssal blade in the doppelganger's hand then started to emit flames and thunder, immediately releasing a blast of elements towards the most crowded location. Chapter 141. You are Yifeng. The sudden burst of power coming from Shifeng's doppelganger alarmed the players, who were previously behaving indifferently. A vast sea of thunder and flames erupted from the doppelganger's thunder flame explosion. The players present could feel an oppressive feeling that was even more powerful than that of the Shadow Leopard King. As for the ones who were in direct confrontation with the doppelganger's thunder flame explosion, no. A few players immediately cried out in fear when confronted with the approaching fire and thunder. They all turned around and fled immediately. However, thunder flame explosion had an effective radius of 5 yards. Moreover, the skill descended on the players extremely quickly, and they had no time to run out of the area at all. They were only able to watch helplessly as the power of the skill consumed them. The players who possessed life-saving skills immediately activated them. Assassins used wind steps, swordsmen used parry, berserkers used block. As for those who had their life-saving skills on cooldown, all of them were swallowed by the thunder and fire. Without life-saving skills, those with already low HP immediately died. In the end, 4 members of Martial Union died from the doppelganger's thunder flame explosion, while the remaining survivors all heaved a sigh of relief. Humph! Brat, you're dead now for sure. So just accept your fate. The level 9 berserker 5 rats glared at Shifeng's doppelganger, smiling contemptuously. He abruptly brandished his great sword, casting cleave on the doppelganger. The other survivors also used their explosively powerful skills, launching their attacks towards Shifeng's doppelganger. Shifeng's doppelganger suddenly smiled. The doppelganger did not attempt to defend against any of the attacks. Instead, it used Earth Splitter, slashing its sword towards the players from Martial Union. Witnessing Shifeng's ludicrous actions, the players from Martial Union were all dumbfounded. Did he want them to perish together with him? The might of the Earth Splitter was extremely great, and the attacking players were all caught by surprise. In the blink of an eye, 2 low HP players were killed by the doppelganger's sword, with 3 having their HP reduced to a critical level. Only Ironsword Lion and 5 rats still had over half of their HP. However, Shifeng's doppelganger was similarly struck by everyone's skills, and its HP continuously fell. Within the blink of an eye, its HP was close to reaching 0. You're truly a lunatic. However, your equipment I'll gladly receive. Greed flashed across 5 rats' eyes as he looked at Shifeng's dark black equipment. This mysterious swordsman had taken the initiative to attack them, even managing to cull quite a lot of their numbers, so he had definitely become a red player, a huge one at that. If he were to die, he might even drop every single piece of equipment on his person. Moreover, both swordsmen and berserkers wore plate armor. Also, very little equipment at this stage of the game had class limitations. So, there was a possibility that 5 rats would be able to use some of the equipment that dropped. Ironsword Lion also heaved a sigh of relief. The mysterious swordsman before him was just too powerful. If not for so many players surrounding the mysterious swordsman, Ironsword Lion would have very quickly been killed. However, for reasons unknown, Ironsword Lion had felt a sense of familiarity when he crossed swords with the mysterious swordsman. Yet he was unable to figure out why. At this moment, Shifeng's doppelganger sent a faint smile at Five Rats. Swap. At the instant the doppelganger was about to disappear, Shifeng's original body swapped positions with the doppelganger. However, nobody managed to discover this fact. The abyssal blade and silver lake in Shifeng's hands transformed into a storm, sweeping across all the surviving melee players. 16 sword images instantly stabbed towards the players who had lowered their guards. Five Rats looked at his own HP rapidly sliding downwards, dumbfounded. His heart filled with both shock and confusion. Wasn't the mysterious swordsman in front of him supposed to be dead? So, why was the mysterious swordsman still able to attack him? Moreover, the mysterious swordsman's speed was so great that not even Five Rats himself was able to react. 2 swords, 16 sword images. Just what sort of speed was this? However, the more shocking matter to Five Rats was the mysterious swordsman's damage. Even Five Rats, whose damage and defense were the highest amongst the players present, had received over -300 points of damage from each sword image, with the highest damage reaching over -500 points. Five Rats' HP was only a measly 840 points, and even under a state of full HP, he would still be instantly killed. You are Yifeng? Ironsword Lion glared at Yifeng as he died, both his eyes turning incomparably crimson. His eyes were full of both shock and unwillingness. He truly did not think that he would actually be killed by Yifeng once again. The reason he felt that the mysterious swordsman was Yifeng was that he was extremely familiar with this move. He had been killed by this move twice before, and it would be hard for him to forget it even if he wanted to. Originally, he could have become an influential figure in Red Leaf Town, catching up to the influence of a third-rate guild. In the end, however, he was turned into a mess by Yifeng. He had even lost his most precious pass to Blackwing City. After he placed a bounty on Yifeng and his teammates, he in turn had a bounty placed upon him by Yifeng, becoming the laughingstock of the entire White River City. Originally, he thought that he would be able to give Yifeng a crushing defeat with a high bounty. In the end, however, a large majority of his guild members were crushed and ended up leaving the guild. The original member count of Martial Union in Red Leaf Town was quickly reduced from the original 100+ members down to less than 10 players. Martial Union then became the laughingstock of the players in Red Leaf Town. Now they had prepared to surround Yifeng, but the results had still turned out as such. Again and again, Ironsword Lion had tried to deal with Yifeng, yet every single time, he ended up with failure. Ironsword Lion even believed that Yifeng was the bane of his life. Otherwise, how could he explain his continuous series of failures? Now that Yifeng had killed him for the 3rd time, Ironsword Lion's confidence had been thoroughly shattered. The first time, he used the excuse that he was ambushed by Yifeng, being killed in just 2 moves. The second time, he used the excuse of not having a full understanding of Yifeng's strength, being insta-killed in just 1 move. Now it was the 3rd time. Yifeng did not even use a skill this time, yet Ironsword Lion was still instantly killed in just 2 attacks. A deep fear had been instilled into Ironsword Lion. Every time he met with Yifeng, he could feel that the gap between himself and Yifeng was growing wider and wider. Up until this instance, he did not even possess the qualifications to go against Yifeng. It was just like how Absolute Heaven had killed him many times over in the past. Although he frantically tried to take revenge, in the end, he would still choose to compromise. Be it Absolute Heaven or Yifeng, both were existences that he could no longer afford to provoke. When the players from Martial Union heard Ironsword Lion's dying words, each and every one of them was greatly shocked. Being able to kill 5 players within an instant, with branch leaders like Ironsword Lion and 5 Rats included amongst them, this strength was simply too frightening. So he is Yifeng. It was the first time Unstable Devastation personally met Yifeng. Although he tried identifying Yifeng's information, the results he obtained actually displayed it as unknown, giving him a slight shock. Aside from Yifeng's HP bar, There was nothing else Unstable Devastation could see. However, the dark black equipment Yifeng was wearing was undoubtedly an equipment set. Also, due to the hooded cape Yifeng was wearing, Unstable Devastation was unable to get a clear image of his appearance. Yifeng held a sword of unidentifiable quality in one hand, and a treasured sword that gave off a light blue glow in the other. The treasured sword was at least secret silver ranked. Judging from Yifeng's performance in the battle before, Yifeng was much stronger than what Ironsword Lion had stated. If Yifeng was already so powerful right now, he would definitely become unstoppable in the future. If Unstable Devastation were to meet Yifeng before, he definitely would not have provoked Yifeng, no matter what. However, Yifeng already had an unresolvable grudge with Martial Union, so Unstable Devastation would not be courteous with him anymore. Before Yifeng grew to unreachable heights, he needed to thoroughly nip the bud. While everyone else was observing Shifeng's information, Shifeng himself did not stay idle. He bent down, picking up all 5 pieces of equipment that dropped on the ground and storing them in his bag. He would be able to sell the equipment for a large sum of money. Seeing Yifeng take away 5 pieces of equipment that were above level 5, Unstable Devastation trembled in rage. This equipment all belonged to their martial union. Yet Yifeng actually dared take it away right before his eyes. Shifeng simply did not place any importance on him. Originally, I was still worried that you were an extraordinarily calm person, and that you would not show up no matter what. However, I never imagined that you were just a simple fool. Since you have arrived, I'll just deal with you as well. Unstable Devastation squinted his eyes, a chilling glow coming from them. He stared fixedly at Shifeng, laughing coldly as he said, "Aside from shield warriors, guardian knights and healers, everyone else, get rid of him for me." Unstable Devastation did not know how Yifeng was able to enter the Gale Valley undetected. He was even able to discover them while they were in the midst of battling against the Shadow Leopard King. However, Yifeng was simply courting death by hurrying to this place. Unstable Devastation aimed his bow at Yifeng, locking onto Yifeng's vital points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows consecutively fired out of Unstable Devastation's bow. Right now, the Shadow Leopard King's berserk period was already over, and its remaining HP did not reach even 30%. The 2 elite Shadow Leopards that the king summoned previously were also dead now, so it was only a matter of time before the Shadow Leopard King itself would die. Unstable Devastation was not afraid of Yifeng's disturbance at all. At this moment, the other players all started sending attacks at Shifeng. Fireball, Frost Arrow, Dark Arrow, Charge, and many more attacking and restricting skills. Shifeng smiled as he looked at everyone attacking him, not moving a single step. He then used silent steps to quietly appear behind the healers of Martial Union, very quickly dodging everyone's attacks. Chapter 142 Turnabout. Shifeng's silent steps allowed him to move behind a target within a 40-yard distance. Although it was not as convenient as an elementalist's blink, and had a longer cooldown, its range was much farther than blink. Moreover, there were no activation gestures required for the skill. The skill could be activated wordlessly, making it extremely hard to discover. "No! Run!" Unstable Devastation abruptly shouted when he observed his surroundings, suddenly discovering Shifeng behind their healers. Although the healers heard Unstable Devastation yelling, they still turned their heads to look at him. They had no idea what Unstable Devastation was trying to say. Why did they need to run? Too late. Naturally, Shifeng would not give them any chances. To save time, he did not even use a skill. Instead, he instantly created 12 sword images, instant killing the 4 defenseless healers. Yifeng. Unstable Devastation glared at Shifeng, both his eyes emitting flames of rage. He bellowed, "You're courting death." Unstable Devastation was truly furious now. With all their healers dead, they would definitely have to pay an extremely high price to deal with the Shadow Leopard King. There was even a possibility of them team wiping, and the main culprit of this was Yifeng. In the blink of an eye, Unstable Devastation retrieved 5 pitch-black arrows from his bag. He aimed and shot all of them at Shifeng in succession. Fatal shot. The 5 arrows almost instantly pierced Shifeng's vital points. They blocked Shifeng's path. You guys enjoy yourselves. I'll leave first. After killing all of the healers, Shifeng revealed a faint smile at the arrows flying towards him. He dared not stay any longer. If he fell under the restricting skills of other classes, he would end tragically. It would be better for him to depart now and observe the tigers battle each other. Hence, Shifeng activated Windwalk, leaving behind an afterimage as he disappeared towards the forest. In the end, the 5 arrows only sliced through the afterimage Shifeng left behind. Although the players from Martial Union tried to chase after Shifeng, his speed was just too fast for them. After he entered the forest, they could no longer find any trace of him. Abominable. Watching Shifeng escape, Unstable Devastation's expression turned indignant, his fists tightening. Boss Unstable, are we still giving chase? An assassin carefully asked. Unstable Devastation shook his head dismal. No. With all their healers dead, if they were to simultaneously search for Shifeng while they battled the Shadow Leopard King, there would only be one ending for them, a complete team wipe. That would even allow Shifeng to reap the benefits. Just the battle prowess Shifeng displayed was enough to give Unstable Devastation a headache. If he sent only a single party to chase Shifeng, it would be no different than serving them up on a silver platter. Without a full team, they would have no way of dealing with Shifeng. Moreover, if Shifeng used that extraordinary speed of his to engage in a getaway battle, a single team would not be enough to deal with him. If they rushed into the forest to chase after Shifeng, he would simply pick them off, one by one, while they would be completely helpless. Everyone retreat. Don't bother with the Shadow Leopard King anymore. And prepare for an ambush by Yifeng. Notify the other teams, and tell them to gather here immediately. If he thinks he can take advantage of me, he should think again. Unstable Devastation said in a calm tone. He suppressed his anger, calming his excited heart. The Shadow Leopard King still had 20% of its HP remaining, and they would need to throw away a lot of lives to kill it. Although it was unfortunate to give up on the Shadow Leopard King, Unstable Devastation did not believe that Shifeng would not return to take advantage of the injured. Not only could he get rid of them this way, but he could also obtain the loot from the Shadow Leopard King. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Who wouldn't go for such a good deal? Thinking up to this point, Unstable Devastation decided to give up on the Shadow Leopard King. Instead of letting Shifeng gain an advantage, he would rather give up. That way neither side would gain anything. Right now, the Shadow Leopard King still had 20% of its HP remaining. Even if Shifeng wanted to kill it, it would be impossible. If he tried, they might benefit from it. Not only would they get to kill Yifeng, but Yifeng would also have reduced the Shadow Leopard King's HP even further. If Shifeng did not intend to deal with the Shadow Leopard King, that too would be fine. As long as their other forces arrive, the Shadow Leopard King would still belong to Martial Union. At that time, Shifeng could only watch from the side. With Unstable Devastation's command, the members of Martial Union could only helplessly retreat, giving up a good chance to kill the Shadow Leopard King. However, before the players from Martial Union could properly retreat, the Shadow Leopard King suddenly let out a fierce roar. It summoned forth 2 elite Shadow Leopards once more to chase after them. As Martial Union's players retreated, and the Shadow Leopards pursued them, they discovered a peculiar matter. The Shadow Leopard King did not seem to intend to give up the chase whatsoever. It had killed many other players, and even decimated most of a shield warrior's HP. Boss Unstable, the Shadow Leopard King is faster than us, and it is still chasing after us. If this continues, it will wipe us out sooner or later. What do we do now? An elementalist beside Unstable Devastation asked worriedly. I can see that. I don't need you to remind me. Unstable Devastation said in a huff. Unstable Devastation suffered a massive headache over the incessant pursuit by the Shadow Leopard King. If he had known earlier, he would have chosen to kill the Shadow Leopard King instead. He truly did not think that this Shadow Leopard King would bear a grudge, refusing to give up. They could not escape even if they wanted to now. Moreover, more members were dying in the chase than in the fight. Notify the other teams to hurry. We'll delay the Shadow Leopard King while we move toward the meeting point, and look out for ambushes. Helpless about the situation, Unstable Devastation could only think of this plan. Meanwhile, hidden within the forest, Shifeng witnessed this scene with perfect clarity. Although Unstable Devastation's decision was an intelligent one, he could not outdo Shifeng. Shifeng had long since known that the Shadow Leopard King would ceaselessly chase after martial union. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to depart. He was merely awaiting the perfect chance to take action. After God's domain evolved, the range of monsters' activity had also greatly increased. For chieftain-ranked monsters such as the Shadow Leopard King, its range of activity might even encompass a large half of the entire Gale Valley. Unless everyone from Martial Union left the Gale Valley, or they entered the core area of the Gale Valley, the Shadow Leopard King would not let them get away. As time slowly passed, the number of players the Shadow Leopard King killed grew higher and higher. However, it only had 10% HP remaining now. Meanwhile, Martial Union's previous 50-man team had only 16 players remaining. One could not help but admit that the losses they suffered were incomparably bitter. Are they still not here? Unstable Devastation paid attention to the surrounding movements as he attacked the Shadow Leopard King, his heart filled with wariness for Shifeng's ambush. Now that the Shadow Leopard King had less than 10% HP remaining, it was definitely an opportune time for Shifeng to launch an ambush. Hence, Unstable Devastation's expression turned exceptionally grave. Boss Unstable, they said that they are only 10 minutes away. 10 minutes? Why don't you tell them to go die instead? Unstable Devastation cursed. This was a crucial moment. The Shadow Leopard King in front of them was about to die, and Shifeng would appear at any given moment. If they waited for another 10 minutes, the Shadow Leopard King would already be dead. He truly regretted not bringing more players with him. Now Shifeng, who was hiding in a dark corner, possessed the advantage of initiative, while they were completely helpless against him. It was truly depressing. After a period, the Shadow Leopard King's HP fell below 2%. However, there were still no signs of Shifeng's assault, causing Unstable Devastation to become incomparably excited. Everyone surround the Shadow Leopard King and focus all firepower on it. It is about to die, so look out for Yifeng. Unstable Devastation said with a loud laugh. If Shifeng had appeared sometime earlier, there was an 80% chance of them team-wiping. Now that the Shadow Leopard King was about to die, however, even if Shifeng dared to show himself, Unstable Devastation was confident at holding him at bay, allowing his teammates to kill the Shadow Leopard King. Finally, the Shadow Leopard King's HP fell below 200 points. As long as Martial Union sent 2 more rounds of attacks at it, they would kill the Shadow Leopard King. Ha ha ha. The Shadow Leopard King is mine. Unstable Devastation used Power Shot. He had long since accumulated his power to the maximum amount, and a single arrow could deal over -100 damage to the Shadow Leopard King. Shoo! The arrow whistled through the air, flying towards the Shadow Leopard King's weak point. At this moment, Shifeng suddenly appeared, without a sound, behind the Shadow Leopard King. He sent a chop slashing down on the monster, causing -332 damage, killing the Shadow Leopard King. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation's arrow merely shot the Shadow Leopard King's corpse. In God's domain, if players of a different party or team dealt with the same monster, the player who delivered the final strike would obtain 60% of the monster's EXP. Due to the Shadow Leopard King being a level 8 chieftain, the EXP it gave was extremely bountiful. Within an instant, Shifeng's experience bar greatly rose. Meanwhile, the dozen or so players only shared the remaining 40% EXP amongst themselves. Immediately after the Shadow Leopard King died, it dropped a large pile of items. There were over 10 items, and it was one of the rarely seen mammoth drops. Get rid of him. Unstable Devastation bellowed, his eyes bulging. Immediately, More than a dozen players surrounded Shifeng, giving him no chances to escape. Each and every one of them used their restricting skills on Shifeng. Shifeng paid no attention to them, as he activated Defensive Blade. He then frantically picked up the drops. Streaks of magic struck Shifeng's body, one after another, but they were all blocked by Defensive Blade. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had picked up 9 pieces of the loot. Among them was even an item that gave off a dazzling black glow. A single look, and one could immediately tell that the item was nothing ordinary. It was definitely priceless. Seeing that the charges of the Defensive Blade were about to run out completely, he immediately swapped places with his doppelganger located deep within the forest. He instantly escaped from Martial Union's encirclement, while his doppelganger received attacks from all directions. Until the moment the doppelganger died, it managed to kill another 5 members of Martial Union, including a level 9 Elementalist branch leader. When Unstable Devastation discovered that the Shifeng they killed was only a doppelganger, he truly exploded. Yifeng, just you wait! Unstable Devastation's bellow resounded throughout the forest. He had spent so much effort, and had lost so much. Yet in the end, all he did was pave the way for Shifeng. Even if Unstable Devastation wanted to calm down, he could not. He swore that he would definitely kill Shifeng back to level 0. Meanwhile, in a tree a short distance away, both Fire Dance and Water Buffalo had witnessed the entire scene from start to end. After they witnessed a team, composed of 50 elite players, fall into such a state, they were both utterly dumbfounded. Only now did Fire Dance and Water Buffalo know that there was actually such a battle style in God's domain. Chapter 143, Shadow's Blessing. While Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were both inwardly shocked, a deep voice came from behind them. "Why haven't you guys left yet?" The voice startled them both. They hurriedly jumped, spinning around to dodge while unsheathing their weapons. They stared at the figure that had appeared behind them. Big Brother Yifeng. Fire Dance let out a sigh of relief after identifying the newcomer. She pulled back her dagger and returned it to its sheath at her waist. The men from Martial Union were all over Gale Valley. If a battle were to occur, they would immediately call to their companions, and there would be no end to the enemies that Fire Dance needed to kill. "We came to help. Martial Union has killed so many of our companions. We must take revenge." Fire Dance's eyes turned cold as she spoke about Martial Union. "I wish to form a large team to enter large-scale dungeons in the future. I wonder if you all would be interested in joining?" Shifeng felt that Fire Dance had great talent. Moreover, Fire Dance and the others were all independent players that did not belong to any guilds. If he could rope them in and form his own team, it would be a great benefit to his Zero-Wing workshop. Fire Dance was slightly hesitant after hearing Shifeng's proposal. Water Buffalo also turned taciturn. "Do you guys already have your own large team?" Shifeng inwardly lamented. After entering White River City, there would be many large-scale dungeons. They were the main source of equipment, materials, and many other resources. If an independent player wished to obtain good equipment, they needed to raid these large-scale dungeons. Moreover, if a guild wished to level up, conquering large-scale dungeons was a must. Hence, if one wanted to develop at all in God's domain, conquering large-scale dungeons was one of the necessary conditions. However, it was extremely difficult for independent players to form a large team capable of raiding a large-scale dungeon. The most common large-scale dungeons were all 50-man dungeons, while there were even some 100-man dungeons available. Gathering so many players was a near impossible task. Not to mention whether the entire team possessed sufficient strength. Just the degree of trust and the distribution of equipment would be a huge hurdle. In this, however, the elite teams of guilds and large-scale workshops had it much easier. "No, we don't have our own large team. Our team currently only consists of players who prioritizes amusement and don't really care much about other matters. Could you give me some time?" Fire Dance explained. In reality, she too wished to develop in God's domain properly. In spite of that, the majority of the players in her current team were not too keen on raiding dungeons. They only wished to play casually. If they joined a large team, they would definitely experience certain constraints and would not be willing to join. Alright. In any case, there is still time. Let's add each other as friends then. When you've made your decision, you can contact me at any time. Shifeng knew that such matters could not be decided upon immediately. If one wished to obtain something, they would have to lose something in return. Shifeng did not wish for just any random person to join him. That's good. I'll contact you after discussing it with them. Fire Dance nodded. She also felt that it was about time to make a decision. Soon after Shifeng added Fire Dance as his friend, he ran towards the deeper regions of the Gale Valley in search of Blackie and Lonely Snow. On his way there, in order to avoid Martial Union's patrols, Shifeng hid in the treetops and waited for the players of Martial Union to move past. Since he had nothing better to do, Shifeng took out the loot from the Shadow Leopard King. He wanted to see just what valuables the monster dropped. Isn't my luck just too good? The profits from a chieftain monster are impressive. Shifeng was slightly shocked after looking at the drops. Among the 9 items, there were 2 secret silver weapons, 3 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, 2 rare materials needed to make secret silver equipment, 1 bronze-ranked cooking knife, and 1 secret silver accessory. The 2 secret silver weapons were a level 8 staff and a level 8 two-handed axe. The mysterious iron equipment was also level 8. This mark was deeply crimson, and it was a wonder just how many players Shifeng had killed in order to turn it into such a state. However, it was only right when one thought about it. Martial Union's men currently filled the Gale Valley, and it would be impossible for Shifeng to arrive without being seen. Shifeng would have encountered some players from Martial Union on his way. With Brother Feng's skills, he would have no problems facing 3 to 4 players at a time. He has definitely killed a lot of players on his way here. Chapter 144. Forming a Party. In regards to Blackie's and Lonely Snow's shock, Shifeng merely nodded in reply. Brother Feng, your leveling speed is just too fast. The highest leveled player I've previously met was only level 9. Right now, there might not be another who has reached level 10 in the entire White River City. Moreover, since there has not been any information on the official website stating that a player has reached level 10 and entered a city, this means that there are no players who have reached level 10 at all. Brother Feng, now that you've level 10, you are definitely the top player in all of Starmoon Kingdom. Blackie was incomparably excited. Only high-leveled players would know how hard it was to go from level 8 to level 9, not to mention rising from level 9 to level 10. The difference in EXP required was at least several times higher. Right now, Shifeng was far ahead of everyone else. If the players from Martial Union found out about this, their intestines would turn green with regret. Every gamer knew that once you got ahead, you stayed ahead. The small gap during the initial period of the game would only grow wider later on. As long as Shifeng slowly expanded his advantages, little by little, he would sooner or later cause the players from Martial Union to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Lonely Snow, who stood by his side, was dumbstruck, not knowing what he should say. Previously, he had been worried that it would not bode well for them to continue entangling themselves with Martial Union. However, after he saw that Shifeng had already reached level 10 and possessed a pile of secret silver equipment, confidence filled his heart. If this continued, he could sooner or later step on Martial Union, becoming a future tyrant of White River City. Alright, quickly swap out your equipment. We'll look for a place to level up. Shifeng looked at the excited expressions on Blackie and Lonely Snow and smiled helplessly. Due to constant tasks earlier, he was never able to lead his own party personally. Now, he still had quite some time before he had to go to Blackwing City to conduct the trade with Aqua Rose. And in the meantime, he could carry Blackie and the others. In the future, he would have to form a guild. However, a framework was required to establish a guild. Otherwise, the guild would simply fall apart. The members of his current party would become the framework of his future guild. So, Shifeng decided to upgrade the overall strength of his party from now on. If the members of his party could reach level 10 a step earlier and enter White River City, it would be a tremendous help to him in the future. Blackie and Lonely Snow looked at each other, smiles on their faces, as they changed into their new equipment. Previously, the two of them wore level 5 to level 6 bronze equipment, mixed in with a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. Now, however, the majority of their equipment consisted of level 8 mysterious iron equipment, matched with a few pieces of level 8 secret silver equipment. Their strengths greatly increased with this. If they met Martial Union now, they would not end up in such a sorry state. Brother Fong, if we are going to level up here, what will happen to Cola and the others? They say that they're under constant surveillance, and going out into the fields to level up is extremely dangerous, Blackie worriedly asked. Relax. I've already told them to do something more meaningful in town. We'll call them over after Martial Union leaves the Gale Valley. At that time, you two might even have a fright when you meet them, Shifeng said with a smile. Seeing Shifeng's mysterious smile, curiosity swarmed both Blackie and Lonely Snow about the task Shifeng had given Cola and the others. Just what sort of quest could it be to shock them? Alright, let's level up then. Shifeng wordlessly smiled at the two's puzzled expressions. In actuality, having Martial Union focus on Cola and the others was not a bad thing at all. Before, while they had been busy leveling up, Shifeng stopped them from completing the quest. Now that they couldn't out and level up, they could give the quest a try. If Cola and the others could truly complete it, he would be able to carry out his plan with much less effort and more confidence. Although the Silent Swamp was a level 15 to level 20 monster area, the outer edge of the swamp was only a level 15 monster area, while the inner regions were level 16 to level 18 monster areas. Level 20 monsters would only appear in the core region of the swamp. With the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng could reduce the level suppression by 5 levels, making the outer region a perfect fit. Let's go there and take a look. Looking at the system's map, Shifeng pointed to the bubbling black pool of water in the distance. Although Blackie and Lonely Snow did not voice out about it, they were overcome with worry. After all, level 15 monsters own this place. Even if they received an upgrade to their equipment and could challenge level 10 common monsters without much of a problem, level 15 monsters would still annihilate them. Just as Shifeng and the others set foot beside the black-colored pool, a mass of bubbles broke out across the surface. A pair of black, shiny eyes surfaced from the pool, staring at Shifeng's party from a distance. Brother Feng, I don't think this place is safe. Look, a large pair of eyes are watching us from over there. Blackie looked at the fist-sized eyeballs, anxiety gripping his heart. He definitely did not think that the monster hidden in the water was common. While Blackie spoke, the monster in the pool surfaced, its gigantic figure slowly revealing itself to the party. Steel-skinned hippo elite rank. Level 15. HP 6, 000/6000. Brother Feng, let's leave. That's a level 15 elite. If it chases us, we'll suffer the consequences. Blackie panicked as he watched the steel-skinned hippo closing in on them. Naturally, Shifeng knew that Blackie and Lonely Snow could not contend with a level 15 monster, not to mention an elite. However, Shifeng had his own strategies for dealing with monsters with special weaknesses, and the steel-skinned hippo belonged to this category. After the evolution of God's domain, everything in the game became more realistic. The weaknesses of these hippo-type monsters also increased as a result. As long as players could find a way to deal with said weaknesses, these monsters would be very easy to deal with. Shortly after the steel-skinned hippo revealed itself, another group of swamp hippos surfaced in the black-colored pool. There were over 20 of these swamp hippos. Swamp hippo common rank. Level 15. HP 2, 000/2000. Watching these hippos leave the pool so overbearingly, rushing towards them, Shifeng took out an isolation scroll from his bag. He then softly said, "You guys use an isolation scroll as well." Hearing Shifeng's order, Blackie and Lonely Snow immediately took out their own isolation scrolls. The isolation scroll was only effective against monsters up to level 15. When used, the scroll greatly reduced the user's presence, turning them half-transparent for half an hour. After the two of them used the isolation scrolls, they discovered that the hippos had suddenly stopped their movements, looking around in confusion. It was as if they had become invisible to these hippos. Hippos have very bad vision, and they cannot see clearly beyond a certain distance. After using the isolation scrolls, our bodies are close to transparent, so they cannot see us, Shifeng explained. Blackie, use your dark arrows to attack the steel-skinned hippo, but pay attention to maintain a distance of at least 25 yards. It won't see you that way. Blackie came to a realization after listening to Shifeng's explanation. He immediately tried Shifeng's instructions. A dark arrow flew from Blackie, striking the steel-skinned hippo that was dozing off. Damage of -24 points appeared above the elite hippo. Although the damage was minuscule, it was enough to send the steel-skinned hippo into a flying rage. The elite immediately spun towards the source of the dark arrow. However, it failed to discover even a single person in that direction. It took several steps forward, but still failed to discover anybody. Just when it was about to return to the pool of water, another dark arrow struck its body. The steel-skinned hippo was truly enraged now. Letting out an intense snort, it abruptly charged towards the direction the dark arrow originated from. However, after rushing forward over 10 yards, it still could not find the enemy who attacked it. The steel-skinned hippo started to turn in circles in confusion. Blackie watched the stupid-looking steel-skinned hippo in the distance, inwardly laughing at it. He continuously sent dark arrows at his target, and with each consecutive arrow, he slowly lured it away from the group of swamp hippos. At this moment, only level 15 swamp hippos occupied the pool. Shifeng silently closed in on them. After closing a distance of 20 yards, the swamp hippos finally discovered Shifeng. Immediately, they all parted from the pool. More than 20 swamp hippos thundered after Shifeng in a grandiose manner. Such a group could easily flatten a level 15 party. Chapter 145, Might of the Devil Flame, 1. The swamp hippos were each the size of a small car. When over 20 of them charged forward, it was like being run over by 20 cars going full speed. The earth trembled under the combined weight of the swamp hippos. Their imposing aura surged forth, instilling shock and awe into all observers. In the distance, Lonely Snow, who observed this scene, wore a nervous expression. He tightly gripped the secret silver-ranked Greytax in his hands. He wondered just what their party leader, Shifeng, intended to do. This was a group of over 20 level 15 swamp hippos. Not only did these monsters possess thick hides and sturdy muscles, but they also possessed 2,000 HP each. Just judging by how the earth trembled with each step, one could easily tell just how powerful these swamp hippos were. If that kind of body plowed into Shifeng, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Shifeng remained extraordinarily calm as he silently awaited the arrival of the swamp hippos. 15 yards, 10 yards, 5 yards. Just as the swamp hippos were right before him, Shifeng finally took action. As Shifeng raised the pitch-black abyssal blade, it released a chilling glow. Green arcs of electricity abruptly appeared on the blade, producing crackling sounds. Shifeng then slashed down, the abyssal blade pointing at the incoming swamp hippos. Thundering flash. 3 electric arcs chained towards the swamp hippos, one after another. When the swamp hippos leading the charge noticed these arcs of electricity moving towards them, their bodies instinctively trembled. Though they tried to halt their feet to dodge these electric arcs, the swamp hippos at the back crashed into them. As a result, none of them managed to dodge the incoming attack. In the end, they received all 3 hits. After the electric arcs flashed by, the squealing of pigs at slaughter filled the surrounding space. The smell of something burning also filled the air. A series of damages appeared above the 20-plus swamp hippos, creating a dazzling sight. Every swamp hippo received frightening damages of -356, -481, and -648. Some even received critical hits, suffering damages of over -1,000 points, their HPs immediately falling to 0. The remaining dozen, or so swamp hippos were burnt black. Their HP bars also dropped to dangerous levels, turning a bloody red color. Moreover, a debuff icon appeared beside their HP bars. Damage amplification. All damage received increased by 20% for 20 seconds. Immediately, fear surfaced on the faces of all the surviving swamp hippos. They all wished to scatter and escape. Sherfong gave them no chance whatsoever. With a sudden leap, Sherfong jumped into the airspace above these swamp hippos. He raised the silver lake, the sword giving off a faint blue glow as it carried with it the power of thunder and fire. Sherfong loosed a thunder flame explosion in the midst of the swamp hippos, thunder and fire exploding outwards, devouring every single swamp hippo. With the damage amplification effect, this attack of Sherfang's caused over -900 damage on the swamp hippo, instantly killing every single one of them. The gigantic figures of the 20+ swamp hippos fell to the ground with a loud boom, shaking and trembling the earth. The scene was similar: over 20 small cars descending from the air, heavily smashing into the ground. When the bodies of the swamp hippos collided with the ground, the resulting impact generated gusts of wind that spread to the surroundings, causing the leaves and branches of the nearby trees to snap and float in midair. Lonely Snow, watching this scene from a distance, was completely dumbfounded. Be it the visual or physical sensation, both impacted him greatly. Sherfong caused over -1,000 damage to the level 15 swamp hippos, ending their lives in just 2 moves. Just how high of an attack power was required to achieve such a feat? If Sherfong fought against average players, wouldn't he kill one with every strike? Lonely Snow even started to suspect that he and Sherfong were not playing the same god's domain. The difference in strength between them was no longer just several stages. It was practically the difference between the sky and the earth. Lonely, you pick up the loot. I'll go help Blackie, Sherfan instructed before turning to chase after the steel-skinned hippo. Lonely Snow nodded in reply, though an absent-minded expression remained on his face. He thought that he had hallucinated before, but after giving his eyes a rub, the pile of swamp hippo corpses still remained. Plenty of items and coins blanketed the ground surrounding them. He now knew that this was not a dream, but reality. When Lonely Snow looked at the system notifications and his experience bar, he was once more given a shock. System: Level 15 swamp hippo killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 1,650 EXP. System: Level 15 swamp hippo killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 1,650 EXP. System: Level 15 swamp hippo killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 1,650 EXP. After a series of notifications displayed, Lonely Snow's experience bar greatly increased, reaching 69% of level 8. The amount of EXP he obtained was truly frightening. Previously, even when faced with level 8 monsters, they needed to kill each one, while being extremely cautious and prudent. Moreover, every kill only yielded each member of the party several tens of EXP. After spending over an hour repeating the same process, they would see their experience bars increase by a sizable portion. On the other hand, Sherfong casually killed off a large group of level 15 swamp hippos with only a few moves. Even after splitting the EXP obtained amongst the 3 of them, Lonely Snow's experience bar still increased by a sizable chunk. Only now did Lonely Snow understand how Sherfong managed to level up so quickly. In this regard, Lonely Snow became even more respectful towards Sherfong. There was even a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. If he followed someone as strong as Sherfong, his future would be limitless. Even if he could not become Sherfang's equal, as long as he continued struggling forward, he could still become a true expert one day. On the other side, Blackie was still toying around with the steel-skinned hippo, continuously decreasing the elite hippo's HP. However, not only did the steel-skinned hippo had a very high recovery rate, But its HP was also very high. It would recover a lot of HP every 5 seconds. Moreover, Blackie's attacks could only inflict a tiny amount of damage. If he wanted to grind away the steel-skinned hippo's life completely, he would need at least 20 minutes. And yet, instead of tiring, Blackie grew even more excited. Dark arrows flew from his hand, one after another, each arrow bringing Blackie even more joy. The reason Blackie reacted this way was that challenging monsters of a higher level in God's domain was extremely difficult. Meanwhile, he was currently bypassing 7 levels to challenge a level 15 elite monster. If he spoke of this feat in the future, he would enjoy supreme glory. It was this sense of achievement that became the largest motivation for Blackie. "Blackie, use Evil Whip," Shifeng said in the party chat after hurrying over. Okay. Seeing Shifeng arrive, Blackie knew that it was time to deal with the steel-skinned hippo. As Blackie's chanting came to an end, 9 black barbed vines sprung up and bound the steel-skinned hippo's 4 limbs, restricting its speed. However, the steel-skinned hippo's strength was just too high. In the blink of an eye, one of the vines snapped, while the remaining 8 were only a small matter. At this moment, Shifeng used Wind Blade, rapidly arriving behind the steel-skinned hippo. Instantly, 3 sword strikes landed on the steel-skinned hippo's body, the collision producing glittering sparks. Seeing that the attacks from his swords had only dealt -22 damage each to the steel-skinned hippo, Shifeng was slightly speechless. It was as expected of the steel-skinned hippo. Its physical defense was truly frightening. It also possessed its innate steel skin, reducing all physical damage it received by 70%. If even Shifeng could only cause slightly over 20 damage to the steel-skinned hippo, a normal physical damage dealer would most likely cause 2 or 3 damage. This rate of damage certainly could not contend with the steel-skinned hippo's regeneration speed. Shifeng's attacks had yet to end. He immediately followed up with a thundering flash, the 3 electric arcs causing -125, -160, and -211 damage. The steel-skinned hippo was instantly enraged. It spun around, charging at Shifeng. However, with the thorny vines restricting it, the steel-skinned hippo's turning speed was slowed. This situation gave Shifeng the chance to evade its charge easily. Shifeng continued with a series of attacks on the steel-skinned hippo, using one skill after another. However, the damages his attacks managed to cause were generally very low. Ayo! Enraged, the steel-skinned hippo abruptly jumped. It intended to use War Stomp. War Stomp was Hippo's killing move. When used, the skill would cause all enemies within a 15-yard radius to enter a fainted state for 5 seconds. Reacting quickly, Shifeng immediately cast Abyssal Bind on the steel-skinned hippo. The hippo's movements immediately halted, and its War Stomp cancelled. Originally, Shifeng did not think that there would be any issues. However, a chilling sensation pervaded his entire body, preventing him from moving a muscle. All of his skills were unusable. This is the Tier 1 magic Death's Lock. Shifeng was astonished. With his many years of experience, he immediately knew what sort of attack struck him. This was definitely not a move of the steel-skinned hippo. Not bad. This is something that I specifically prepared just for you. You can be at ease and be on your way. A black figure suddenly appeared behind Shifeng. This figure was precisely the Absolute Heaven, the expert assassin Shifeng had met before. In the same moment Absolute Heaven revealed himself, the silver dagger in his hand sunk into Shifeng's back. Absolute Heaven's ambush instantly caused -357 damage. Chapter 146, Might of the Devil Flame 2. A single ambush instantly devoured 1/4 of Shifeng's HP. Blackie, who stood at a distance, was dumbfounded by this scene. He did not understand why an assassin suddenly appeared here and attacked Shifeng. Although he wished to help Shifeng, time was needed to cast his spells. Moreover, all his restricting skills were already in use on the steel-skinned hippo. He could only helplessly watch as the scene unfolded. The only thing Blackie could do now was to chant and attack with his dark arrows. Such high damage. Watching his HP abruptly decrease by a large portion, Shifeng was inwardly shocked. Previously, when Shifeng faced the level 9 Berserker, 5 rats, the maximum damage Shifeng received was only slightly over -100 damage. Yet, one of Absolute Heaven's ambushes caused over -300 damage. Compared to 5 rats, Absolute Heaven's attack power was much stronger. Assassins had very fast attack speeds, so generally, their attack damage could not compete with that of a Berserker's. However, they could complement their low attack damage with the number of attacks they could dish out. To say nothing of Absolute Heaven's attack damage, which far exceeded that of the Berserker 5 rats. If an assassin could deal the same amount of damage as a Berserker with each attack, their total output would be at least double or triple that of a Berserker's. In the case of Absolute Heaven, his total output would be 3 to 4 times that of 5 rats. Although Shifeng was shocked, Absolute Heaven was similarly shocked. When he had used his ambush on an MT, who possessed a complete bronze set equipment, and was the same level, the attack stole at least 2/3 of the MT's HP. Now, however, he only managed to remove 1/4 of Shifeng's HP. Compared to those well-equipped MTs, Shifeng's defense and HP far exceeded them. Die! Absolute Heaven's hands twisted, a streak of silver swiping across Shifeng's neck. Simultaneously, his other dagger stabbed into Shifeng's back once more. Garrote, backstab. Although Absolute Heaven was shocked, an assassin's explosive power did not lie in just the first strike, but a burst of continuous skills. From the moment Shifeng appeared in the Gale Valley to the moment Shifeng began kill-stealing the Shadow Leopard King, he had constantly trailed after Shifeng. He had silently waited for the best moment to attack Shifeng. He knew that Shifeng was extremely powerful, so he needed to wait for the moment when Shifeng was the most vulnerable. Only when Shifeng did not possess any skills would he have a chance at getting rid of him. However, he never found the perfect time to strike. However, his patience had finally paid off. While battling the steel-skinned hippo, Shifeng finally revealed a weak point. However, in order to guard against the unexpected, he unhesitatingly decided to use the Death's Lock scroll he had bought at an extremely high price. He bought this scroll precisely for this sort of situation. Death's Lock disables all skills of the target, temporarily preventing the target from using any skills. Target's movement will also be disabled. Duration of 6 seconds. Although Shifeng had high defense and HP, a 6-second burst was enough to kill Shifeng. In such close quarters, Shifeng could clearly feel the 2 incoming daggers. If he received the burst of Absolute Heaven's attacks, he would definitely die. At the moment of life and death, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill, immediately swapping positions with his doppelganger. The Death's Lock could only seal the skills a player had learned. However, it would not affect the skills attached to equipment. Just after swapping positions, Absolute Heaven's 2 daggers immediately sliced into the doppelganger's body. Bleeding damage of -212 points, and a skill damage of -257 points, appeared above the doppelganger's head. Absolute Heaven continued with a flurry of attacks. The 2 daggers in his hands assaulted the doppelganger, and 10 streaks of silver light stabbed the doppelganger's vital points. The series of normal attacks coupled with an assassinate, and the poison damage on his daggers instantly decimated the doppelganger's HP. A doppelganger? Originally, Absolute Heaven drowned in ecstasy at the thought of having killed Shifeng. However, he did not expect that, after all of his effort, what he had killed was only a doppelganger. Absolute Heaven's expression turned grim. He squinted his eyes as he observed his surroundings. Very quickly, he discovered Shifeng a distance away behind him. He immediately spun, charging towards Shifeng. The Death's Lock had a duration of 6 seconds. Right now, there were 4 seconds remaining, so how could he so easily allow Shifeng to break free from the Death's Lock that he had spent a fortune on? Just as Absolute Heaven arrived before Shifeng, a dark arrow came flying at him. Garbage, I don't have time to deal with you right now. Absolute Heaven ignored Blackie's dark arrow. His dagger aimed straight for Shifeng. Regarding Shifeng's teammates, Absolute Heaven did not place any importance on them at all. As long as he dealt with Shifeng, killing Blackie would be a simple task. Boom! The dark arrow exploded on Absolute Heaven's body. Damage of -221 points appeared above Absolute Heaven's head, removing 1/4 of his HP. Why is this garbage's damage so high? Absolute Heaven's brows slightly wrinkled, inwardly shocked. Absolute Heaven had not the slightest knowledge that the staff in Blackie's hands was actually a level 8 secret silver-ranked staff. Moreover, Blackie wore a few pieces of level 7 and level 8 mysterious iron equipment. He also used the mysterious iron accessory, the Interpreter's Pendant, that Shifeng had given him. Blackie's magical damage had long since reached the apex. If it were not for Absolute Heaven's equipment being of excellent quality, he might have lost more than half of his HP from just one of Blackie's dark arrows. However, Blackie's high magical damage could not stop Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven still accurately slid his daggers into Shifeng's vital points. The moment Absolute Heaven's dagger was about to stab Shifeng used silent steps, instantly appearing behind Blackie. Crap! Seeing Shifeng vanish before him, rage and dismay filled the assassin. Shifeng was clearly unable to use any of his learned skills, yet he still possessed so many skills to avoid the ambush. There were over 25 yards between Absolute Heaven and Blackie. If Absolute Heaven ran towards Blackie, he would waste a lot of time. The seal on Shifeng would definitely dissipate, and it would become incomparably harder for him to kill Shifeng. Brother Feng, you're too awesome. You still managed to escape under such conditions, Blackie said with a smile. Watching the previous exchange, shock overwhelmed Blackie. The assassin's speed was impressive. If Shifeng had reacted a bit slower, he would definitely have lost his life. Blackie couldn't help but break out in cold sweat as he had watched the scene unfold. However, now that the distance between them was sizable, that assassin would be at his wit's end. Stop fooling around and be more careful. That assassin is not someone simple, Shifeng warned as Blackie still seemed to be in a joking mood. Got it, leave it to me. The cooldown on my skills have already finished, Blackie confidently said. However, just as Blackie turned to look at Absolute Heaven, he discovered that Absolute Heaven was missing. He could only see an enraged steel-skinned hippo, bellowing as it searched for its enemy. Brother Feng, that person's gone missing. Did he just choose to run away since he failed his ambush? Blackie said with a laugh. Just as Blackie turned to look at Shifeng, his expression immediately turned grim. The assassin from before stood right behind Shifeng. Causing me so much trouble, you guys should be proud of yourselves, Absolute Heaven sneered, his hand holding some flash powder. He tossed the powder at Blackie. Blackie instantly shrieked as both his eyes lost their vision, causing Blackie to lose his battle prowess. After restricting Blackie, Absolute Heaven's dagger immediately stabbed Shifeng. Shifeng did not think that Absolute Heaven could actually learn a high-tier skill like Shadow Steps. Assassin's Shadow Steps allowed them to instantly appear behind an enemy and increased the damage of their next attack by 15%. However, Shifeng still could not move. Moreover, he did not have any skills left to avoid Absolute Heaven's attack. He could only grit his teeth as he activated the Silvermoon set equipment's second set effect, the Tier 2 Life Shield. The Tier 2 Life Shield would absorb 60% of the damage Shifeng received, up to a maximum of -500 points. It could delay Absolute Heaven for some time. When Absolute Heaven saw the Life Shield appear on Shifeng, he was momentarily speechless. He did not understand just how Shifeng came to possess so many life-saving skills, using them one after another. However, a single life shield was still not enough to extinguish his determination to kill Shifeng. Immediately, Absolute Heaven brandished his daggers, sending a flurry of attacks at Shifeng like a fierce gale. He used normal attacks, coupled with Assassinate, Backstab, and many other damaging skills. Pung! Shifeng's life shield quickly shattered and disappeared. Shifeng had less than 500 HP remaining. Die! Absolute Heaven excitedly shouted. Immediately, he placed all 5 skill points that he had held on to into his finishing skill, Eviscerate. With all his might, he prepared to use his most powerful damaging skill. Soon after, Absolute Heaven's dagger swiveled, accurately sailing towards Shifeng's back. Finishing skill Eviscerate. A plume of blue flame suddenly appeared above Shifeng's palm. Chapter 147, Might of the Devil Flame 3. Absolute Heaven suddenly convulsed in shock when he saw the clear blue flame floating above Shifeng's palm. Although this flame looked minuscule, the heat it gave off was extraordinarily hot. Within an instant, he could already feel his mouth drying up. However, since the arrow was knocked, he had no choice but to let it loose. Within an instant, the ice blue devil flame covered Shifeng's entire body, turning him into a man on fire. The ice-cold dagger suddenly stabbed into Shifeng's back. "You can move already?" Absolute Heaven was greatly shocked. To a top-tier expert like himself, he had a very precise grasp on time. At worst, there was only an error of 0.1 seconds. Absolute Heaven clearly felt that the 6-second duration for the Death's Lock had yet to pass. Yet, Shifeng was still able to use Defensive Blade to block his finishing move Eviscerate. "Didn't you have a fun time beating me up just now?" Shifeng revealed a faint smile, coldly saying, "It's my turn now." Wielding the Abyssal Blade, which was covered by a layer of clear blue flames, Shifeng used Chop, and the Abyssal Blade transformed into a blazing streak of light as it struck towards Absolute Heaven. "You have less than 500 HP remaining right now. Do you think you can defeat me?" Absolute Heaven sneered, retaliating. The instant the two weapons collided, a trace of shock immediately appeared on Absolute Heaven's frosty expression. It was as if the opponent he was facing against right now was not Shifeng, but a humongous bear. Shifeng's strength had thoroughly numbed his arm, and he was forced to retreat several steps before stabilizing his body. How can he have such great strength? When Absolute Heaven had exchanged moves with Shifeng the previous time, Shifeng's strength was not yet quite so terrifying. However, now that he had changed and upgraded most of his equipment, increasing his attributes by a large leap, he not only surpassed Shifeng, but the gap between them had somehow grown even wider. Now that he had failed at ambushing Shifeng, it was already impossible for him to kill Shifeng in a direct confrontation. He could only patiently wait for his next chance. After forcing Absolute Heaven into a retreat, Shifeng quickly took out a basic regeneration potion and drank it. Very quickly, Shifeng's HP recovered more than 700 points. "Absolute Heaven, it seems you only amount to this much. You failed to kill me in both of your ambushes, so now it's my turn to get revenge. Don't even think of getting away from me today." Shifeng revealed a calm smile as he looked at Absolute Heaven, who was currently filled with killing intent. He could not help but admire and admit that Absolute Heaven's assassination abilities were very powerful. Not only did Absolute Heaven manage to persevere and track Shifeng to this place, he had even managed to set up an ambush the instant Shifeng relaxed his guard during his battle against the steel-skinned hippo. As a result, Absolute Heaven nearly managed to kill him. Unfortunately, Absolute Heaven did not know that the ice blue devil flame had strengthened Shifeng's body, slightly reducing the duration of the Death's Lock on him. Otherwise, he would truly be finished. Now that he was back to normal, he used the ice blue devil flame to aid him. A 20% increase in damage was no laughing matter. "What a joke. You've only managed to live this time due to luck. I will definitely kill you the next time we meet. As for you wanting to keep me here, you couldn't do it the last time, and you similarly won't be able to do it this time." Absolute Heaven felt that Shifeng was simply too conceited, daring to declare that he could kill him. The rage in his heart burned from Shifeng's words. He inwardly vowed to form a more thorough plan to utterly vanquish Shifeng the next time. "Brother Feng, I'll help." At that moment, Blackie's vision was finally restored. He angrily glared at Absolute Heaven, prepared to use his evil whip. Shifeng waved his hand, saying with a laugh, "No need. Against him, I alone am enough." "Brother Feng, he is an assassin. He definitely has a lot of life-saving skills. His speed is also very fast. If he manages to escape, what should we do if he comes back to ambush us again?" Blackie had seen before an assassin's myriad of escaping skills. If not properly countered, one would be completely helpless against an assassin. Relax, he can't get away. Alright then. Since Shifeng insisted, Blackie could only resolve himself to watch. The reason why Shifeng voiced out those words was to agitate and provoke Absolute Heaven. When dealing with experts like Absolute Heaven, it was not easy to kill them. Dealing with such experts, one first needed to attack them emotionally, provoking them and sending their state of mind into a mess, before looking for a chink or weak point. Brat, you sure have a big mouth. I want to see just how you intend to block my path, Absolute Heaven said with a sneer, rage clouding over his expression. We'll know once we try. Shifeng revealed a calm smile. He activated Wind Blade, his body piercing towards Absolute Heaven. Originally, Shifeng's speed was already very fast. Now, with Wind Blade activated, Shifeng's speed was on a whole nother level. He arrived in front of Absolute Heaven within an instant, 6 sword images immediately stabbing towards Absolute Heaven's vital points. So fast! Absolute Heaven was awe-shocked, hurriedly using his daggers to block the attacks. Pung! 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 With the added power from the Ice Blue Devil Flame, Shifeng's attacks were not something that Absolute Heaven could easily block. Immediately, Absolute Heaven was in a disadvantageous position. He desperately blocked and dodged Shifeng's attacks, and he was forced into a retreat with every consecutive attack. After exchanging several moves without using any skills, Absolute Heaven was struck once by Shifeng. As a result, Absolute Heaven lost over 300 HP within an instant. Damn! Originally, Absolute Heaven only intended to exchange a few moves with Shifeng, grinding away Shifeng's arrogance. Never would he have imagined that he would instead be forced into a constant retreat. Yet his pride as an expert was unwilling to admit that he had actually lost against Shifeng in a normal exchange. Seeing as the flaming sword was about to hit him, Absolute Heaven gritted his teeth, using the skill block to defend against this attack. If he was to receive another attack from that flaming sword, then he would very well lose his life. Not good time to leave. The gap between our attributes and attack power is just too wide. After coming to grips with Shifeng, he clearly understood the gap between the two of them. It was especially true for that clear blue flame. Every time his equipment came into contact with it, their durability would continuously fall. Though his secret silver-ranked dagger was better off, only losing a little durability with each clash, the armor he obtained with much difficulty was only of mysterious iron rank. Just a single stab from Shifeng's sword had reduced over a quarter of the armor's total durability. If this situation were to continue, then his equipment would all soon turn to waste. Without the attributes provided by his equipment, he would definitely die under Shifeng's swords. Hence, he immediately turned and ran. You can't escape. Shifeng gave Absolute Heaven no chances at all, activating Windwalk immediately. As fast as a ghost, Shifeng caught up with Absolute Heaven in the blink of an eye. He then let loose his most powerful strength, creating 16 sword images in the blink of an eye. The sword images fully surrounded Absolute Heaven, the flames released by them looking as if they intended to devour Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven was greatly shocked. There was no way at all for him to stop so many sword images. He then hurriedly activated Wind Steps, using the 1-second invincibility to block all the incoming attacks. With his speed greatly increased, he immediately entered stealth mode. I said you cannot get away. Shifeng immediately leaped up, the silver lake in his hand releasing the power of fire and thunder towards Absolute Heaven's path of advancement. Absolute Heaven knew that this move of Shifeng's was immensely powerful. He immediately used Vanish, the 1 second of invincibility, allowing him to avoid the damage and fainted effect of the Thunder Flame explosion. After successfully blocking the Thunder Flame explosion, Absolute Heaven no longer possessed any life-saving skills in his arsenal. Just like last time, he was prepared to leap up into the trees, shaking off Shifeng's pursuit. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that he was unable to jump, nor move. Unknown as to when it happened, both his legs had been frozen solid, and even his figure was revealed. I've already said that you cannot escape. Shifeng was extremely satisfied with the effect of the frost grenade. Once again, he sent a burst of 16 sword images stabbing at Absolute Heaven. This time, Absolute Heaven could only go all out, desperately stopping the incoming attacks with his daggers. 2 swords, 4 swords, 6 swords. By the time Absolute Heaven blocked the 11th sword, he was no longer able to keep up with the remaining sword images. He could only helplessly watch as the sword images stabbed into him. Damages of over -300 points, and even -400 points, appearing above his head one after another. Moreover, the durability of the equipment on his body fell madly. By the time Absolute Heaven's HP reached 0, the equipment on his body was all turned to scrape. Absolute Heaven suffered an incomparable heartache, gnashing his teeth. All these equipment were gathered by him, one by one, after spending a large amount of time. Yet they were all destroyed now. The only thing he could rejoice about was that the 2 secret silver-ranked daggers, which were as precious as his own life, were not destroyed. Soon after, Absolute Heaven's dead body fell to the ground, an expression of unwillingness displayed on his face. I've already said that you won't get away. Your weapon, I'll gratefully accept. Shifeng looked towards the silver-colored dagger that Absolute Heaven dropped with a smile, picking it up. Chapter 148, Underworld. Absolute Heaven disappeared with the wind after he died. Shifeng toyed around with the dagger Absolute Heaven dropped. The edge of the blade seemed capable of slicing air apart. A dagger with such a degree of sharpness was definitely a rarely seen item. Blade of Assassination? Shifeng took a look at the dagger's introduction, discovering that the weapon was actually an exclusive item for assassins. Blade of Assassination, dagger secret silver rank. Level 8. Attack power plus 51. Strength plus 5, agility plus 12. Attack speed plus 2. Durability 35/60. Additional passive skill dash. Sharp Edge. Attacks have a 15% chance to cause an armor break effect, reducing target's defense by 50% for 10 seconds. Non-stackable. Class restriction, Assassin. With such a high attack power and agility, it was no wonder Absolute Heaven was able to deal such massive damage to Shifeng. This Blade of Assassination was an assassination weapon completely made to increase the user's attack power and speed. It was definitely a favored weapon for the agility-type assassins. Based on Shifeng's estimations, the Blade of Assassination was worth at least 1 gold coin. With this death, Absolute Heaven will probably need a very long time before he can recover. Shifeng looked at the Blade of Assassination, a smile plastered on his face. Previously, Shifeng still felt apprehensive towards Absolute Heaven constantly following him around and abruptly ambushing him. Now that Shifeng used the Ice Blue Devil Flame to give Absolute Heaven a thorough beating, not only did Absolute Heaven lose a level, all the equipment on his body was destroyed as well. Absolute Heaven had even dropped his Blade of Assassination after dying. It would be a long time before it would be possible for Absolute Heaven to come looking for trouble again. Brother Feng, you're just too awesome. You were like the incarnation of the fire god just now. Just looking from afar, I could already feel myself being burned. I didn't think that swordsmen would have such a skill. If I had known about it earlier on, I would have chosen to play as a swordsman as well. If I were to use this skill to pick up chicks in the future, I would definitely catch one with every hook I send. Blackie excitedly ran up to Shifeng, his eyes filled with endless envy as he looked at the ice blue devil flame covering Shifeng's body. As for the matter of Shifeng managing to kill Absolute Heaven, Blackie paid no attention to it at all. In Blackie's eyes, although Absolute Heaven was indeed an expert, he was still just an elite player of martial union. Shifeng being able to kill him was all too normal. On the other hand, the elegant-looking clear blue flame surrounding Shifeng was the truly shocking matter. Hearing Blackie describing the ice blue devil flame as a tool to pick up girls, Shifeng became speechless. He did not understand just what was going through Blackie's mind every day. This flame isn't a swordsman's skill. It is a mysterious flame, and it can increase a player's attack damage, Shifeng explained. Mysterious flame? Blackie's face filled with confusion. Although Blackie did not know what a mysterious flame was, but hearing that it was able to increase a player's attack damage, confirmed it was definitely an extremely precious item. Seeing that Shifeng possessed such an item, instead of becoming envious, his heart filled with joy. With the mysterious flame, Shifeng could become even stronger than before. When the time comes, let's see who still dared to bully them. At this moment, Lonely Snow also hurried over after finishing picking up the loot from the swamp hippos. When he saw that Shifeng's entire body was covered in flames, giving off a scorching hot temperature, and that Shifeng was even able to control these brilliantly beautiful clear blue flames, he too became incomparably shocked. He nearly regarded Shifeng as a hidden class. However, after listening to Blackie's explanation, Lonely Snow as well understood just how precious and powerful was the Ice Blue Devil Flame. The Ice Blue Devil Flame was definitely one of Shifeng's secrets. If others were to find out about this secret, there would definitely be tons of players wanting to obtain the Ice Blue Devil Flame. Moreover, Shifeng being willing to share this secret with them showed just how much he trusted them. Just this piece of trust alone was enough to let Lonely Snow feel that it was worth striving for Shifeng. Let's not chat for now. We should get rid of the steel-skinned hippo and quickly leave this place. After Absolute Heaven revives, he might tell the other players from Martial Union to come here and surround us. Shifeng no longer continued to explain, turning around and charging towards the steel-skinned hippo. Blackie knew that they could not stay in this place for too long as well. He started chanting incantations, aiding Shifeng in attacking and restricting the steel-skinned hippo. Although the steel-skinned hippo had high HP and defense, with its short vision range, it was destined to become an easy kill for Shifeng. What Shifeng needed to do now was to charge up and go all out at dealing damage. After bursting out all of his skills, he would then turn to escape. Meanwhile, Blackie would desperately attack from a distance, and as long as Shifeng finished using all of his skills, Blackie would use Evil Whip to restrict the steel-skinned hippo. Lonely Snow would then use Charge and Break before escaping as well. After Shifeng was more than 25 yards away from the steel-skinned hippo, the steel-skinned hippo would lose its target, dumbly rushing about. When the cooldown for Shifeng's skills ended, he would then continue with another round of bombardment, repeating the cycle all over again. This time, Shifeng did not keep his strength hidden away. He immediately used the Ice Blue Devil Flame, increasing his damage output by 20%. Simultaneously, the power of Ice-type and Fire-type skills was increased by 40%. With such an increase, Shifeng's damage against the steel-skinned hippo instantly soared. Even his normal attacks could deal around 50 to 60 damage now. As for Thunder Flame Explosion, the skill could cause over 400 damage to the steel-skinned hippo. Even if the steel-skinned hippo had high HP, it still frantically decreased under the fierce onslaught. Several minutes later, the steel-skinned hippo let out a blood-curdling shriek as its body fell to the ground with a boom. It dropped 4 items and gave a large amount of EXP after it died. Amongst the 4 items, 2 of them were level 15 bronze equipment, while the remaining items were a tier 1 strength gemstone and a bronze-ranked leatherworking material. The effects of the Shadow's blessing was fully displayed here. Otherwise, aside from giving out a lot of EXP, a level 15 elite would at most give out a piece of equipment and some materials only. Let's go somewhere else to kill swamp hippos. After killing the steel-skinned hippo, Shifeng brought Blackie and Lonely Snow to another grinding spot. The Silent Swamp was extremely large in size. Its size was at least 2 to 3 times that of the Gale Valley. Meanwhile, the habitat of the swamp hippos took up 1/10 of the entire Silent Swamp. Moreover, they were scattered throughout the entire Silent Swamp. With the 1 to 200 members of Martial Union, it would be hard-pressed for them to locate Shifeng's party successfully. Moreover, Shifeng was very familiar with the Silent Swamp. He had once lived at this place for over 20 days in his previous life, so he knew which locations had the highest number of swamp hippos, and also the locations with the fastest respawn rates. Feng also knew the spawn locations for the elite monsters in Silent Swamp. However, with the strength of their party of 3 right now, the only elite monster they could deal with was the steel-skinned hippo, as the other elite monsters did not possess any clear weaknesses. If they were to go against these elite monsters, they would have to risk their lives doing so. Leveling up at this place is just too awesome. Originally, I thought that the leveling speed at Gale Valley was already extremely fast, but after coming to this place for less than 2 hours, I've already managed to reach level 9. If we are to continue in this trend, within 3 hours, I would definitely reach level 10 and be able to enter White River City. At this speed, the elites of those major guilds have probably just reached level 9. Blackie excitedly said. If Cola and the others didn't die and were with us right now, we 6 would be able to enter White River City today, becoming the first party to enter White River City. Lonely Snow nodded, agreeing with Blackie's statement. He too could not help but admit to the invigorating feeling of having Feng power leveling them. This leveling speed was at least 10 times faster than the other players. Even if Martial Union surrounded them and killed them once right now, with Feng carrying them, they would quickly recuperate their losses. They did not need to fear having a confrontation with a large guild like Martial Union at all. Redleaf Town slums. Absolute Heaven was currently drinking away his sorrows in the enchanted bar. When the others saw Absolute Heaven, they all obediently distanced themselves to a corner, not daring to go near him at all. The reason was due to the waves of killing intent radiating off of Absolute Heaven. There was nobody who was willing to come into contact with that aura. Damn! I made a huge loss this time. Sooner or later, I will definitely have my revenge. Though Absolute Heaven did not feel heartache over the loss of his levels, it was a different story for the equipment he lost. It was especially true for the Blade of Assassination. As long as he put some time into it, he could easily catch up in terms of EXP. However, it was a different story for equipment. It was especially true for top-tier equipment. Those top-tier equipment were only obtainable through killing monsters or doing high-level quests. They were not something that could be obtained within a short amount of time. The opportunity was also needed to obtain them. Just what is that clear blue flame? After equipping his weapon, he could actually destroy my mysterious iron equipment with such ease, and even greatly reducing the durability of my secret silver weapons. Recalling the ice blue devil flame that surrounded Feng's body, Absolute Heaven could not help but shudder in fear. To every player, the destruction of their equipment was much more terrifying than facing death itself. Just considering the future, every time he fought Feng, he would once again risk the possibility of all of his hard-earned, top-tier equipment being destroyed. It was truly a nightmare. Brother Absolute Heaven, long time no see. I see that you still love drinking like always. A short-bearded man wearing a black cape said as he sat opposite to Absolute Heaven. South Wolf, why do you have the time to come looking for me? When Absolute Heaven looked at the person speaking to him, his previous indifferent attitude was completely gone. Of course, it is to congratulate you, the man named South Wolf said with a laugh. Didn't you always want to join Underworld? Right now, the higher-ups have already recognized your potential, and you already have the rights to become an outer member of Underworld. In the future, you too will be one of Underworld's members. I think you should know what this means, right? What? I passed the test. Absolute Heaven nearly jumped up from excitement. The frustration and depression Absolute Heaven felt from being killed by Feng before were immediately swept clean. He no longer minded even the loss of the Blade of Assassination, as there was nothing more joyous than being able to join Underworld. In order to join Underworld, Absolute Heaven had spent 3 full years undergoing over a dozen assessments and tests. Now he finally obtained Underworld's recognition, officially becoming one of Underworld's outer members. Underworld was a very mysterious organization. Its strength in the real world was extremely terrifying. The resources, influence, and information it possessed was not something any outsider could imagine. Just based on some of the identities of the outer members of Underworld, that Absolute Heaven knew of was enough to astonish him greatly. However, for reasons unknown, Underworld started investing into virtual reality games some 10 years ago. In order to join Underworld, the real-world assassin Absolute Heaven had also started playing virtual reality games. Right now, Underworld was paying unprecedented attention towards God's domain. Hence why Absolute Heaven decided to fully devote himself into God's domain. Now that he finally managed to become an outer member of Underworld, how could he not be excited? Absolute Heaven, weren't you level 9 the last time I saw you? Why are you level 8 now? You couldn't have been killed by a player, right? The man named South Wolf joked as he downed his drink. He was extremely clear about Absolute Heaven's strength. Absolute Heaven was definitely a top-tier assassin. Moreover, the equipment on him was all of excellent quality, and he even had secret silver weapons. He also learned plenty of rare advanced skills. There were only a scant few players in Red Leaf Town who were capable of directly confronting Absolute Heaven. Moreover, the majority of these players would not have a win rate of over 60%. As for players who would have a win rate of 80% and above, in the entire Red Leaf Town, only the famous Snow Goddess could possibly achieve such a feat. It was absolutely impossible for other players. Moreover, if Absolute Heaven were to put all his might into escaping, even the Snow Goddess would not be able to hold him down. Now that Absolute Heaven lost a level, there was a high possibility that it was due to him accidentally dying while carrying out a high-difficulty quest. However, after hearing South Wolf say so, Absolute Heaven's expression abruptly turned gloomy, his mood turning extremely sour. It can't be right? Were you really killed by someone? Who did it? Don't tell me you went and provoked the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow? You couldn't have been so foolish, right? Daring to provoke even her. Looking at Absolute Heaven's dark expression, South Wolf immediately knew that he guessed correctly. He couldn't help but abruptly spit out all the alcohol in his mouth. Chapter 149, Freezing Shadow. I'm no fool. Why would I dig my own grave by provoking Gentle Snow? Absolute Heaven shook his head. If you didn't provoke Gentle Snow, then who killed you? I doubt that there is another expert like her in the entire Red Leaf Town. South Wolf could not help but become curious. Based on the information he obtained, the experts in Red Leaf Town only numbered so many. If it wasn't a top-tier expert like Gentle Snow, could there possibly be another top-tier expert appearing in Red Leaf Town without him knowing? South Wolf's curiosity deeply pierced Absolute Heaven's pride. He tightly gripped his fist to the point where blood almost came out. He had spent such a long time planning and preparing so many measures. Originally, he had a 100% possibility to kill Shifeng. However, the rate at which Shifeng increased his strength had far surpassed Absolute Heaven's estimations. Looking at Absolute Heaven's silence, South Wolf could not help but let loose a smile. He was now even more interested in the expert that managed to kill Absolute Heaven. Absolute Heaven, you know what my job entails, right? Now that such an expert has appeared in Red Leaf Town, I need to know just who that person is. South Wolf looked at Absolute Heaven, asking in a low tone. Absolute Heaven's expression turned sullen. He did not wish to tell anybody of this embarrassing matter at all, not to mention telling it to the South Wolf before him. Absolute Heaven had maintained a no-loss record for 3 whole years. Yet, today that record was ripped apart by the unknown Shifeng. Moreover, today was even the big day where he got to join Underworld. With such an incident happening, it would definitely affect his standing in Underworld in the future. I can understand how you are feeling right now. You've managed to join Underworld after much difficulty. Yet, you were immediately met with such an incident. It would definitely have a huge impact on your mood. However, this is my job. If you do not cooperate, as an outer member, you might even be expelled from the organization. You should think clearly about your decision, South Wolf said strictly. Absolute Heaven was extremely aggravated. However, he could not retaliate against South Wolf's words at all. He could only forcefully suppress the burning rage in his heart, saying in a low tone, "The person's a swordsman called Yifeng." Swordsman Yifeng? Isn't that the Yifeng that cleared the hell mode of the Dark Moon graveyard together with Gentle Snow? South Wolf entered into deep thought. I've seen his battle recording before, and I've also analyzed his strength. He is indeed an expert, but it is only up to a normal standard. He has no qualifications to join Underworld at all. Now that he has actually managed to kill you, however, it would seem that he has previously hidden quite a lot of his strength. What hidden strength? It's just dumb luck. I don't know where he got it from, but that flame of his was extremely powerful. It was able to destroy my equipment during battle, and that flame greatly reduced even the durability of my secret silver weapons. If it wasn't for that flame, he would have no chance at killing me at all. Absolute Heaven said in disdain. Flame? It could even destroy equipment, and not even secret silver weapons could block it? South Wolf became even more curious. I recall that swordsmen do not possess such a skill. It should be some sort of special equipment skill. However, if not even a secret silver weapon could block it, the skill is definitely not anything simple. This special equipment quality must be extremely high. It must be a dark gold ranked special equipment or item. However, even dark gold items would not have such a strong effect. There is a substantial possibility that it is an epic ranked item. Epic rank? Absolute Heaven was greatly astonished. It can't be, right? Right now, I haven't even heard the news of someone obtaining a dark gold ranked item. Yet he, as an independent player, could obtain an epic ranked item? What's there to be surprised about? God's domain is filled with mystery. Even if it is only at this stage of the game, there is no surprise at obtaining an epic ranked item. Within Underworld, there has already been more than one person who obtained a dark gold ranked item, but it is indeed my first time hearing about an epic ranked item. However, this is still just a guess of mine. It requires deeper investigation. South Wolf's face was filled with joy, thinking that he could obtain such information. Even if it was only a possibility, he could still receive quite a reward from the higher-ups. If he could confirm this information, he might even be able to increase his standing within Underworld further. I've already passed on all the information about which the Underworld wishes to inform you. I'll now go and investigate about that flame. If it truly is an epic ranked item, as long as Yifeng hands over that flame, taking into account his techniques, he might be able to become an outer member of Underworld. Within this period, you should avoid seeking him out for trouble. After all, you guys might be colleagues in the future, South Wolf said with a laugh as he departed from the bar. Damn it! Looking at South Wolf's unconcerned attitude as he departed, Absolute Heaven abruptly punched his fist onto the table. The beer bottles on the table all fell to the ground, breaking apart into fragments. Silent Swamp Streamfalls. Sherfong was currently leading Blackie and Lonely Snow to attack a jade green, three-headed snake. Three-headed snake demon rare elite. Level 16. HP 15, 000/15, 000. A rare elite was not much stronger when compared to a normal elite monster of the same level. It was extremely rare for players to meet one, hence why it was called a rare elite. However, even these rare elites had specified respawn points. Only they had many locations they could spawn from, so it was not easy to locate them at all. The loot of rare elites was much better than that of normal elites, hence why many players loved rare elites. There were only a total of 5 rare elites in the Silent Swamp. Amongst them, the weakest one was the three-headed snake demon. Also, when a rare elite died, they would only respawn 2 days later. After carrying both Blackie and Lonely Snow to level 10, Sherfong himself reached level 11 as well. He felt that they should roughly be able to kill the three-headed snake demon, hence why they had spent a lot of time looking for it. Brother Fong, this rare elite's movement speed is simply too fast. I can't land a hit on it at all. Blackie continuously used Dark Arrow to attack the three-headed snake demon. However, the snake demon was extremely swift in its movements. It was able to dodge all the dark arrows that flew at it easily. No problems. You just need to use Curse to weaken the three-headed snake demon's speed and strength, Sherfong said in the party chat. Previously, they obtained many good items from grinding the swamp hippos. Amongst those items was the Weakening Curse skill book for Cursemancers. The skill was able to reduce all the attributes of the target by 15%. damage dealt by 15%, and increased the darkness damage the target received by 10%. It was one of the signature skills of Cursemancer's. In addition to the evil whip binding and restricting the three-headed snake demon, and also Lonely Snow's charge and break, Shifeng could easily deal with this monster. The three-headed snake demon's main form of attack was a long-range venom attack. This venom was extremely terrifying, and even a level 15 MT would not be able to withstand the sustained damage caused by the venom. Moreover, basic antidotes were completely ineffective against it. On the bright side, the three-headed snake demon had very low physical damage. Moreover, the three-headed snake demon had much less defense when compared to the steel-skinned hippo. Just Shifeng's normal attacks alone could deal over -150 damage to the snake demon. In addition to the damage amplification effect from Thundering Strike, each of Shifeng's normal attacks could deal close to -200 damage. If he were to use a skill, then the damage dealt would exceed 300 to 400 points. With only 15,000 HP, the three-headed Snake King stood no chance at all against Shifeng's frightening damage. After 10 minutes or so, the three-headed snake released a pained cry, its body smashing down into the stream. It also dropped 5 pieces of items. Brother Feng, your luck recently is getting better and better. It's even better than mine now, looking at the large number of good items dropping from the monster Shifeng killed. Blackie could not help but curiously comment. According to his memories, Shifeng's luck before was not very good. Even if Shifeng killed elite monsters, at most he would get 1 piece of bronze equipment. Now he would get at least 3 pieces of bronze equipment, and even rare materials or skill books. It was truly unfathomable. Ha ha ha, it's a secret. Shifeng smiled. He naturally would not reveal that it was due to the contribution of the Shadow's blessing. The effect of the 3 points in luck was not something with which Blackie could catch up. Shifeng then picked up the loot, discovering a very familiar item. Isn't this the freezing shadow? This thing really brings back memories. Brother Feng, what dropped? Blackie asked. Lonely Snow was also very curious. We got quite the good harvest. We got 2 level 15 bronze equipment, 1 level 15 mysterious iron equipment, 1 rare dungeon teleport scroll, and 1 consumable item, the freezing shadow. We definitely hit the jackpot with this. Shifeng displayed the attributes on all the items for the two to see. Now that the three-headed snake is dead, it will take another 2 days before another respawns. Let's continue grinding swamp hippos then. Just as Shifeng and the others were about to continue grinding swamp hippos, Shifeng suddenly received a communication request. Who's South Wolf? Shifeng looked at the caller ID, discovering that it was a stranger. Moreover, there was no such person in his memories. Since it is someone I don't know, let's just reject it then. Saying so, Shifeng rejected the call. Chapter 150 Star River Valley. After Shifeng rejected the call, he continued searching for swamp hippos. He actually rejected. South Wolf looked at the rejection notification, feeling a sense of discomfort in his heart. Normally, those with social standings would earnestly wish to converse with him in order to form friendly ties. Now, however, he was actually met with a situation like this. It was definitely a first for him. However, the ones above had already given him the command to make contact with Shifeng. Hence, he could only endure it and continue attempting to contact Shifeng. After he reported the information about Shifeng and the flame, Underworld carried out an analysis on the effects of the flame. They immediately discovered that the flame was definitely extremely precious, and there was over a 70% chance that it could possibly be an epic ranked item. Hence, South Wolf was tasked with negotiating with Shifeng to obtain the flame for Underworld. South Wolf sucked in a few deep breaths, calming down his mood. He then sent another communication request to Shifeng. However, every single request for communication was met with rejection. Crap. I can't believe this. Let's see how long you can keep on rejecting my calls. South Wolf sent a communication request once more. This is getting irritating. Sherfong rejected the request once again. He then adjusted the system settings to stop receiving calls from strangers. After turning off the system interface, Sherfong suddenly felt that the world became much more peaceful and serene than before. Leader, I discovered a very special place here. The rivers are actually flowing in midair. There are also lots of golden-colored fish swimming in the silver-colored river. Moreover, these fish are all level 20 special elites. Lonely Snow suddenly said in the party chat, his voice containing great excitement. A group of level 20 special elite fish? Isn't this too much of an exaggeration? Lonely Snow, are you sure you saw right? Blackie did not believe Lonely Snow's words at all. Special elites. They were much stronger than ordinary elite monsters. The reason being, special elites were very outstanding in a particular field. If it were not in terms of speed, then it would either be in terms of strength, magic, or something else. There were extremely few special elites in God's domain, and their rarity was comparable to rare elites. Not to mention finding a group of special elites. Even meeting with a single one was extremely difficult. It's true. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a picture of it. After taking a look at the picture, it was indeed as Lonely Snow said. The location in the picture was like a wonderland on Earth, dazzlingly beautiful. It was truly hard to imagine that the dark and damp silent swamp would have such a location in it. There were hundreds of big golden fish in the Silver River, and they all shone brilliantly, creating a dazzling sight. Golden-colored fish? Sherfong entered deep thought as he looked at the golden fish in the river. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. What are the coordinates? I'll come over immediately. When Sherfong and Blackie arrived at the silver-colored river, they discovered that this river was actually moving in position, though it moved at an extremely slow speed. Sherfong and Blackie only managed to locate this river due to Lonely Snow continuously following it. As expected, it is the Star River Valley. Sherfong smiled. Star River Valley was one of the rarely seen marvels in God's domain. These marvels would usually appear at maps that were below level 50. Any players that were able to meet such marvels were all extremely lucky, as this meeting represented an opportunity. Sherfong had once heard of a player obtaining a fine gold ranked item from the Star River Valley. There was even a player who obtained an epic ranked item, causing others to feel envious. However, there were also rumors that the person was just lying. Brother Fong, how do we deal with these big golden fish? Blackie felt a headache coming on just from looking at all the big golden fishes swimming in the silver-colored river. Golden Fish Special Elite. Level 20. HP 100, 000/100, 000. Ignoring the level suppression, attack and defense of the golden fishes, just their 100,000 HP was enough to bring a person to despair. These golden fish are swimming in a river that's floating in midair. I've previously tested it out before, and I couldn't land an attack at all. However, if we solely depended on Blackie's magical attacks, the damage dealt might not even match up with the golden fish's recovery speed. Lonely Snow said, Leader, do you have any good ideas? Let's take a look at the surroundings first, then. We might be able to discover some clues, Sherfong said. It was also Sherfang's first time meeting the Star River Valley. If their luck was good, they might receive a huge harvest, possibly even obtaining 1 or 2 pieces of fine gold ranked items. Blackie and Lonely Snow started searching through the entire region of the Star River Valley. After searching for over 10 minutes, Blackie discovered an elderly man floating in midair. The elder was holding onto a fishing rod fishing. Brother Fong, I found an NPC over here, Blackie excitedly said. I'll be there immediately, Sherfong said, also becoming excited. The NPC elder was called Faust, and he was a level 100 NPC that was capable of easily suppressing Sherfong and the others. Respected elder, can we help you with anything? Sherfong respectfully said. The elder Faust seemed not to have heard Sherfong speaking. His eyelids remained shut as he quietly fished. He can't be deaf, right? Blackie said. He can't be a deaf person, right? I'm guessing that his hearing is impaired. After all, that NPC's setting is that of an old man. so his hearing should have deteriorated. He should be able to hear us if we speak louder. Lonely Snow shook his head. This old man is the great Faust. You adventurers are truly ill-mannered, daring to actually speak about this old man in such a way. This old man is going to give you two a punishment. Faust abruptly opened his eyes. Floating in midair, he looked at both Blackie and Lonely Snow as he spoke in a furious tone. Holy crap! This NPC doesn't react to praises, but immediately reacts when we talk bad about him? Isn't his IQ too high? Blackie was shocked. Lonely Snow was also incomparably shocked. However, before the two of them could recover from their shock, Faust casually pointed a finger at them. The two of them suddenly floated high up into the air, before plunging down to the ground, nearly dying from the fall. After teaching the two a lesson, Faust started fishing once again. You too, Sherfong laughed as he spoke in the party chat. The NPCs in God's domain possess extremely high intelligence. This is especially true for almost all high-level NPCs. They are totally different from the average Joe. You guys should treat powerful NPCs with respect in the future. This time, Faust could be considered to have given you a light lesson. If he were to become truly angry, there is the possibility that he might even kill you. In Sherfang's previous life, many players who paid little respect to NPCs. In the end, they were killed off by said NPCs. Sherfang had even seen more severe cases where NPCs would kill off a player whenever they met. Brother Feng, why didn't you say so early? Blackie complained. I wanted to say it, but you guys spoke before I had a chance to say anything. Sherfang shrugged, shoving away the blame. Just as Sherfang was about to reveal his strategy, the system's message notification constantly rang out. One after another, the message notifications created a symphony of beeps. Sherfang became speechless. Just where did so many messages come from? Why is it South Wolf again? Sherfang did not think that this person called South Wolf would be so persistent. The person had actually sent several hundred messages over. He was truly insane. Do you dare accept a voice call? Do you know who I am? Are you reading this? I know you're reading this. There is a big opportunity awaiting you right now. You best contact me immediately. Looking at these messages, speaking from a certain perspective, this person called South Wolf was indeed a very awesome person. Sherfang was extremely curious about why this person was trying to look for him. He also could not continue involving himself with this person, so he readjusted the system settings to allow calls from strangers again. Chapter 151, Come If You Can. Very quickly, South Wolf's communication request arrived. Who are you? If you have something to say, then say it quickly. I'm very busy, Sherfang said in an annoyed tone after picking up the call. Do you know who I? Sherfang's words nearly caused South Wolf to lose it. However, in the end he still endured it. After all, this was a task handed down to him from above, so he needed to carry out the job properly. If it were any other person who dared speak to him in such a way, they would definitely face a tragic end. If you have nothing to say, then I'm hanging up, Sherfang said. South Wolf furiously said, Why would I look for you if I have nothing to say? Then speak of it quickly. I'm very busy, Sherfang said, annoyed. There was a huge opportunity right before his eyes, so where would he find the time to bicker with a stranger? South Wolf nearly burst out in rage once again at Sherfang's words. A loose expert like Sherfang dared to speak to him in such a way. However, after giving it some thought, South Wolf realized that Sherfang only dared to speak to him in such a way due to not knowing his real identity. I need to calm down. Calm down, South Wolf consoled himself, saying, As long as he knows my identity, he will definitely be shocked witless. I am the spokesperson for Underworld. I assume that you have never heard of the name of Underworld, right? That's because Underworld is a gigantic hidden organization. If a person does not reach a certain degree of standard, they will have no qualifications for knowing about our existence at all. As for the strength of Underworld, I can tell you about it right now. Even if it is an assassination expert like Absolute Heaven, after striving for 3 years, Only now did he manage to obtain the qualifications to become an outer member of Underworld. Until now, he was just in existence at the very bottom. What? Absolute Heaven is just an outer member of Underworld? Shifeng was slightly shocked. Indeed, he had never heard of the name of Underworld before. He also did not know how powerful it was. However, if a top-tier assassin like Absolute Heaven was just an outer member, it could be seen just how unfathomable a background Underworld possessed. Shifeng also did not think that South Wolf was speaking a lie. After experiencing so many things in God's domain, Shifeng was rather proficient at determining whether a person was lying or not. Moreover, the way South Wolf spoke carried the hint of someone speaking down from high above, like an emperor overlooking commoners. This was not an action that could be faked. They can't be wanting to take revenge because I killed Absolute Heaven, right? Shifeng inwardly guessed. Previously, he had not discovered any guild emblem on Absolute Heaven's person. Hence, he always thought that Absolute Heaven was a hidden expert working as a solo assassin. He did not think that Absolute Heaven would have such backing. Hearing Shifeng's shock, South Wolf felt slightly satisfied. Actually, this isn't anything special. Underworld also possesses an unimaginable influence in the real world. The resources and information we possess far exceed your imagination. Even as an outer member, the strength you possess could cause even a major corporation in a city to tremble. Even the snow goddess, Gentle Snow, that you're very familiar with, has to treat an intermediate member of Underworld with respect, not to mention the upper management of Underworld. South Wolf laughed, proudly saying, "By telling you all this information, I am not trying to brag about Underworld, but instead, I am telling you just how powerful of a background Underworld possesses. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Gentle Snow. Without sufficient strength, one would not even have the qualifications to know about the existence of Underworld. I'm contacting you to tell you that you have already received the attention of Underworld. You now possess the qualifications to join Underworld." "Is it because I killed Absolute Heaven?" Shifeng calmly asked. "And you can put it that way. If you did not have the strength to kill Absolute Heaven, then you really would not be able to catch the attention of Underworld." South Wolf was slightly astonished. Shifeng was actually not the least bit excited after hearing his words. If others were to receive a similar message, they would normally be ecstatic, wishing they could join immediately. After all, by joining Underworld, one could have many chances to become acquainted with a group of large characters. Carrying out tasks in the future would also become much more convenient. The information Underworld possessed far exceeded what one could imagine, and it would have an unimaginable benefit towards one's future development. "So you're saying as long as I agree, I can become an outer member of Underworld immediately?" Shifeng had long since weathered through plenty of storms. He was no longer that immature youth in his early 20s. Hence he reacted extremely calmly. In Shifeng's previous life, as the guild leader of Shadow, he had never heard of the existence of Underworld. However, Shifeng did not find it strange either. After all, Shadow was only a second-rate guild. In the eyes of first-rate guilds, they were but an ant on the road, not worthy to be mentioned at all. You can put it that way as well. However, it would not be easy if you wished to join Underworld. Right now, you only possess the qualifications to join. Moreover, in Underworld, we have always believed that, if you wish to obtain something, then you need to pay an equivalent price for it. Only when you can afford the price to join Underworld, would you be able to officially become an outer member. Can you tell me what sort of price I need to pay? The price to join Underworld is a considerable amount. Even Absolute Heaven spent 3 years to join. However, you are extremely lucky. From my previous investigations, I discovered that there is a certain flame in your possession that is able to greatly increase your attack and destructive power. As long as you hand over that flame and pay a monthly membership fee of 10 gold coins, you will officially become an outer member of Underworld. I see. Realization structure Shifeng. The organization Underworld was similar to a grand chamber of commerce in real life. If one wanted to join the organization, then they needed to pay the membership fee. However, Not just anybody possessed the qualifications to join the organization. Within the organization, members would be able to form platforms for mutual assistance, information sharing, and resource sharing. With this, members would be able to obtain many more business opportunities to develop their own enterprises further. Since you understand, when are you prepared to pay the price? I can't stay too long in Red Leaf Town. I still have many other things that I need to do, South Wolf said with a laugh. As long as he could obtain the epic ranked flame in Shifeng's hands, coupling it with several years of accumulated contributions, he would be able to officially become an intermediate member of Underworld. At that time, he would be able to call the wind and rain as he pleased. Sorry, but I refuse to join. You should look for someone else, Shifeng said in a stern tone. After his experience with Shadow, he no longer wished to join someone else's organization. Moreover, he did not need to join someone else's organization. With his advantage as a reincarnated person, he had knowledge of tons of information of which others were unaware. He also knew the trends in which the future would develop toward. If Underworld was seeking him out to cooperate as equals, then he could put some consideration into the matter. However, for him to become a member of Underworld, it would only be a different form of slaving off for someone else. Fortunately, he did not possess such a hobby. Right now he could already start establishing a large workshop. The goal of establishing a large guild was also within close sight, so he truly did not see any need to join Underworld. The most valuable thing one could obtain within Underworld was information about God's domain. In the eyes of others, although such information was extremely precious, to Shifeng it was common knowledge. The reason he spoke so much was simply to find out more about Underworld. What did you say? South Wolf thought he had heard incorrectly. After speaking for such a long time, Shifeng had simply rejected him. I'm not interested in joining Underworld. You should look for someone else, Shifeng reiterated once more. After speaking so much, in the end, you are just toying with me. South Wolf angrily said. Do you know what kind of consequences your actions will bring? It is you who contacted me first. Now that I don't wish to join Underworld, are you going to threaten me to join? Shifeng sneered. Since you dare to toy around with us, Underworld, you naturally have to pay the price. Hand over the flame, and I'll consider it as if this matter never happened. Otherwise, prepare to suffer Underworld's wrath. South Wolf threatened in a cold tone. Ha ha ha. You finally revealed your fox's tail. Since the beginning, your goal has always been the flame, right? You found out from absolute heaven that my flame is not anything simple. So you wish to have it for yourselves now, is it? Shifeng calmly said. I only have one sentence to say to you. If you guys have the ability, then come. Chapter 152, Legendary Character. South Wolf fell silent at Shifeng's calm reply. He clearly informed Shifeng of Underworld's background and its frightening might. Yet, Shifeng still resolutely chose to oppose Underworld, refusing to hand over the flame. This was the first time South Wolf encountered such a case. If you think that, just by being acquainted with and backing of a gentle snow, Underworld will not dare target you, you couldn't be more wrong. South Wolf sneered. Even the currently famous Ouroboros does not dare possess enmity against Underworld. Not to mention a measly first vice leader. I'll give you one last chance to hand over the flame. That way, you can still play in God's domain comfortably. Otherwise, there will be no place to accommodate you in all of God's domain. It looks like you really don't understand human words. Or is there a problem with your intelligence? Shifeng laughed disdainfully. You wish to take something that belongs to me just with just a few words? Do you think that your family runs God's domain or something? I'll tell you one more time. If you have the ability, then come. I'm eager to see just what you can do to me. If it were his last life, Shifeng might have yielded. However, it was a different story altogether now. In this life, he possessed both the capital and confidence to challenge a gigantic existence like Underworld. After reincarnating, Shifeng's goal in life was to complete the dream he never accomplished in his previous life, establishing his own virtual empire. On this path, he was destined to make enemies of the many major powers of God's domain. If he lowered his head to underworld now, how could he challenge the tyrants of God's domain in the future? How could he compete over the resources, territory, equipment, and such in God's domain? Although underworld's influence was massive, and its influence in reality similarly great, when faced with God's domain, the globally acknowledged second world, nary a power in the world could interfere with the main God system, not to mention a measly underworld. Even if Underworld wished to investigate Shifeng's identity in real life, it was an impossible task to achieve. After over 100 years of operation and improvements, the privacy of players in virtual reality games was nigh perfect. It was also impossible to uncover a person's identity through virtual trades. Very good. Since it seems that you have truly steeled your heart to oppose Underworld, you better make your preparations to enter hell. South Wolf was so angry he smiled. He truly did not think that there would be a person who did not fear death. Shifeng was but a single independent player, and he only dared speak those conceited words because he did not know the terror of Underworld at all. In South Wolf's view, Shifeng was just an arrogant and presumptuous fool who did not know fear. Underworld's main influence covered 2 empires and several kingdoms, Starmoon Kingdom included. As long as he reported this matter to the higher-ups, within a few days, an independent player like Shifeng would no longer remain mingling in God's domain. At that time, Shifeng would have no choice but to offer up that epic ranked flame. Hell is it? I've enjoyed its atmosphere plenty of times before, and entering yours won't make any difference. Shifeng shrugged, smiling insolently as he spoke. Shifeng now possessed the ice blue devil flame. With his current battle prowess, he did not fear any player in the least. If they wished to gang up on him, he would use guerrilla warfare to deal with them. His leveling speed was extremely rapid, so he could afford to face off against them. He did not believe that there was any guild or power that could afford to waste that much manpower and resources to continuously battle him in Red Leaf Town. After speaking his piece, Shifeng disconnected the call. Brother Feng, what happened? Blackie could feel Shifeng's rage from the conversation he just had. Nothing much. It was just someone trying to rob me. Shifeng shook his head, casually describing Underworld as a bandit. We're better off thinking of a way to get information off of that elderly NPC. Okay, Blackie nodded, agreeing. Although Shifeng spoke lightly, Blackie knew that the matter was not as simple as Shifeng described. Blackie inwardly hated himself for not being any help to Shifeng. If he could become more powerful, he might be of help to Shifeng in the future. In actuality, Blackie was not alone in this train of thought. Lonely Snow also detected the abnormality in Shifeng's tone, and he similarly hated himself for being so weak and helpless. I must work harder to improve my technique and strength. At the very least, I can't remain as dead weight to Brother Feng. Suddenly, the two of them held an eager desire to increase their own strength. Meanwhile, after Shifeng hung up on him, South Wolf immediately contacted the upper echelons of Underworld. South Wolf, how is the matter regarding the epic ranked item coming along? Young Master Feng, I've already tried my best, but that brat Yifeng still refused. He also looked down on Underworld, telling us to come at him if we have the ability. Ha ha ha. He's truly an interesting fellow. It is no wonder Snow is paying attention to him. I haven't met such an arrogant person for a very long time now. Since he has rejected my good intentions, let him disappear from God's domain. I'll give you the authority to mobilize all of Underworld in White River City, so quickly fetch me that item. Yes, this subordinate will definitely succeed. After the call ended, South Wolf released a sigh of relief. Listening to that person's tone, they were definitely angry. Otherwise, that person would not have given him the authority to mobilize the full strength of Underworld in White River City, just to deal with a single Yifeng. Yifeng, let's see how long you continue acting freely. Very soon, I'll show what kind of place hell really is. Just thinking of Shifeng was enough to cause South Wolf's belly to fill with rage. However, when he thought about how he could operate all the power of Underworld in the White River City region, he could not help his excitement. Although Underworld had a very low member count, each and every one of them were elite experts. Some were even the upper echelons of major guilds. If he gathered all of the members within the White River City region, the total power might even surpass that of a third-rate guild in White River City. Being able to mobilize such a power, just thinking of it gave him an invigorating feeling. Moreover, a majority of Underworld's members were players who walked the path of darkness. What they loved most was murder, and they were the best at dealing with independent players like Shifeng. Meanwhile, as South Wolf thought of ways to deal with Shifeng, the person himself was in the process of having a conversation with the NPC named Faust, albeit a one-sided one. According to Shifeng's understanding, Faust was a strange old man. Although Faust was a strange old man, he was also a legendary character. He was once known as the Elemental Dominator. During his youth, Faust had once killed a mighty dragon and had even sealed the Great Demon King. A Great Demon King was the human equivalent of a Tier 5 class. Moreover, Faust was once a teacher to the Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire. Rumor had it that Faust had once fought against a god and survived the encounter. However, when he reached the age of 100, he suddenly started wandering all over God's domain. Right now, Faust was already an old monster that exceeded the age of 300. As to how powerful Faust was right now, Shifeng was unable to properly discern that. In short, Faust's strength was immeasurably deep. Hence, it was extremely difficult to start a conversation with Faust. The first condition to do so was to have sufficient strength to attract Faust's attention. The second condition was to have delicious cooking. Only when both of these conditions were fulfilled would Faust give out a rare quest called Delicious Golden Fish. When this quest was completed, one could obtain a reward. In reality, displaying sufficient strength to Faust was a simple task. To do so, one merely needed to deal over 100 damage to the golden fish. However, it was an extremely difficult challenge for players below level 20 to cause over 100 damage. At the very minimum, one needed to be level 20 and possess a complete set of bronze set equipment and a mysterious iron weapon to achieve such damage. Moreover, before one displayed their strength, they needed to initiate a conversation with Faust. On the surface, Faust appeared to not take notice of players. In reality, he secretly paid attention. Yet, just when Shifeng was about to inform Blackie and Lonely Snow about these conditions, the two of them started cursing at Faust. However, this could also attract Faust's attention, having the backing of Chapter 153, Legendary Item. After attracting Faust's attention, Shifeng's remaining task was to deal damage to the golden fish. These level 20 golden fish currently swam within the bright silver river suspended in mid-air. The river was around 25 to 30 yards above the ground, making it impossible for any normal melee class to attack the golden fish. Moreover, the golden fish had scales as hard as diamonds, and it was nigh impossible for players below level 20 to cause them over 100 damage in a single attack. The golden fish possessed a very high magic resistance as well, reducing the magic damage they received by 40%. Also, the golden fish swam at exceptionally fast speeds in the Silver River, making them extremely hard to hit. As a result, there were many players who gained nothing despite having found the Star River Valley. One thing that greatly differed God's Domain from other virtual reality games was that, in God's Domain, there were many of fortuitous encounters available out in the field. These encounters could allow a player to soar to fame and power overnight, and Shifeng had seen many such examples before. However, even though there were plenty of fortuitous encounters available in God's Domain, encountering one did not necessarily guarantee any harvests. Whether one could obtain anything from such an encounter depended on one's abilities. Blackie, Lonely, you two take this. Shifeng took 2 basic frost grenades from his bag, passing them to the two. Previously, to obtain the ice blue devil flame, he used a lot of the frost grenades he stocked up. Right now, there were less than 20 remaining, and they were not enough to deal with all the golden fish in the Silver River. Wah! Aren't these frost grenades effects too powerful? These are godly tools for PK and grinding. If we could use them without limit, then our leveling speed would be absolutely heaven-defying. Blackie said, shocked, after taking a look at the frost grenade's introduction. Just imagine if they used these frost grenades to grind on groups of level 30 monsters. They might even level up once every minute. At that time, what would martial union amount to them? Just the level suppression alone would be enough to oppress them to death. It would be fantastic if we could get more of these. In the future, if pikers surround us, we wouldn't even have to use a single skill to deal with them. Just by throwing a dozen or so of these frost grenades, they would definitely fall dead. However, with effects as good as these, I'm guessing that these items should be extremely rare and precious, Lonely Snow lamented. Indeed, not to mention using them for grinding and PK. Just having a few of these tools of massacre as lifesavers would be good enough. The longer Blackie looked at the frost grenade in his hand, the more he could not bear to part with it. With this item in hand, he could use it to save his life at the most crucial of moments. Shifeng only revealed a smile at the two's reactions. He took out another frost grenade for himself, turning to look at the golden fish in the suspended river, saying, "Stop chatting. In a moment, I'll count down to 3, and we'll all throw our frost grenades at the golden fish together." Blackie and Lonely Snow looked at the frost grenades in their hands, reluctance filling their eyes. Brother Feng, using the frost grenades to deal with these golden fish is just too wasteful. The golden fish have 100,000 HP each. The 200 damage from these frost grenades will not make any difference. Moreover, these items can be used at a crucial moment to save our lives. Using them right now is simply a waste. That's right, leader. Blackie and Lonely Snow both tried to persuade Shifeng. His actions right now were simply that of a wastrel. Shifeng was dumbfounded and speechless at the two's persuasion. Previously, he had used these frost grenades to grind to level 9. Just use them with ease. I still have plenty of them in my possession. Later, I'll give every member of the party 30 of these frost grenades, Shifeng said with a laugh. Blackie and Lonely Snow were immediately shocked, even thinking that they had heard wrong. A frost grenade was such a precious item. Yet, Shifeng planned to give each of them 30 in the future? This was simply madness. In the future, if they met those bastards from Martial Union, with the frost grenades in hand, couldn't they utterly massacre them? With Shifeng's assurance, the two of them followed Shifeng's instructions, throwing their frost grenades at the golden fish suspended in mid-air. Boom! The frost grenades exploded in the midst of the Silver River. Even though the golden fish were adept at dodging, the explosion radius of the frost grenades was extremely wide. Some of the golden fish that did not manage to escape immediately froze solid, damages of over -100 points appearing above their heads. Faust, sitting suspended in mid-air, stroked his white beard. He nodded his head saying, "Not bad. It seems that you guys have some ability to actually cause some damage to these golden fish." Esteemed Lord Faust, we are only here to catch some golden fish to cook. We hope that our brutish actions did not disturb you. Shifeng acted courteously as he said. "Oh, I didn't think that you guys would be interested in cooking these golden fish." When Faust heard the word cook, a flash immediately appeared in his eyes. "Since you guys wish to catch the golden fish, I wonder if you can help me catch some live ones as well? My strength is too strong, and I will simply kill these golden fish if I am not careful. This dilemma has left me with no choice but to slowly fish here." "This," Shifeng said with a hesitant expression. "Relax, I won't mistreat you all. As long as you can obtain a satisfactory amount of golden fish for me, I can trade some items for them. How about it?" Faust casually waved his hand, and immediately, tens of items with pleasing appearances appeared and floated in mid-air. Every single one of these tens of items was extremely valuable. Moreover, beside the item's introduction, the amount of golden fish required to trade for the item was displayed as well. "Brother Feng, look. That's a level 15 secret silver ranked staff. There. That's a mysterious iron ranked mage robe. Wah! That's a fine gold ranked cloth armor armguard. Blackie instantly drooled at the sight of these items. Lonely Snow also discovered a level 15 fine gold ranked two-handed axe, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the weapon. Moreover, the attributes of the weapon were simply mind-blowing. If he equipped that weapon, his attack power would instantly soar by several times. He could get rid of an MT of the same level with just 2 to 3 attacks. However, amongst the many items, an item with a faint orange glow attracted Shifeng's attention. That was the glowing effect only found on legendary ranked items. A legendary ranked item? Shifeng was shocked. Previously, he had only heard of players obtaining an epic item, at most from the Star River Valley. Shifeng had even doubted the reliability of the information. Now, however, it seemed that the information was indeed true. The rarity of a legendary item was several tens of times greater than that of an epic item. If a legendary item were already present among the rewards, it would not be strange for there to be an epic item as well. In Shifeng's previous life, even after he reached level 200 and became a top-tier sword king, he did not possess a single legendary ranked item. To Shifeng, a legendary ranked item was but a fleeting dream. Only the extremely few Tier 4 Apex experts would possess 1 or 2 legendary items. It was obvious just how rare a legendary item was. Meanwhile, these players who possess 1 or 2 legendary items, even if they were only at the peak of Tier 4, their battle prowess would not be any weaker than a Tier 5 player that did not possess any legendary items. It was apparent just how much of an improvement a legendary item provided to a player's strength. Shifeng did not think that in this life, he would bear witness to a legendary ranked item. This situation was no different than a dream. It is also something that I chanced upon. However, this item is useless to me. Although it is possible to obtain this item if you want it, it won't be so easy. Faust stroked his beard as he said with self-satisfaction. He felt extremely satisfied by the shocked expressions of Shifeng and the others. At this time, Shifeng had calmed down. Although a legendary item was right before his eyes, obtaining it was an entirely different matter. As for snatching the item away from Faust, that would be no different than suicide. They could only follow the rules to obtain it. Shifeng then clicked to look at the legendary item's introduction. Heavenly Dragon's Sacred Breath, Fragmented Legendary Rank. Chapter 154. A quest that is impossible to complete. Fragmented legendary rank? Shifeng was slightly surprised, but he still felt that it was reasonable. In Shifeng's previous life, the statistics showed that, after operating for over 10 years, there were no more than 3,000 legendary ranked items discovered in God's domain. Right now, however, God's domain had only recently started operation. So, how would it be possible for a legendary item to appear here so easily? Just a fragment alone was already a miracle in and of itself. Blackie and Lonely Snow were dumbfounded after seeing that the item was only fragmented legendary rank. They got all excited over something that was completely different from what they imagined. As a result, their fiery, passionate hearts instantly cooled. Isn't this just a scam? Didn't you say that it was a legendary item? Why is it only a fragment? Blackie complained to Faust. It was no wonder the strange old man was so generous as to take out a legendary ranked item. In reality, it was only a fragment. It was not even close to a legendary item at all. You little brats, aren't you being too greedy here? Do you think that legendary ranked items are like cabbages? Do you think you can just find one in any random place? Faust, flabbergasted, scolded. Moreover, do you think that you brats can successfully obtain it? You're better off looking for something else. I'm not trying to belittle you all, but with your current abilities, it is an absolutely impossible goal. Don't waste your energy on such thoughts. I will cast a spell to strengthen you all, give you the ability to float in midair, and deal increased damage to the golden fish. As long as you severely injure the golden fish, for a short time, the golden fish will enter a crippled state and won't be able to move. At that time, use these magical nets to catch them. Following which, Faust took out 3 golden-colored magical nets, handing them over to Shifeng's group. He then chanted some incantations, providing Shifeng's group with over a dozen buffs, greatly increasing the three's attributes. Their attributes multiplied by almost 3 to 4 folds, and at the same time, they could ignore up to 15 levels. Who says we won't obtain? With such powerful attributes, the heavenly dragon's breath will definitely be ours. Looking at his increased attributes, Blackie's confidence instantly grew by over 100-fold. Lonely Snow nodded in agreement as well. He could not help but wish he could begin his assault on the golden fish immediately. Regarding Shifeng's strength, the two of them held an almost blind faith in it. Shifeng had simply shown them too many miracles. His battle techniques were even matchless. Ha ha ha. Young folk being so confident is a good thing indeed. However, you should first look at the exchange quantities. Faust stroked his white beard as he laughed. He did not mind Blackie's words at all. The three of them immediately checked the exchange quantities. Level 15 bronze ranked item and level 20 bronze ranked item required 1 to 2 golden fish. Level 15 mysterious iron ranked item and level 20 mysterious iron ranked item required 3 to 5 golden fish. Level 15 secret silver ranked item and level 20 secret silver ranked item required 10 to 15 golden fish. Level 15 fine gold ranked item and level 20 fine gold ranked item required 30 to 50 golden fish. Level 15 dark gold ranked item and level 20 dark gold ranked item required 100 to 200 golden fish. Fragmented legendary ranked item required 1,000 golden fish. There were a lot of golden fish in the entire Silver River. At a single glance, one could tell that there were several thousand golden fish in the river. Blackie and Lonely Snow could not help but smile. Here I thought you required some astronomical amount. Isn't it just 1,000 golden fish? We'll quickly gather them up for you, Blackie laughed. Shifeng also felt that it would not be difficult for them to obtain 1,000 golden fish. Only it would require a lot of time to do so. However, to obtain a fragmented legendary rank item, even spending several days would be worth it. Just as Shifeng and the other two were about to take action. Before you all start, I need to give you a small reminder. The Star River Valley will not remain in the Silent Swamp for too long. At most, it will disappear from the Silent Swamp in 4 to 5 hours. I too will disappear with it. If you do not hand the golden fish to me before that happens, you won't receive any rewards. Faust revealed a slight smile as he spoke. System: Rare quest delicious golden fish accepted. Within the allocated amount of time, catch as many golden fish as you can and hand them over to Faust. The more you catch, the better the rewards will be. Although there was a time limit, Blackie and Lonely Snow still brimmed with confidence. Even if they could not obtain other equipment, it would be enough if they obtained the heavenly dragon's breath. 4 to 5 hours, is it? Shifeng looked at Faust's smiling figure, inwardly feeling that the matter was not as simple as it appeared. Otherwise, why would Faust be so generous as to show off a fragmented legendary rank item for exchange? However, time was of the essence. The three of them immediately started catching the golden fish. At this moment, Shifeng's communication notification rang up again. The call's requester was Gentle Snow. Miss Snow, I truly have to thank you for your support last time. Otherwise, those internet trolls would have painted me as a scammer, Shifeng jokingly said. In his heart, Gentle Snow was definitely someone worth his friendship, and all her care and aid towards him had clearly proven this matter. At least you still have a good heart, Gentle Snow laughed sweetly. More importantly, I'm contacting you this time just to ask you about a single matter. What happened? Shifeng inwardly felt that Gentle Snow behaved somewhat strangely today. Did you come into contact with people from Underworld? Gentle Snow suddenly asked. That's right, they contacted me, Shifeng nodded his head saying. Hearing Shifeng's acknowledgement, Gentle Snow could not help but ask in curiosity. Just what happened between you? Nothing much. They just wanted something from me, and I refused to give it to them, Shifeng calmly said. How could this be? Although I don't know what actually happened, don't try to trick me. If it is only a small matter like this, that person from Underworld would not specifically send me a message, telling me not to get involved. What exactly happened between you two? If you tell me the truth right now, I might be able to offer some help. Underworld's strength is definitely not something an unrated guild like Martial Union could compare to. Just its strength in White River City alone is probably more than 10 times that of Martial Union. There are also plenty of top-tier experts amongst their ranks that walk the path of darkness. If they go all out to deal with you, it might not even be safe for you to stay within the confines of the town. Gentle Snow's tone turned grave as she spoke. A hint of fear towards Underworld's power also colored her tone. She simply could not understand how an independent player like Shifeng could anger Underworld to such a degree. It was truly unbelievable. It's true. Why would I lie to you? They only wished to obtain something that I possess. I simply refused them and told them to bring it on, if they can. There really isn't anything else, Shifeng said with a bitter smile. You call that nothing else? I truly admire you right now. You are the first one to actually dare provoke Underworld in such a way. Gentle Snow nearly choked when she heard Shifeng's words. Fortunately, your matter isn't too severe. I'll try to explain to the management of Underworld and see if this matter can be settled. Hopefully this event will become bygones. Shifeng did not particularly mind the matter of Underworld trying to deal with him. In any case, adding one more to his list of enemies wouldn't make much of a difference. However, seeing Gentle Snow earnestly trying to help him, he couldn't just not give her face and reject her kind intentions. Thank you. No need for that. We're friends after all, and it is only natural for friends to help each other. Just don't forget to sell me any high-level equipment that you don't need in the future. Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile before hanging up. Soon after, Shifeng joined Blackie and Lonely Snow's fishing party. However, before Shifeng had even reached the golden fish and attacked them, he quickly discovered a problem. After his attributes increased, Blackie was comparable to a powerful level 20 Cursemancer, equipped with a complete secret silver set equipment and a fine gold weapon. However, even then, Blackie's attacks dealt less than 400 damage to the golden fish. Moreover, the movement speed of the golden fish was extremely quick in the Silver River. Even if Blackie's techniques improved by quite a lot, out of 10 dark arrows he sent out, only 5 managed to find their targets. As a result, Blackie's damage output was greatly reduced. The golden fish's 100,000 HP was like a huge mountain. Meanwhile, on Lonely Snow's side, he felt even more helpless. The golden fish only dodged and did not attack. Not mentioning whether a melee class could land a hit. To begin with, just trying to chase after the golden fish was a big problem. In addition, the golden fish's physical defense was simply too high. Lonely Snow's normal attacks only dealt around 200 damage, and his overall damage output could not even compare to Blackie's. To strike a golden fish down to critical health, the two of them, with their strengths combined, needed to spend over 4 minutes concentrating their attacks. The total quest duration was only around 4 to 5 hours. At this rate, they could only catch around 70 golden fish within 5 hours. They would not even hit 1/10 of the required 1,000 golden fish. Chapter 155 Devour Once More. After spending a long amount of time, Blackie and Lonely Snow finally managed to catch a golden fish. At this moment, they both realized that they had greatly underestimated the difficulty of the challenge. Not to mention a fragmented legendary ranked item, even a dark gold ranked item was a fanciful delusion. This old man has already said that your strengths are just too weak. Stop thinking about the heavenly dragon's breath, and be more realistic. Otherwise, you all might not get anything in the end. Faust, who floated in the air, smiled. In reality, Faust only teased Shifeng's group for fun by taking out the fragmented legendary rank item. In God's domain, even a fragmented legendary rank item was an incomparably precious item. Its value was over 10 times that of an epic ranked item. If one were lucky, one might even restore the legendary fragment into a true legendary ranked item. So who would be willing to give it away? This was why Faust had set such an unreasonable and unattainable amount for exchange. That damned old man. He is clearly just toying with us. Blackie cursed in the party chat. Leader, what do we do now? Should we just give up on the fragmented legendary and dark gold ranked items, and just go for a fine gold ranked item? Lonely Snow had already given up on an unattainable item. Shifeng shook his head, saying, You guys focus on catching the golden fish. I'll try by myself. It was impossible for Shifeng to give up on the fragmented legendary rank item. Who knew when he would have another chance to meet with a fragmented legendary ranked item? Moreover, the difficulty of obtaining one at that time would definitely be much higher than now. If he couldn't even obtain a fragmented legendary ranked item, how could he secure a legendary ranked item in the future? Soon after, with his attributes now greatly increased, Shifeng rushed towards a golden fish that currently swam in the Silver River. Chop! A black light slashed at the golden fish's soft-sided abdomen. He struck the golden fish before it could even react, a damage of over -1,400 points appearing above its head. Immediately after, Shifeng sent a normal slash at the golden fish, causing over -800 damage. Following which, Shifeng brandished the silver lake in his hand. 3 electric arcs wove across 8 golden fish. Instantly, damages of -1,056, -1,384, and -1,758 appeared above their heads. In the blink of an eye, the golden fish lost over 6,000 HP. The frightening damage surprised Faust. Not bad, Faust praised as he stroked his white beard. However, he still did not hold a thread of belief that Shifeng could procure the heavenly dragon's breath. On the other hand, there was a large possibility for him to secure a dark gold ranked item. Brother Feng. Leader. Looking at the damage Shifeng had caused, Blackie and Lonely Snow forgot to continue attacking the golden fish, as their eyes filled with fanaticism and excitement. With such frightening damage, there might really be a hope of completing the quest. Don't just stare at me, continue your attacks, Shifeng said in the party chat, his hands not halting their actions as he spoke. Shifeng's intense attacks quickly caused the golden fish's HP to fall at flying speeds. In the end, Shifeng had only spent about 100 seconds to capture a golden fish, using around 2/5 of Blackie and Lonely Snow's time. As expected, it's still not enough. Shifeng wrinkled his brows. At this rate, even if Shifeng continuously attacked and captured the golden fish without stop, he would at most capture 170 to 190 golden fish. There would still be an immense gap from the targeted 1,000 golden fish. Ha ha ha. Young man, you have truly given me a shock. However, I've already said this before. You all should not try to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item. With all 3 of you combined, it would be good enough to trade for 1 or 2 dark gold ranked items. Faust laughed with confidence. Naturally, Shifeng did not give up at Faust's words. Suddenly, a clear blue flame appeared floating above Shifeng's palm. This flame was the ice blue devil flame. The ice blue devil flame wrapped around Shifeng's entire body, increasing Shifeng's damage by 20%. I've truly underestimated you. You can even control a mysterious flame. When Faust saw the ice blue devil flame, he was once more given a shock. Looking at the mysterious flame's power, it should be a Tier 2 mysterious flame. Mastering a Tier 2 mysterious flame at such a young age, you are truly not a simple fellow. Unfortunately, it is still not enough. With the support of the ice blue devil flame, Shifeng's damage soared once more. He then attacked zealously, filling the sky with sword images. Now, his normal slashes alone could deal over 1,000 damage, while his chop dealt over -1,700 damage. The most frightening was the thunder flame explosion, dealing over -3,000 damage. In the end, Shifeng only spent around 1 minute to successfully catch a golden fish. Moreover, Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, and Thunder Flame Explosion also dealt some damage to the other golden fish. Only the cooldowns for these skills were too long. In addition to the golden fish constantly swimming about, never staying in a single place, the effects of these AoE skills were extremely limited. Continuing at this pace, Shifeng could catch somewhere over 300 golden fish in 5 hours. However, it was still a great distance from 1000. Am I really not able to attain the fragmented legendary ranked item? Shifeng felt very reluctant. No matter what was said, a fragmented legendary ranked item was simply too rare. Finding one now was only due to heaven-defying luck. Ha ha ha. Don't be discouraged, young man. You have already performed quite well. If you all can capture 400 golden fish, I can trade you an epic ranked item. Consider it as a reward for your efforts, Faust smiled, consoling. It had been very long since he had seen a youth with such a fighting spirit. However, with Shifeng and the others' current standards, there was not a great likelihood they could earn even an epic ranked item. That damned old man. He only knows how to toy with us. Even if we have a full 5 hours right now, our chances of catching 400 golden fish are less than 40%. Blackie cursed in the party chat. Having learned his lesson, he no longer cursed out directly. My attack power is still too low. My attack speed is also too slow. I need an increase to my damage and speed. Shifeng entered deep thought, as he tried to think of a way to increase his abilities. If he used the intermediate frost grenades, with all 3 of them bombarding a wide area of the Silver River, they might capture over 400 golden fish. The problem was, however, that he simply did not have that many intermediate frost grenades. Moreover, each intermediate frost grenade cost 10 silver coins. A single intermediate frost grenade could deal around -500 damage to the golden fish. Then, killing a golden fish would require 200 intermediate frost grenades, which would cost up to 20 gold coins. Taking into account the effective area of the frost grenades, every 200 frost grenades would kill around 20 golden fish, making the value of each golden fish the equivalent of 1 gold coin. Meanwhile, 1,000 golden fish would equal to 1,000 gold coins. Although purchasing a fragmented legendary ranked item for 1,000 gold coins was no different than daylight robbery. To begin with, Shifeng did not possess nearly that much money. Hence, this method was not feasible. What should I do? How can I increase my attack power? Shifeng flipped through his bag. He managed to think of over a dozen methods, but not one of them were feasible. At this moment, Shifeng discovered the level 10 fine gold ranked greatsword that he collected from the Sun Temple. This greatsword was something he had prepared for the Abyssal Blades level up. He had completely forgotten about it due to being too busy. Now that he collected 10 silver dawns, he could level up the Abyssal Blade. That's right. If I can raise the Abyssal Blade to level 10, its attributes will massively increase. Maybe it would be possible at that time. Inspiration struck Shifeng. There would be a checkpoint for weapons at every 10 levels, and there would be a big improvement when these checkpoints were reached. Right now, the level 5 Abyssal Blade could rival a level 10 secret silver weapon. If it devoured a fine gold weapon and 10 secret silver weapons, it would undergo an impressive growth. Let's start devouring then. Shifeng immediately chose to level up the Abyssal Blade, starting the devouring process. Chapter 156, Black Dragon coming into being. At a glance, the Kabula wilderness was comprised mainly of silt and gravel. There were also plenty of abandoned pastures and farmland. From time to time, sounds of crows cawing reverberated throughout the land. Level 10 monsters, such as white-tusked boars, large bisons and vultures, roamed this land, and they were all extremely ferocious. At this stage of the game, a level 10 monster area was an extremely dangerous place for players. However, in a certain pasture in the Kabula wilderness, a 20-man team currently grinded on white-tusked boars. We're almost finished clearing out the monsters over here. Little Shadow, go lure some more monsters over, a handsome youth commanded. This youth wore a set of golden armor and wielded a great sword. Yes, the level 9 assassin called Little Shadow very respectfully answered. He then turned to lure more monsters. If an average player witnessed this scene, they would probably be incomparably shocked. A level 9 assassin wearing mysterious iron-set equipment was definitely an expert of God's domain. No matter which large guild such an expert joined, he would be one of the upper echelons of the guild. However, such an expert was unexpectedly willing to take on the role of an errand boy, and there was not even a hint of resentment or rage in his eyes when treated as such. On the contrary, there was even a hint of pride in them. What? Snow. The golden-armored youth was slightly surprised when he received a communication request from this person. He picked up the call and spoke in a soft tone. Snow, it's been a while since you've contacted me. How have you been recently? I really don't know why you insist on staying in a guild like Ouroboros. Won't you develop further if you join me in Underworld? Feng Xinyang, I've already said it before. I will not join Underworld. I will depend on myself to create my own legacy. I'm only looking for you today to ask for your help on a matter, Gentle Snow calmly said. Say it then. As long as it's a request from you, Snow, I will strive to fulfill it, the golden-armored youth immediately said with a smile. This was the first time Gentle Snow had came to him asking for help. Previously, Gentle Snow had constantly tried to put distance between them, so this was a golden opportunity for him to show off. It's nothing big. It's about the message that you sent me before, telling me to stay out of that matter. I understand the crux of the problem, and isn't it just a small conflict? Moreover, Yi Feng is a friend of mine. So, I hope that you can give me some face and let this matter go, Gentle Snow said. Yi Feng is it? Feng Xinyang wrinkled his brows. He did not think that Gentle Snow would ask him about this matter. That's right, it's Yi Feng. What are your thoughts? Gentle Snow asked. Since you've already spoken naturally, there will be no problems. You can rest assured. I'll talk to my subordinates about it, Feng Xinyang smiled. Soon after, Gentle Snow disconnected the call. Snow, why would you care so much about that Yi Feng? You don't usually pay much attention to anyone else. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to that brat. Zhao Yueru, who stood beside Gentle Snow, giggled, the expression she revealed suggesting the two must be involved with each other. You're overthinking things. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Zhao Yueru. She then said in a soft tone, Moreover, don't forget who it was that gave us the potion-making recipe. Not only did it allow you to become an intermediate potion-making apprentice, but you are also earning a lot of money with it. Aren't you happily counting your silver coins all day right now? Fine. I admit that he was indeed a great help, so we ought to help him in return this time. Hearing Gentle Snow saying so, Zhao Yueru was like a kitten that had its sore spot poked, acting pitifully. Moreover, Yi Feng's help isn't limited to just that one time. It was only thanks to him that we managed to clear the hell mode of the Dark Moon Graveyard, allowing my position in Ouroboros to rise rapidly. Many elders in the guild have also changed their initial attitudes towards me, choosing to stand on my side instead. This result has saved me from many troubles, and I haven't even gotten the chance to thank Yi Feng for this yet. Helping him with a small matter like this is nothing. Gentle Snow then continued. If Underworld still doesn't give up and still wishes to deal with Yi Feng, I can only use that move. However, since Feng Xinyang has already agreed, there should be no problems. On the other side, after Feng Xinyang ended the call, his face paled with anger. Feng Xinyang could not understand just what sort of relationship Gentle Snow had with that Yi Feng for her to actually speak up for him. Feng Xinyang had been trying to woo Gentle Snow for so long, yet she had paid him no attention from the start. Right now, Underworld was just teaching Yi Feng a lesson, yet Gentle Snow immediately came calling. The degree of care that she gave Yi Feng was abnormally high. It had even reached a degree that caused Feng Xinyang jealousy. Feng Xinyang had both money and power. He was also incomparably handsome. He was hundreds of times better than that Yi Feng in every way. Yet, Gentle Snow chose to pay attention to Yi Feng instead. There must be a problem here. However, Feng Xinyang was extremely clear about Gentle Snow's daily lifestyle. There was no chance that a minor character like Yi Feng could meet her in real life. The only possibility was in God's domain. There must be something that he had here that led to Gentle Snow treating him so well. If Yi Feng remained in God's domain, the two of them might have a deeper development. The more Feng Xianyang thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Feng Xuanyang's eyes gleamed with a cold glint. He had no intentions of watching his years of effort go to waste. I absolutely cannot let that Yi Feng remain in God's domain. He would not tolerate Yi Feng's continued contact with gentle snow. He needed to get rid of Yi Feng immediately. Only with Yi Feng gone would there be no possibility of any development occurring between him and gentle snow. Young Master Feng, do you have any commands? South Wolf respectfully asked. I want you to break apart the relationship between Yi Feng and gentle snow. Think of a way to turn them against each other. Then make Yi Feng disappear from God's domain. However, you cannot let others know that Underworld is involved in this matter. Do you understand? Feng Xianyang coldly said. Understood. This subordinate will carry out your orders. However, I hope that young Master Feng can allot me some more helpers. That way, I can do things more easily. South Wolf smiled as he spoke. Fine. I'll send a party from the Underworld Guards to assist you. However, you have to carry things out more beautifully, Feng Xianyang said. Hearing the name Underworld Guards, South Wolf was shocked into a jump. He simply did not know how Yi Feng had provoked young Master Feng to unleash the Underworld Guards, the core strength of Underworld. Moreover, it was not tasking just an individual, but a full party. Young Master Feng, rest assured, this subordinate will carry out your orders without fail, South Wolf assured. Star River Valley. The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand suddenly emitted pitch-black flames. These black flames instantly wrapped around the fine gold-ranked greatsword and the 10 silver dawns. The flames radiated a scorchingly hot temperature as they melted these weapons. The temperature of the black flames was on an entirely different level compared to the ice-blue devil flame. In the blink of an eye, even the fine gold-ranked greatsword melted into a lump of metal, the abyssal blade continuously absorbing the essence of the weapon. After the devouring process completed, the abyssal blade flared with a gigantic black flame. The black flame was like a living being, transforming into a black dragon. The size of the dragon was like a great mountain with the height of around 200 to 300 meters, and pitch-black scales that were even harder than steel covered its entire body. Soon after, the black dragon released a heaven-shaking roar, instantly scattering the dark clouds in the sky. The roar of the dragon shocked the entire Star River Valley. And even the golden fish in the Silver River were shocked still, not moving at all. Magic weapon! Faust, who floated in midair, instantly knew what was happening when he saw the black dragon's appearance from the abyssal blade. His constantly calm expression before even showed signs of shock right now. How is this possible? A young fellow like you actually controls a magic weapon, and haven't felt its curse yet. Chapter 157, Battle Prowess dramatically rises. The appearance of the black dragon instantly sent Blackie and Lonely Snow into shock. Just standing on the ground and feeling the roar that rang through the skies was enough to cause one to tremble with fear. As for the flames surrounding the black dragon, the temperature it radiated increased the temperature throughout Star River Valley by more than 10 degrees. The black dragon had thoroughly frightened them stiff. The black dragon glanced at its surroundings, its sight stopping on Faust momentarily before shifting to Shifeng. It isn't trying to kill me, right? This was the first time Shifeng had personally witnessed a dragon. In God's domain, dragons were the symbol of power and destruction. It was obvious just how terrifying dragons were. Not to mention, the dragon before him right now was a king amongst dragons, the Black Dragon King. Young man, relax. It died long ago, and this is merely a phantom of its past. It cannot hurt anybody at all. It has only materialized itself now because you allowed the magic weapon to devour and obtain new power. Faust could see the worry in Shifeng's eyes. Hence, he explained with a smile. As expected, the Black Dragon King before Shifeng simply stared him, taking no other actions. However, even if it were just a phantom, it was still enough to frighten a person greatly. If the actual body of the Black Dragon King were here right now, It might have instantly turned the entire Star River Valley into a sea of flames, a living hell. Shifeng and the others would not have remained standing there, safe and sound. After a moment, the shadow of the Black Dragon King dissipated, turning into black flames as it returned into the abyssal blade. Immediately, the abyssal blade began its transformation. Unknown silver-colored runes suddenly appeared on the pitch-black blade in Shifeng's hand. The abyssal blade itself gave off a faint illusion of being surrounded by black flames. There was also a dragon coiling around the hilt of the sword now. A single glance was enough to tell that the abyssal blade was no ordinary item. Is this the new power of the abyssal blade? As Shifeng held the abyssal blade, he felt the misconception of two minds connecting with each other. It felt as if the abyssal blade were becoming another part of his body, and moving it was no different than stretching his own arm. Aside from this misconception, the attributes of the abyssal blade also underwent an earth-shaking transformation. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword magic weapon. Attack power plus 96. All attributes plus 22. Attack speed plus 6. Ignore levels plus 7. Attacks have a 30% chance of causing 200% damage, 10% chance to cause 300% damage, 20% chance to induce doom curse, reducing all attributes by 40%, lasting 30 seconds. If wielder belongs to any swordsman job, all skill levels plus 3. Increase free ability points received by 2 points for every increase in level. Equipment level 10. Can be leveled up. Devour 10 level 15 mysterious iron equipment, and 1 level 15 secret silver equipment, to level up to level 15. Can be evolved unknown. Additional skill 1 Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 50% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration of 40 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional skill 2 Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100%. Duration of 3 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Additional skill 3 9 Dragon Slash. Instantly create 9 phantoms of the abyssal blade for the wielder's use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 30% damage. Duration of 28 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional skill 4 Dark Violent Dance. 40% of the total damage dealt spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets, within a distance of 12 yards for 30 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. The abyssal blade was personally created by Master Smith Ollises, using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. It looks like if the abyssal blade devours better quality weapons, the resulting improvements are also greater. Shifeng was extremely satisfied by the abyssal blade's improvements. Right now, the abyssal blade's attack power has reached the standard of a level 10 dark gold ranked two-handed weapon, not to mention its frightening attributes. Just the chances of causing a double damage critical hit, increasing to 30%, was a frightening improvement, not to mention the chances of inflicting the doom curse, increasing to 20%. As long as the target was cursed, all their attributes would be reduced by 40%. It was a fatal power. Let's test out the new power. Shifeng tightened his grip on the abyssal blade, as he looked towards the thousands of golden fish swimming in the silver river. The heavenly dragon's breath will definitely be mine. Young man, you are still better off giving up. Although you have greatly increased your weapon's prowess, it is still impossible for you to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item, Faust said with a smile. It was not that he looked down on Shifeng. Rather, he was extremely clear about the difficulty of the challenge he had set. If Shifeng reached level 20 right now, and possessed a complete set of level 20 fine gold set equipment, in addition to a level 20 magic weapon, he would then have a chance of completing this quest. However, it was clear that Shifeng had yet to reach such a standard. Moreover, he was still far from achieving it. On the other hand, there was a great possibility that he could earn an epic ranked item now. What if I used this? Shifeng suddenly took out the freezing shadow he previously obtained. Freezing shadow, dart type consumable item. Usage count, 10,000/10,000. Causes 120% frost damage towards a target. Only effective towards enemies that are level 30 and below. No cooldown. At a glance, even Blackie and Lonely Shadow, who were familiar with Shifeng, might not understand this item. The freezing shadow darts could only attack a single target at a time. Compared to using a skill to cause damage, it was much weaker. So how could it possibly reach the target of 1,000 golden fish? Faust could not help but shake his head, silent as he turned back to his fishing. Blackie, Lonely Snow, come over here and help me capture the golden fish. Shifeng flew up to the Silver River as he spoke to his companions. Although the two did not know what Shifeng was trying to do, they still chose to trust him unconditionally. Let's start then. After the two of them made their preparations to capture the golden fish with the magical net, Shifeng also finished his own preparations. Immediately after Shifeng activated the ice blue devil flame, he rushed towards the group of fish with the abyssal blade in one hand and the freezing shadow in the other. Shifeng then slashed the abyssal blade towards the spot with the highest concentration of golden fish. Thundering flash. Instantly, 3 electric arcs weaved across over 20 golden fish, inflicting frightening damages of -1846, -2,389, and -3,201. There were also some golden fish that received critical hits, doubling the damage they received to -3,692, -4,778, and -6,402. There were even some that felt the doom curse upon them, immediately reducing their attributes by 40%, and their maximum HP to 60,000 points. Earth Splitter. Thunder Flame Explosion. After the 3 massive AoE skills, every golden fish Shifeng struck lost at least 20,000 HP. The ones that received critical strikes lost over 30,000 HP, while those that received the Doom Curse instantly lost close to half of their HP. Seeing these damages, Blackie and Lonely Snow were both dumbfounded. They even thought that they were dreaming. Scatter and Go Dark Violent Dance. After using the 3 massive AoE skills, he wielded the freezing shadow as he activated the Dark Violent Dance. Xiao! 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 Instantly, more than 10 freezing shadow darts pierced the golden fish inflicted with the Doom Curse. Every dart caused over -1,700 damage. Simultaneously, the damage spread effect of the Dark Violent Dance caused over -600 damage to each of the surrounding golden fish. In the blink of an eye, over 100 golden fish had their HP reduced. Unlike the frost grenades, the freezing shadows did not have a cooldown. The number of darts a player could toss out within a fixed period of time depended solely on their attack speed. Due to the attribute improvement of the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng's attack speed had become much faster. In addition to Faust's buff, Shifeng could easily throw out 20 freezing shadow darts simultaneously. However, in an attempt to pursue stability and accuracy, Shifeng limited the number of darts he tossed out to 12 at a time. Due to Shifeng's unrestrained damaging, the HP of the golden fish afflicted by the Doom Curse madly reduced. Very quickly, the 60,000 HP of these golden fish fell to a critical level, forcing them into a crippled state. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.